Chapter 1, Part 1, A Famous American Statesman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Famous American Statesman by Sarah Knowles Bolton. George Washington, Part 1. The purest figure in history, wrote William E. Gladstone of George Washington. When Frederick the Great sent his portrait to Washington, he sent it with these remarkable words: "From the oldest general in Europe to the greatest general in the world." Lord Brougham said, "It will be the duty of the historian and the sage of all nations to let no occasion pass of commemorating this illustrious man, and until time shall be no more, will a test of the progress which our race has made in wisdom and virtue be derived from the veneration paid to the immortal name of Washington." At Bridges Creek, Maryland, in a substantial home overlooking the Potomac, George Washington was born February 22, 1732. His father, Augustine, was descended from a distinguished family in England, William D. Hertburn, a knight who owned the village of Wessington, Washington. He married at the age of 21 Jane Butler, who died 13 years afterward. 2 years after her death he married Mary Ball, a beautiful girl of decided character and sterling common sense. She became a good mother to his 2 motherless children, 2 having died in early childhood. 6 children were born to them, George being the eldest. The opportunities for education in the New World, especially on a plantation, were limited. From one of his father's tenants, the sexton of the parish, George learned to read, write, and cipher. He was fond of military things, and organized among the scholars sham fights and parades, taking the position usually of commander-in-chief by common consent. This love of war might have come through the influence of his half-brother Lawrence, who had been in battles in the West Indies. When George was 12, his father died suddenly, leaving Mary Ball, at 37, to care for her own 5 children, 1 having died in infancy, and 2 boys by the first marriage. Fortunately, a large estate was left them, which she was to control till they became of age. While she loved her children tenderly, she exacted the most complete obedience. She was dignified and firm, yet cheerful, and possessed an unusually sweet voice. To his mother's intelligence and moral training, George attributed his success in life. She would gather her children about her daily, and read to them from Matthew Hale's Contemplations Divine and Moral. The book had been loved by the first wife, who wrote in it Jane Washington. Under this, George's mother wrote, and Mary Washington. This book was always preserved with tender care at Mount Vernon in later years. Such teaching the boy never forgot. When he was 13 he wrote Rules of Courtesy and Decent Behavior in Company and Conversation, 110 maxims which seemed to have great influence over him. At 14 he desired to enter the Navy, and a midshipman's warrant was procured by his brother Lawrence. Now he could see the world, and was happy at the prospect. All winter long the mother's heart ached as she thought of the separation, and finally, when his clothing had been taken on board of a British man of war, her affection triumphed, and the lad was kept in his Virginia home, kept for a great work. However disappointed he may have been, his mother's word was law. Those who learn to obey in youth learn also how to govern in later life. George went back to school to study arithmetic and land surveying. He was thorough in his work, and his record books, still preserved, are neat and exact. It is never strange that a boy who idolizes his mother should think other women lovable. At 15, the bashful, manly boy had given his heart to a girl about his own age, and it was long before he could conquer the affection. A year later he wrote to a friend, "I might, was my heart disengaged, pass my time very pleasantly, as there's a very agreeable young lady lives in the same house, but as that's only adding fuel to fire, it makes me the more uneasy, for by often and unavoidably being in company with her, revives my former passion for your lowland beauty. Whereas, was I to live more retired from young women, I might in some measure alleviate my sorrows, by burying that chaste and troublesome passion in the grave of oblivion." Years afterwards, the son of this lowland beauty, General Henry Lee, became a favorite with Washington in the Revolutionary War, possibly all the more loved from tender recollections of the mother. General Lee was the father of General Robert E. Lee of the Confederate Army in the Civil War. At 16, the real work of Washington's life began. Lord Fairfax of Virginia desired his large estates beyond the Blue Ridge to be surveyed, and he knew that the youth had the courage to meet the Indians in the wilderness and would do his work well. Washington and a friend set out on horseback for the valley called by the Indians Shenandoah, the daughter of the stars. He made a record daily of the beauty of the trees. Every refined soul loves trees almost as though they were human, and the richness of the soil, and selected the best sites for townships. In his diary he says, "A blowing rainy night. Our straw upon which we were lying took fire, but I was luckily preserved by one of our men awakening when it was in a flame." For 3 years he lived this exposed life, sleeping out of doors, gaining self-reliance, and a knowledge of the Indians, which knowledge he was soon to need. Trouble had begun already in the Ohio Valley, between the French and English, in their claims to the territory. No wonder a sachem asked, "The French claim all the land on one side of the Ohio, the English claim all the land on the other side. Now, where does the Indians' land lie?" Virginia began to make herself ready for a war which seemed inevitable. She divided her province into military districts, and placed one in charge of the young surveyor, only 19, who was made adjutant general with the rank of major. Thus early did the sincere, self-poised young man take upon himself great responsibilities. Washington at once began to make himself ready for his duties, by studying military tactics, taking lessons in field work from his brother Lawrence, and sword exercise from a soldier. This drill was broken in upon for a time by the illness and death of Lawrence, of whom he was very fond, and whom he accompanied to the Barbados. Here George took smallpox, from which he was slightly marked through life. The only child of Lawrence soon died, and Mount Vernon came to George by will. He was now a person of wealth, but riches did not spoil him. He did not seek ease, he sought work and honor. Matters were growing worse in the Ohio Valley. The Virginians had erected forts at which is now Pittsburgh, and the French about 15 miles south of Lake Erie. Governor Dinwiddie determined to make a last remonstrance with the French, who should thus presume to come upon English territory. The way to their forts lay through an unsettled wilderness, a distance of from 500 to 600 miles. Some Indian tribes favored one nation, some the other. The governor offered this dangerous commission, a visit to the French, to several persons, who hastened to decline with thanks of proffered honor. Young Washington, with his brave heart, was willing to undertake the journey, and started September 30, 1753, with horses, tents, and other necessary equipments. They found the rivers swollen, so that the horses had to swim. The swamps, in the snow and rain, were almost impassable. At last they arrived at the forts early in December. Washington delivered his letter to the French, and an answer was written to the governor. On December 25th, Washington and his little party started homeward. The horses were well nigh exhausted, and the men dismounted, put on Indian hunting dress, and toiled on through the deepening snow. Washington, in haste to reach the governor, strapped his pack on his shoulders, and, gun in hand, with one companion, Mr. Gist, struck through the woods, hoping thus to reach the Allegheny River sooner, and cross on the ice. At night they lit their campfire, but at 2 in the morning they pursued their journey, guided by the North Star. Some Indians now approached and offered their services as guides. One was chosen, but Washington soon suspected that they were being guided in the wrong direction. They halted and said they would camp for the night, but the Indian demurred, and offered to carry Washington's gun as he was fatigued. This was declined, when the Indian grew sullen, hurried forward, and, when 15 paces ahead, leveled his gun and fired at Washington. Gist at once seized the savage, took his gun from him, and would have killed him on the spot had not the humane Washington prevented. He was sent home to his cabin with a loaf of bread, and told to come to them in the morning with meat. Probably he expected to return before morning, and, with some other braves, scalp the 2 Americans. But Washington and Gist traveled all night, and reached the Allegheny River opposite the site of Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, the river was not frozen as they had hoped, but was full of broken ice. All day long they worked to construct a raft, with but one hatchet between them. After reaching the middle of the river, the men on the raft were hurled into 10 feet of water by the floating ice, and Washington was saved from drowning only by clinging to a log. They lay till morning on an island in the river, their clothes stiff with frost, and the hands and feet of poor Gist frozen by the intense cold. The agony of that night Washington never forgot. even in the horrors of Valley Forge. Happily, the river had grown passable in the night, and they were able to cross to a place of safety. He came home as speedily as possible and delivered the letter to Governor Dinwiddie. His journal was sent to London and published, because of the knowledge it gave of the position of the French. The young soldier of 21 had escaped death from the burning straw in surveying, from the Indian's gun, and from drowning. He had shown prudence, self-devotion, and heroism. From that moment, says Irving in his delightful Life of Washington, he was the rising hope of Virginia, and he was the rising hope of the New World as well. The polite letter brought by Washington to the governor had declared that no Englishmen should remain in the Ohio Valley. Dinwiddie at once determined to send 300 troops against the French, and offered the command to Washington. He shrunk from the charge, and it was given to Colonel Fry, while he was made second in command. Fry soon died, and Washington was obliged to assume control. He was equal to the occasion. He said, "I have a constitution hardy enough to encounter and undergo the most severe trials, and, I flatter myself, resolution enough to face what any man dares, as shall be proved when it comes to the test." The test soon came. In the conflict which followed, he was in the thickest of the fight, one man being killed at his side. He wrote to his brother, "I heard the bullets whistle, and believe me, there is something charming in the sound." Years afterward, he said, when he had long known the sorrows of war, "If I said that, it was when I was young." At Great Meadows, below Pittsburgh, he was defeated by superior numbers, and obliged to evacuate the fort, but the Virginia House of Burgesses thanked him for his bravery. The next year England sent out General Braddock, who had been over 40 years in the service, a fearless but self-willed officer, to take command of the American forces. Washington gladly joined him as an aide-de-camp. They set out with 2,000 soldiers toward Fort Duquesne, Pittsburgh. The amount of baggage astonished Washington, who well knew the swamps and mountains that must be crossed, but Braddock could not be influenced. He remarked to Benjamin Franklin, "These savages may indeed be a formidable enemy to raw militia, but upon the King's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it is impossible they should make an impression." How great an impression savages could make upon the King's regular and disciplined troops was soon to be shown. The march was exceedingly difficult. Sometimes a whole day was spent in cutting a passage of 2 miles over the mountains. Washington urged that the Virginia Rangers be put to the front, as they understood Indian warfare. The general haughtily opposed it, and the regulars in brilliant uniforms, bayonets fixed, colors flying, and drums beating, swept over the open plain to battle July 9, 1755. Suddenly there was a cry, "The French and Indians!" The Indian yell struck terror to the hearts of the regulars. They fired in all directions, killing their own men. A panic ensued. Braddock tried to rally his men, even striking them with the flat of his sword. 5 horses were killed under him. At last a bullet entered his lungs, and he fell, mortally wounded. Then the men fled precipitately, falling over their dead comrades. Out of 86 officers, 26 were killed and 36 wounded. Nearly half of the whole army were dead or disabled. The Virginia Rangers covered the retreat of the flying regulars, and thus saved a remnant. Braddock, bequeathing his horse and servant, Bishop, to Washington, died broken-hearted, moaning, "Who would have thought it? We shall better know how to deal with them another time." Washington tenderly read the funeral service, and Braddock was buried in the new and wild country he had come to save. Washington escaped as by a miracle. He wrote his brother, "By the all-powerful dispensations of Providence, I have been protected beyond all human probability or expectation, for I had 4 bullets through my coat, and 2 horses shot under me, yet escaped unhurt, though death was leveling my companions on every side of me." Through life, this man, great in all that mankind prize, loved and believed in the Christian religion. Agnosticism had no charms for him. Washington returned to Mount Vernon temporarily broken in health, and his fond mother, who was living at the old homestead, wrote begging that he would not again enter the service. In reply he said, "Honored madam," for this he always addressed her, "if it is in my power to avoid going to the Ohio again, I shall. But if the command is pressed upon me by the general voice of the country, and offered upon such terms as cannot be objected against, it would reflect dishonor on me to refuse it. And that, I am sure, must and ought to give you greater uneasiness than my going in an honorable command." Braddock's defeat electrified the colonies. Governor Dinwiddie at once called for troops, and Washington was made commander-in-chief of all the forces raised or to be raised in Virginia. For 2 years he protected the people in the attacks of the Indians, his heart so full of pity that he wrote the governor, "I solemnly declare, if I know my own mind, I could offer myself a willing sacrifice to the butchering enemy, provided that would contribute to the people's ease." No wonder that such self-sacrifice and unselfishness won the homage of the State, and later of the nation. In May, 1758, the condition of the army was such, the men so poorly clad and paid, that the young commander decided to go to Williamsburg to lay the matter before the council. In crossing the Pamunkey, a branch of the York River, he met a Mr. Chamberlain, who pressed him to dine, more especially as a charming lady was visiting at his house. He accepted the invitation, and there met Martha Custis, a widow of 26, 2 months younger than himself, a bright, frank, agreeable woman, with dark eyes and hair, below the middle size, a contrast indeed to his striking physique, 6 foot 2 inches tall, blue eyes, and grave demeanor. Martha Dandridge, with amiable disposition and winning manners, had been married at 17 to Daniel Parke Custis, 38, a kind-hearted and wealthy landowner. For 7 years they lived at the White House on the Pamunkey River, where he died, leaving 2 children, John Parke and Martha Parke Custis. Mrs. Custis had come to visit the Chamberlains, and now was to meet the most popular officer in Virginia. The dinner passed pleasantly, and then Bishop, the servant, brought Colonel Washington's horse and his own to the gate at the appointed hour. But Colonel Washington did not appear. The afternoon seemed like a dream, for love takes no account of time. The sun was setting when he rose to go, but Major Chamberlain urged his guest to pass the night. Probably he did not need to be urged, for the most sublime and beautiful force in all the world now controlled the fearless Washington. The next morning he hastened to Williamsburg, transacted his business, returned to the home of Martha Custis, where he spent a day and a night, and left her his betrothed. The commander went back to camp with a new joy in living. The army was now ordered against Fort Duquesne, under Brigadier General Forbes of Great Britain, Washington leading the Virginia troops. He seized a moment before leaving to write to Mrs. Custis, which letter Lawson gives in his interesting lives of Mary and Martha Washington. "A courier is starting for Williamsburg, and I embrace the opportunity to send a few words to one whose life is now inseparable from mine. Since that happy hour when we made our pledges to each other, my thoughts have been continually going to you as to another self. That an all-powerful Providence may keep us both in safety is the prayer of your ever faithful and ever affectionate friend, G. Washington." The army marched again over the field where the bones of Braddock's men were bleaching in the sun, and approached the fort, only to find that the French had deserted it after setting it on fire, and retreated down the river. Washington, who led the advance, planted the British flag over the smoking ruin of what is now Pittsburgh, so called from the illustrious William Pitt. With the French driven out of the Ohio Valley, Washington, having served 5 years in the army, resigned, and married Martha Custis, January 6, 1759. Every inch a soldier he must have looked in his suit of blue cloth, lined with red silk and ornamented with silver trimmings, while his bride wore white satin, with pearl necklace and earrings, and pearls in her hair. She rode home in a coach drawn by 6 horses, while Colonel Washington, on a fine chestnut horse, attended by a brilliant cortege, rode beside her carriage. The year previous, 1758, Washington had been elected a member of the Virginia Assembly. When he took his seat, the House gave him an address of welcome. He rose to reply, trembled, and could not say a word. "Sit down, Mr. Washington," said the Speaker. "Your modesty equals your valor, and that surpasses the power of any language I possess." Beautiful attributes of character, not always found in conjunction, valor and modesty. For 3 months Washington remained at the home of his wife to attend to the business of the colony, becoming also guardian of her 2 pretty children, 4 and 6 years of age, whom he seemed to love as his own. When he took his bride to Mount Vernon to live, he wrote to a relative, "I am now, I believe, fixed in this spot with an agreeable partner for life, and I hope to find more happiness in retirement than I ever experienced in the wide and bustling world." For 17 years he lived on his estate of 8,000 acres, delighting in agriculture and enjoying the development of the two children. The years passed quickly, for affection, the holiest thing on earth, brought rest and contentment. He or she is rich who possesses it. To have millions and yet live in a home where there is no affection is to be poor indeed. He was an early riser, in winter often lighting his own fire and reading by candlelight, retiring always at 9 o'clock. He was vestryman in the Episcopal Church and judge of the county court, as well as a member of the House of Burgesses. So honest was he that a barrel of flour marked with his name was exempted from the usual inspection in West India ports. Into this busy and happy life came sorrow, as it comes into other lives. Martha Parke Custis, a gentle and lovely girl, died of consumption at 17, Washington kneeling by her bedside in prayer as her life went out. The love of both parents now centered in the boy of 19, John Parke Custis, who, the following year, left Columbia College to marry a girl of 16, Eleanor Calvert. While Washington attended the wedding, Mrs. Washington could not go, in her mourning robes, but sent an affectionate letter to her new daughter. The quiet life at Mount Vernon was now to be wholly changed. The Stamp Act and the oppressive taxes had stirred America. When the taxes were repealed, save that on tea, and Lord North was urged to include tea also, he said, "To temporize is to yield, and the authority of the mother country, if it is not now supported, will be relinquished forever. A total repeal cannot be thought of till America is prostrate at our feet." Mrs. Washington, like other lovers at liberty, at once ceased to use tea at her table. When the First Continental Congress met at Philadelphia, September 5, 1774, Washington was among the delegates chosen by Virginia. He rode thither on horseback, with his brilliant friends Patrick Henry and Edmund Pendleton. When they departed from Mount Vernon, the patriotic Martha Washington said, "I hope you will all stand firm. I know George will. God be with you, gentlemen." To a relative, who wrote, deprecating Colonel Washington's folly, his wife answered, "Yes, I foresee consequences, dark days and darker nights, domestic happiness suspended, social enjoyments abandoned, property of every kind put in jeopardy by war perhaps, neighbors and friends at variance, and eternal separations on earth possible. But what are all these evils when compared with the fate of which the Port Bill may be only a threat? My mind is made up, my heart is in the cause. George is right. He is always right. God has promised to protect the righteous, and I will trust him. Blessings on the woman who, in the darkest hour, knows how to be as the sunlight in her hope and trust, and to be well nigh a divine embodiment of courage and fortitude. Truly, said Schiller, honor to women, they twine and weave the roses of heaven into the life of man. Congress remained in session 51 days. When the results of its labors were put before the House of Lords, the great Chatham said, "When your lordships look at the papers transmitted to us from America, when you consider their decency, firmness, and wisdom, you cannot but respect their cause, and wish to make it your own. For myself, I must declare and avow that, in the master states of the world, I know not the people, or Senate, who, in such a complication of difficult circumstances, can stand in preference to the delegates of America assembled in General Congress at Philadelphia." When Patrick Henry was asked on his return home who was the greatest man in Congress, he replied, "If you speak of eloquence, Mr. Rutledge of South Carolina is by far the greatest orator; but if you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on that floor." Wise reading in all these years had given Washington solid information, and sound judgment was partly an inheritance from noble Mary Washington. People all through New England were arming themselves. General Gage, who had been sent to Boston with British troops, said, "It is surprising that so many of the other provinces interest themselves so much in this. They have some warm friends in New York, and I learned that the people of Charleston, South Carolina, are as mad as they are here." He was soon to possess a more thorough knowledge of the American character. The Boston troops, under Gage, numbered about 4,000. He determined to destroy the military stores at Concord on the night of April 18, 1775. It was to be done secretly, but as soon as the British regiment started, under Colonel Smith and Major Pitcairn, for Concord, the bells of Boston rang out, cannon were fired, and Paul Revere, with Prescott and Davis, rode at full speed in the bright moonlight to Lexington to alarm the neighboring country. When cautioned against making so much noise, Revere replied, "You'll have noise enough here before long. The regulars are coming out." Long before morning, nearly 200 of the villagers, under Captain Parker, gathered on the green near the church, waiting for the redcoats, who came at double quick, Major Pitcairn exclaiming, "Disperse, ye villains! Lay down your arms, ye rebels, and disperse!" Unmoved, Captain Parker said to his men, "Don't fire unless you are fired on, but if they want a war, let it begin here." The Revolutionary War began there, to end only when America should be free. 7 Americans were killed, 9 wounded, and the rest were put to flight, but the blood shed on Lexington Green made liberty dear to every heart. The British now marched to Concord, where, in the early morning, they found 450 men gathered to receive them. Colonel Isaac Davis, who said, when his company led the force, "I haven't a man that is afraid to go," was killed at the first shot at the North Bridge. The British troops destroyed all the stores they could find, though most had been removed, and then started toward Boston. All along the road the indignant Americans fired upon them from behind stone fences and clumps of bushes. Tired by their night march, having lost 300 in killed and wounded, over 3 times as many as the Americans, they were glad to meet Lord Percy coming to their rescue with 1,000 men. He formed a hollow square, and faint and exhausted, the soldiers threw themselves on the ground within it and rested. The whole country seemed to rise to arms. Men came pouring into Boston with such weapons as they could find. Noble Israel Putnam of Connecticut left his plow in the field and hastened to the war. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. George Washington, Part 2. May 10. Congress again met at Philadelphia. They sent a second petition to King George, which John Adams called an imbecile measure. They made plans for the support of the army already gathered at Cambridge from the different states. Who should be the commander of this growing army? Then John Adams spoke of the gentleman from Virginia, whose skill and experience as an officer, whose independent fortune, great talents, and excellent universal character, would command the approbation of all America, and unite the cordial exertions of all the colonies better than any other person in the Union. June 5th, Washington was unanimously elected commander-in-chief. Rising in his seat and thanking Congress, he modestly said, "I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I this day declare, with utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with. As to pay, I beg leave to assure Congress that, as no pecuniary consideration could have tempted me to accept this arduous employment, at the expense of my domestic ease and happiness, I do not wish to make any profit of it. I will keep an exact account of my expenses. Those, I doubt not, they will discharge, and that is all I desire." He wrote to his wife, "I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad if my stay were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. I shall feel no pain from the toil or danger of the campaign. My unhappiness will flow from the uneasiness I know you will feel from being left alone." No wonder Martha Washington loved him, so brave that he could meet any danger without fear, yet so tender that the thought of leaving her brought intense pain. He was now 43, the ideal of manly dignity. He at once started for Boston. Soon a courier met him, telling him of the battle of Bunker Hill, how for 2 hours raw militia had withstood British regulars, killing and wounding twice as many as they lost, and retreating only when their ammunition was exhausted. When Washington heard how bravely they had fought, he exclaimed, "The liberties of this country are safe." Under the great elm, still standing, at Cambridge, Washington took command of the army, July 3, 1775, amid the shouts of the multitude and the roar of artillery. His headquarters were established at Craigie House, afterward the home of the poet Longfellow. Here Mrs. Washington came later, and helped to lessen his cares by her cheerful presence. The soldiers were brave but undisciplined. The terms of enlistment were short, thus preventing the best work. To provide powder was well nigh an impossibility. For months Washington drilled his army, and waited for the right moment to rescue Boston from the hands of the British. Generals Howe, Clinton, and Burgoyne had been sent over from England. Howe had strengthened Bunker Hill, and, with little respect for the feelings of the Americans, had removed the pulpit and pews from the Old South Church, covered the floor with earth, and converted it into a riding school for Burgoyne's light dragoons. They did not consider the place sacred, because it was a meeting house where sedition had often been preached. The right moment came at last. In a single night the soldiers fortified Dorchester Heights, cannonading the enemy's batteries in the opposite direction, so that their attention was diverted from the real work. When the morning dawned of March 5, 1776, General Howe saw, through the lifting fog, the new fortress, with the guns turned upon Boston. "I know not what to do," he said. "The rebels have done more work in one night than my whole army would have done in 1 month." He resolved to attack the rebels by night, and for this attack 2,500 men were embarked in boats. But a violent storm set in, and they could not land. The next day the rain poured in torrents, and when the second night came, Dorchester Heights was too strong to be attacked. The proud General Howe was compelled to evacuate Boston with all possible dispatch, March 17th, the navy going to Halifax and the army to New York. The Americans at once occupied the city and planted the flag above the forts. Congress moved a vote of thanks to Washington, and ordered a gold medal, bearing his face, as the deliverer of Boston from British rule. The English considered this a humiliating defeat. The Duke of Manchester, in the House of Lords, said, "British generals, whose name never met with a blot of dishonor, are forced to quit that town, which was the first object of the war, the immediate cause of hostilities, the place of arms, which has cost this nation more than 1,000,000 to defend." The Continental Army soon repaired to New York. Washington spared no pains to keep a high moral standard among his men. He said, in one of his orders, "The general is sorry to be informed that the foolish and wicked practice of profane cursing and swearing, a vice heretofore little known in an American army, is growing into fashion. He hopes the officers will, by example as well as influence, endeavor to check it, and that both they and the men will reflect that we can have little hope of the blessing of heaven on our arms if we insult it by our impiety and folly. Added to this, it is a vice so mean and low, without any temptation, that every man of sense and character detests and despises it." Noble words! Great Britain now realized that the fight must be in earnest, and hired 20,000 Hessians to help subjugate the colonies. When Admiral Howe came over from England, he tried to talk about peace with Mr. Washington, or George Washington, Esquire, as it was deemed beneath his dignity to acknowledge that the rebels had a general. The Americans could not talk about peace with such treatment. Soon the first desperate battle was fought, on Long Island, August 27, 1776, partly on the ground now occupied by Greenwood Cemetery, between 8,000 Americans and more than twice their number of trained Hessians. Washington, from an eminence, watched the terrible conflict, wringing his hands and exclaiming, "What brave fellows I must this day lose!" The Americans were defeated, with great loss. Washington could no longer hold New York with his inadequate forces. With great energy and promptness he gathered all the boats possible, and then, so secretly that even his aides did not know his intention, 9,000 men, horses, and provisions were ferried over the East River. A heavy fog hung over the Brooklyn side, as though provided by Providence, while it was clear on the New York side, so that the men could form in line. Washington crossed in the last boat, having been for 48 hours without sleep. In the morning, the astonished Englishmen learned that the prize had escaped. A Tory woman, the night before, seeing that the Americans were crossing the river, sent her colored servant to notify the British. A Hessian sentinel, not understanding the servant, locked him up till morning, when, upon the arrival of an officer, his errand was known, but the knowledge came too late. On October 28th, the Americans were again defeated at White Plains, Howe beginning the engagement. The condition of the Continental Army was disheartening. They were half fed and half clothed, the ragged rebels the British called them. There was sickness in the camp, and many were deserting. Washington said, "Men just dragged from the tender scenes of domestic life, unaccustomed to the din of arms, totally unacquainted with every kind of military skill, are timid and ready to fly from their own shadows. Besides, the sudden change in their manner of living brings on an unconquerable desire to return to their homes." So great-hearted was the commander-in-chief, though on the field of battle he had no leniency toward cowards. Washington retreated across New Jersey to Trenton. When he reached the Delaware River, filled with floating ice, he collected all the boats within 75 miles and transported the troops, crossing last himself. Lord Cornwallis, of Howe's army, came in full pursuit, reached the river just as the last boat crossed, and looked in vain for means of transportation. There was nothing to be done but to wait till the river was frozen, so that the troops could cross on the ice. Washington, December 20, 1776, told John Hancock, President of Congress, "10 more days will put an end to the existence of our army." Yet, on the night of December 25th, Christmas, with almost superhuman courage, he determined to recross the Delaware and attack the Hessians at Trenton. The weather was intensely cold. The boats, in crossing, were forced out of their course by the drifting ice. 2 men were frozen to death. At 4 in the morning, the heroic troops took up the line of march, the snow and sleet beating in their faces. Many of the muskets were wet and useless. "What is to be done?" asked the men. "Push on, and use the bayonet," was the answer. At 8 in the morning, the Americans rushed into the town. The enemy!" cried the Hessians. Their leader, Colonel Rahl, fell, mortally wounded. 1,000 men laid down their arms and begged for quarter. Washington recrossed the Delaware with his whole body of captives, and the American nation took heart once more. That fearful crossing of the Delaware in the blinding storm, and the sudden yet marvelous victory which followed, will always live among the most pathetic and stirring scenes of the Revolution. A few days later, January 3, 1777, with 5,000 men, Washington defeated Cornwallis at Princeton, exposing himself so constantly to danger that his officers begged him to seek a place of safety. The 3rd year of the Revolutionary War had opened. France, hating England, sympathizing with America in her struggle for liberty, and being encouraged in this sympathy by the honored Benjamin Franklin, loaned us money, supplied muskets and powder, and many troops under such brave leaders as Lafayette and De Kalb. The year 1777, although our forces were defeated at Brandywine and Germantown, witnessed the defeat of a part of Burgoyne's army at Bennington, Vermont, and, on the 17th of October, the remaining part at Saratoga. Over 5,000 men, 7,000 muskets, and a great quantity of military stores. 2 months later, France made a treaty of alliance with the United States, to the joy of the whole country. On December 11th, Washington went into winter quarters at Valley Forge, on the west side of the Schuylkill, about 20 miles from Philadelphia. Trees were felled to build huts, the men toiling with scanty food, often barefoot, the snow showing the marks of their bleeding feet. Continental money had so depreciated that $40 were scarcely equal in value to one silver dollar. Sickness was decreasing the forces. Washington wrote to Congress, "No less than 2,898 men are now in camp unfit for duty, because they are barefoot and otherwise naked." From lack of blankets, he said, "numbers have been obliged, and still are, to sit up all night by fires, instead of taking comfortable rest in a natural and common way." A man less great would have been discouraged, but he trusted in a power higher than himself, and waited in sublime dignity and patience for the progress of events. Martha Washington had come to Valley Forge to share in its privations, and to minister to the sick and the dying. The years 1778 and 1779 dragged on with their victories and defeats. The next year, 1780, the country was shocked by the treason of Benedict Arnold, who, having obtained command at West Point, had agreed to surrender it to the British for $50,000 in money and the position of brigadier general in their army. On September 21st, Sir Henry Clinton sent Major John Andre, an adjutant general, to meet Arnold. He went ashore from the ship Vulture, met Arnold in a wood, and completed the plan. When he went back to the boat, he found that a battery had driven her down the river, and he must return by land. At Tarrytown, on the Hudson, he was met by 3 militiamen, John Paulding, David Williams, and Isaac Van Wart, who at once arrested him, and found the treasonable papers in his boots. He offered to buy his release, but Paulding assured him that $50,000 would be no temptation. Andre was at once taken to prison. While there, he won all hearts by his intelligence and his cheerful, manly nature. He had entered the British army by reason of a disappointment in love. The father of a young lady had interfered, and she had become the second wife of the father of Maria Edgeworth. Andre always wore above his heart a miniature of Honora Snyde, painted by herself. Just before his execution as a spy, he wrote to Washington, asking to be shot. When he was led to the gallows, October 2, 1780, and saw that he was to be hanged, for a moment he seemed startled, and exclaimed, "How hard is my fate!" but added, "It will soon be over." He put the noose around his own neck, tied the handkerchief over his eyes, and, when asked if he wished to speak, said only, "I pray you to bear witness that I meet my fate like a brave man." His death was universally lamented. In 1821, his body was removed to London by the British consul, and buried in Westminster Abbey. Every effort was made to capture Arnold, but without success. He once asked an American, who had been taken prisoner by the British, what his countrymen would have done with him had he been captured. The immediate reply was, "They would cut off the leg wounded in the service of your country, and bury it with the honors of war. The rest of you they would hang." In 1781, the condition of affairs was still gloomy. Some troops mutinied for lack of pay, but when approached by Sir Henry Clinton, through 2 agents, offering them food and money if they would desert the American cause, the agents were promptly hanged as spies. Such was the patriotism of the half-starved and half-clothed soldiers. In May of this year, Cornwallis took command of the English forces in Virginia, destroying about $15 million worth of property. Early in October, Washington with his troops, and Lafayette and de Rochambeau with their French troops, gathered at Yorktown, on the south bank of the York River. For 10 days the siege was carried on. The French troops rendered heroic service. Washington was so in earnest that one of his aides, seeing that he was in danger, ventured to suggest that their situation was much exposed. "If you think so, you are at liberty to step back," was the grave response of the general. Shortly afterwards a musket ball fell at Washington's feet. One of his generals grasped his arm, exclaiming, "We can't spare you yet." When the victory was finally won, Washington drew a long breath and said, "The work is done, and well done." Cornwallis surrendered his whole army, over 7,000 soldiers, October 19, 1781. The American nation was thrilled with joy and gratitude. Washington ordered divine service to be performed in the several divisions, saying, "The Commander-in-Chief earnestly recommends that the troops not on duty should universally attend, and that seriousness of deportment and gratitude of heart, which the recognition of such reiterated and astonishing interpositions of Providence demand of us." Congress appointed a day of thanksgiving and prayer, and voted 2 stands of colors to Washington, and 2 pieces of field ordnance to the brave French commanders. When Lord North, Prime Minister of England, heard of the defeat of the British, he exclaimed, "O God, it is all over." The nearly 7 long years of war were ended, and America had become a free nation. The Articles of Peace between Great Britain and the United States were not signed until September 3, 1783. On November 4, the army was disbanded, with a touching address from their idolized commander. On December 4, in the city of New York, in a building on the corner of Pearl and Broad Streets, Washington said goodbye to his officers, losing for a time his wonderful self-command. "I cannot come to each of you to take my leave," he said, "but shall be obliged if each of you will come and take me by the hand." Tears filled the eyes of all, as silently, one by one, they clasped his hand in farewell, and passed out of his sight. Then Washington repaired to Annapolis, where Congress was assembled, and at 12 o'clock on the 23rd of December, before a crowded house, offered his resignation. "Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theater of action, and bidding an affectionate farewell to this august body, under whose orders I have long acted, I here offer my commission, and take my leave of all the employments of public life." "Few tragedies ever drew so many tears from so many beautiful eyes," said one who was present. The beloved general returned to Mount Vernon to enjoy the peace and rest which he needed, and the honor of his country which he so well deserved. John Parke Custis, Mrs. Washington's only remaining child, had died, leaving 4 children, 2 of whom, Eleanor 2 years old, and George Washington 6 months old, the general adopted as his own. These brought additional sweetness and light into the beautiful home. The following year, the Marquis de Lafayette was a guest at Mount Vernon, and went to Fredericksburg to bid adieu to Washington's mother. When he spoke in high praise of the man whom he so loved and honored, Mary Washington replied quietly, "I am not surprised at what George has done, for he was always a good boy." Blessed mother heart, that in training her child could look into the future and know, for a certainty, the result of her love and progress. She died August 25, 1789. 3 years later, May 25, 1787, a convention met at Philadelphia to form a more perfect union of the States and frame a constitution. Washington was made president of this convention. He had long been reading carefully the history and principles of ancient and modern confederacies, and he was intelligently prepared for the honor accorded him. When the Constitution was finished and ready for his signature, he said, "Should the United States reject this excellent Constitution, the probability is that an opportunity will never again be offered to cancel another in peace. The next will be drawn in blood." When the various States, after long debate, had accepted the Constitution, a president must be chosen, and that man very naturally was the man who had saved the country in the perils of war. On the way to New York, then the seat of government, Washington received a perfect ovation. The bells were rung, cannon fired, and men, women, and children thronged the way. Over the bridge crossing the Delaware, the women of Trenton had erected an arch of evergreen and laurel, with the words, "The defender of the mothers will be the protector of the daughters." As he passed, young girls scattered flowers before him, singing grateful songs. How different from that crossing years before, with his worn and footsore army amid the floating ice. The streets of New York were thronged with eager, thankful people, who wept as they cheered the hero, now 57, who had given nearly his whole life to his country's service. On April 30, 1789, the inauguration took place. At 9 o'clock in the morning, religious services were held in all the churches. At 12 o'clock, in the old City Hall in Wall Street, Chancellor Livingston administered the oath of office, Washington stooping down and kissing the open Bible on which he laid his hand. "The man," says T.W. Higginson, "whose generalship, whose patience, whose self-denial, had achieved and then preserved the liberties of the nation, the man who, greater than Caesar, had held a kingly crown within reach, and had refused it." Washington had previously been addressed by some who believed that the colonies needed a monarchy for strong government. Astonished and indignant, he replied, "I am much at a loss to conceive what part of my conduct could have given encouragement to an address which to me seems big with the greatest mischiefs that can befall my country." After taking the oath, all proceeded on foot to St. Paul's Church, where prayers were read. The next 4 years were years of perplexity and care in the building of the nation. The great war debt, of nearly 100 millions, must be provided for by an impoverished nation. Commerce and manufactures must be developed, literature and education encouraged, and Indian outbreaks quelled. With a love of country that was above party spirit, with a magnanimity that knew no self-aggrandizement, he led the States out of their difficulties. When his term of office expired, he would have retired gladly to Mount Vernon for life, but he could not be spared. Thomas Jefferson wrote him, "The confidence of the whole Union is centered in you. North and South will hang together, if they have you to hang on." Again he accepted the office of President. Affairs called more than ever for wisdom. He continually counseled mutual forbearances and temporizing yieldings on all sides. France, who had helped us so nobly, was passing through the horrors of the Revolution. The blood of kings and people were flowing. The French Republic, having sent M. Genet as her minister to the United States, he attempted to fit out privateers against Great Britain. Washington knew that America could not again be plunged into a war with England without probable self-destruction. Therefore he held to neutrality and demanded the recall of Genet. The people earnestly sympathized with France, and, but for the strong man at the head of the nation, would have been led into untold calamities. The country finally came to the verge of war with France, but when Napoleon overthrew the Directory and made himself first consul, he wisely made peace with the United States. Washington declined a third term in office, and sent his beautiful farewell address to Congress, containing the never-to-be-forgotten words, "Of all the dispositions and habits which led to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. Observe good faith and justice towards all nations. Cultivate peace and harmony with all." He now returned to Mount Vernon to enjoy the rest he had so long desired. 3 years later the great man lay dying, after a day's illness, from affection of the throat. From difficulty of breathing, his position was often changed. With his usual consideration for others, he said to his secretary, "I am afraid I fatigue you too much." "I feel I am going," he said to his physicians. "I thank you for your attentions, but I pray you to take no more trouble about me." The man who could face death on the battlefield had no fears in the quiet home by the Potomac. In the midst of his agony, he could remember to thank those who aided him, and regret that he was a source of care or anxiety. Great indeed is that soul which has learned that nothing in God's universe is a little thing. At 10 in the evening he gave a few directions about burial. "Do you understand me?" he asked. Upon being answered in the affirmative, he replied, "'Tis well," when he expired without a struggle, December 14, 1799. Mrs. Washington, who was seated at the foot of the bed, said, "'Tis well. All is now over. I shall soon follow him. I have no more trials to pass through." On December 18, 1799, the funeral procession took its way to the vault on the Mount Vernon estate. The general's horse, with his saddle and pistols, led by his groom in black, preceded the body of his dead master. A deep sorrow settled upon the nation. The British ships lowered their flags to half mast. The French draped their standards with crape. Martha Washington died 3 years later, May 22, 1802, and was buried beside her husband. In 1837, the caskets were enclosed in white marble coffins, now seen by visitors to Mount Vernon. In 1885, a grand marble monument, 555 feet high, was completed on the banks of the Potomac, at the Capitol, to the immortal Washington. Truly wrote Jefferson, "His integrity was most pure, his justice the most inflexible I have ever known. No motives of interest or consanguinity, of friendship or hatred, being able to bias his decision. He was indeed, in every sense of the word, a wise, a good, and a great man." The life of George Washington will ever be an example to young men. He had the earnest heart and manner, never trivial, which women love and men respect. He had the courage which the world honors, and the gentleness which made little children cling to him. He controlled an army and a nation, because he understood the secret of power, self-control. Well does Mr. Gladstone call him the purest figure in history, unselfish, fair, patient, heroic, true. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Franklin, Part 1. To say that his life is the most interesting, the most uniformly successful, yet lived by any American, is bold, but it is, nevertheless, strictly true. Thus writes John Bach McMaster in his Life of the Great Statesman. In the year 1706, January 6, in the small house of a tallow chandler and soap boiler on Milk Street, opposite the Old South Church, Boston, was born Benjamin Franklin. Already 14 children had come into the home of Josiah Franklin, the father, by his 2 wives, and now this youngest son was added to the struggling family circle. 2 daughters were born later. The home was a busy one, and a merry one withal. For the father, after a day's work, would sing to his large flock the songs he had learned in his boyhood in England, accompanying the words on his violin. From the mother, the daughter of Peter Folger of Nantucket, a learned and godly Englishman, Benjamin inherited an attractive face, and much of his hunger for books, which never lessened through his long and eventful life. At 8 years of age, he was placed in the Boston Latin School, and in less than a year rose to the head of his class. The father had hoped to educate the boy for the ministry, but probably money was lacking, for at 10 his school life was ended, and he was in his father's shop, filling candle molds and running on errands. For 2 years he worked there, but how he hated it! Not all labor, for he was always industrious, but soap and candle making were utterly distasteful to him. So strongly was he inclined to run away to sea, as an older brother had done, that his father obtained a situation for him with a maker of knives, and later he was apprenticed to his brother James as a printer. Now every spare moment was used in reading. The first book which he owned was Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, and after reading this over and over he sold it, and bought Burton's Historical Collections, 40 tiny books of travel, history, biography, and adventure. In his father's small library there was nothing very soul-stirring to be found. Defoe's Essays upon Projects, containing hints on banking, friendly societies for the relief of members, colleges for girls, and asylums for idiots, would not be very interesting to most boys of 12, but Benjamin read every essay, and, strange to say, carried out nearly every project in later life. Cotton Mather's Essays to Do Good, with several leaves torn out, was so eagerly read and so productive of good that Franklin wrote, when he was 80, that this volume gave me such a turn of thinking as to have an influence on my conduct through life, for I have always set a greater value on the character of a doer of good than on any other kind of reputation, and if I have been a useful citizen, the public owe the advantage of it to that book. As the boy rarely had any money to buy books, he would often borrow from the booksellers' clerks, and read in his little bedroom nearly all night, being obliged to return the books before the shop was opened in the morning. Finally, a Boston merchant, who came to the printing office, noticed the lad's thirst for knowledge, took him home to see his library, and loaned him some volumes. Blessings on those people who are willing to lend knowledge to help the world upward, despite the fact that book borrowers proverbially have short memories, and do not always take the most tender care of what they borrow. When Benjamin was 15, he wrote a few ballads, and his brother James sent him about the streets to sell them. This the father wisely checked by telling his son that poets usually are beggars, a statement not literally true, but sufficiently near the truth to produce a wholesome effect upon the young verse-maker. The boy now devised a novel way to earn money to buy books. He had read somewhere that vegetable food was sufficient for health, and persuaded James, who paid the board of his apprentice, that for half the amount paid he could board himself. Benjamin therefore attempted living on potatoes, hasty pudding, and rice, doing his own cooking, not the life most boys of 16 would choose. His dinner at the printing office usually consisted of a biscuit, a handful of raisins, and a glass of water. A meal quickly eaten, and then, oh precious thought, there was nearly a whole hour for books. He now read Locke on Human Understanding, and Xenophon's Memorable Things of Socrates. In this, as he said in later years, he learned one of the great secrets of success, never using, when I advanced anything that may possibly be disputed, the words certainty, undoubtedly, or any others that gave the air of positiveness to an opinion, but rather say, I conceive or apprehend a thing to be so and so. It appears to me, or I should think it so or so, for such and such reasons, or it is so if I am not mistaken. I wish well-meaning, sensible men would not lessen their power of doing good by a positive, assuming manner that seldom fails to disgust, tends to create opposition, and to defeat every one of those purposes for which speech was given to us, to wit, giving or receiving information or pleasure. To this habit I think it principally owing that I had early so much weight with my fellow citizens when I proposed new institutions or alterations in the old, and so much influence in public councils when I became a member. For I was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, and yet I generally carried my points. A most valuable lesson to be learned early in life. Coming across an odd volume of The Spectator, Benjamin was captivated by the style, and resolved to become master of the production, by rewriting the essays from memory, and increasing his fullness of expression by turning them into verse, and then back again into prose. James Franklin was now printing the 5th newspaper in America. It was intended to issue the first, Public Occurrences, monthly, or oftener, if any glut of occurrences happens. When the first number appeared, September 25, 1690, a very important occurrence happened, which was the immediate suspension of the paper for expressions concerning those in official position. The next newspaper, the Boston Newsletter, a weekly, was published April 24, 1704. The third was the Boston Gazette, which James was engaged to print, but, being disappointed, started one of his own, August 17, 1721, called the New England Courant. The American Weekly Mercury was printed in Philadelphia 6 months before the Courant. Benjamin's work was hard and constant. He not only set type, but distributed the paper to customers. Why, thought he, can I not write something for the new sheet? Accordingly, he prepared a manuscript, slipped it under the door of the office, and the next week saw it in print before his eyes. This was joy indeed, and he wrote again and again. The current at last gave offense by its plain speaking, and it ostensibly passed into Benjamin's hands to save his brother from punishment. The position, however, soon became irksome, for the passionate brother often beat Benjamin, till at last he determined to run away. As soon as this became known, James went to every office, told his side of the story, and thus prevented Benjamin from obtaining work. Not discouraged, the boy sold a portion of his precious books, said good-bye to his beloved Boston, and went out into the world to more poverty and struggle. 3 days after this he stood in New York, asking for work at the only printing office in the city, owned by William Bradford. Alas! There was no work to be had, and he was advised to go to Philadelphia, nearly 100 miles away, where Andrew Bradford, a son of the former, had established a paper. The boy could not have been very light-hearted as he started on the journey. After 30 hours by boat he reached Amboy, and then traveled 50 miles on foot across New Jersey. It rained hard all day, but he plodded on, tired and hungry, buying some gingerbread of a poor woman, and wishing that he had never left Boston. His money was fast disappearing. Finally he reached Philadelphia. "I was," he says in his Autobiography, "in my working dress, my best clothes being to come round by sea. I was dirty from my journey, my pockets were stuffed out with shirts and stockings, and I knew no soul nor where to look for lodging. I was fatigued with travelling, rowing, and want of rest. I was very hungry, and my whole stock of cash consisted of a Dutch dollar and about a shilling in copper. The latter I gave the people of the boat for my passage, who at first refused it, on account of my rowing, but I insisted on their taking it, a man being sometimes more generous when he has but a little money than when he has plenty, perhaps through fear of being thought to have but little. Then I walked up the street, gazing about, till near the market-house I met a boy with bread. I had made many a meal on bread, and, inquiring where he got it, I went immediately to the baker's he directed me to, in Second Street, and asked for biscuit, intending such as we had in Boston. But they, it seems, were not made in Philadelphia. Then I asked for a 3-penny loaf, and was told they had none such. So, not considering or knowing the difference of money, and the greater cheapness, nor the names of breads, I bade him give me 3 pennyworth of any sort. He gave me, accordingly, 3 great puffy rolls. I was surprised at the quantity, but took it, and having no room in my pockets, walked off with a roll under each arm, and eating the other. Thus I went up Market Street as far as 4th Street, passing by the door of Mr. Reed, my future wife's father, when she, standing at the door, saw me, and thought I made, as I certainly did, a most awkward, ridiculous figure. Then I turned and went down Chestnut Street and part of Walnut Street, eating my roll all the way, and, coming round, found myself again at Market Street wharf, near the boat I came in, to which I went for a draught of the river water, and, being filled with one of my rolls, gave the other 2 to a woman and her child that came down the river in the boat with us, and were waiting to go farther. After this, he joined some Quakers who were on their way to the meeting-house, which he too entered, and, tired and homeless, soon fell asleep. And this was the penniless, runaway lad who was eventually to stand before 5 kings, to become one of the greatest philosophers, scientists, and statesmen of his time, the admiration of Europe and the idol of America. Surely truth is stranger than fiction. The youth hastened to the office of Andrew Bradford, but there was no opening for him. However, Bradford kindly offered him a home till he could find work. This was obtained with Keimer, a printer, who happened to find lodging for the young man in the house of Mr. Reed. As the months went by, and the hopeful and earnest lad of 18 had visions of becoming a master printer, he confided to Mrs. Reed that he was in love with, and wished to marry, the pretty daughter who had first seen him as he walked up Market Street, eating his roll. Mr. Reed had died, and the prudent mother advised that these children, both under 19, should wait till the printer proved his ability to support a wife. And now a strange thing happened. Sir William Keith, governor of the province, who knew young Franklin's brother-in-law, offered to establish him in the printing business in Philadelphia, and, better still, to send him to England with a letter of credit with which to buy the necessary outfit. A mine of gold seemed to open before him. He made ready for the journey and set sail, disappointed, however, that the letter of credit did not come before he left. When he reached England, he ascertained that Sir William Keith was without credit, a vain man and devoid of principle. Franklin found himself alone in a strange country, doubly unhappy because he had used for himself and some impecunious friends $175, collected from a businessman. This he paid years afterward, ever considering the use of it one of the serious mistakes of his life. He and a boy companion found lodgings at 87 cents per week. Very inferior lodgings they must have been. There was, of course, no money to buy type, no money to take passage back to America. He wrote a letter to Miss Reed, telling her that he was not likely to return, dropped the correspondence, and found work in a printing office. After a year or two, a merchant offered him a position as clerk in America at $5 a week. He accepted, and after a 3 months' journey reached Philadelphia, the cords of love, he said, drawing him back. Alas! Deborah Reed, persuaded by her mother and other relatives, had married, but was far from happy. The merchant for whom Franklin had engaged to work soon died, and the printer was again looking for a situation, which he found with Keimer. He was now 21, and life had been anything but cheerful or encouraging. Still, he determined to keep his mind cheerful and active, and so organized a club of 11 young men, the Junto, composed mostly of mechanics. They came together once a month to discuss questions of morals, politics, and science. As most of these were unable to buy books, a book in those days often costing several dollars, Franklin conceived the idea of a subscription library, raised the funds, and became the librarian. Every day he set apart an hour or two for study, and for 20 years, in the midst of poverty and hard work, the habit was maintained. If Franklin himself did not know that such a young man would succeed, the world around him must have guessed it. Out of this collection of books, the mother of all the subscription libraries of this country, has grown a great library in the city of Philadelphia. Keimer proved a business failure, but kindness to a fellow workman, Meredith, a youth of intemperate habits, led Franklin to another open door. The father of Meredith, hoping to save his son, started the young men in business by loaning them $500. It was a modest beginning, in a building whose rent was about $120 a year. Their first job of printing brought them $1.25. As Meredith was seldom in a condition for labor, Franklin did most of the work, he having started a paper, the Pennsylvania Gazette. Some prophesied failure for the new firm, but one prominent man remarked, "The industry of that Franklin is superior to anything I ever saw of the kind. I see him still at work when I go home from the club, and he is at work again before his neighbors are out of bed." But starting in business had cost $500 more than the $500 loaned them. The young men were sued for debt, and ruin stared them in the face. Was Franklin discouraged? If so, at heart, he wisely kept a cheerful face and manner, knowing what poor policy it is to tell our troubles, and made all the friends he could. Several members of the Assembly, who came to have printing done, became fast friends of the intelligent and courteous printer. In this pecuniary distress, 2 men offered to loan the necessary funds, and $250 were gratefully accepted from each. These 2 persons Franklin remembered to his dying day. Meredith was finally bought out by his own wish, and Franklin combined with his printing a small stationer's shop, with ink, paper, and a few books. Often he wheeled his paper on a barrow along the streets. Who supposed then that he would some day be President of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Franklin was 24. Deborah Reed's husband had proved worthless, had run away from his creditors, and was said to have died in the West Indies. She was lonely and desolate, and Franklin rightly felt that he could brighten her heart. They were married September 1st, 1730, and for 40 years they lived a happy life. He wrote long afterward, "We are grown old together, and if she has any faults, I am so used to them that I don't perceive them." Beautiful testimony. He used to say to young married people in later years, "Treat your wife always with respect. It will procure respect to you, not only from her, but from all that observe it." The young wife attended the little shop, folded newspapers, and made Franklin's home a resting place from toil. He says, "Our table was plain and simple, our furniture of the cheapest. My breakfast was, for a long time, bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny earthen porringer, with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxury will enter families, and make a progress in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl, with a spoon of silver. They had been bought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make, but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. The years went by swiftly, with their hard work and slow but sure accumulation of property. At 27, having read much and written considerable, he determined to bring out an almanac, after the fashion of the day, for conveying instruction among the common people, who bought scarcely any other book. Poor Richard appeared in December, 1732, price 10 cents. It was full of wit and wisdom gathered from every source. 3 editions were sold in a month. The average annual sale for 25 years was 10,000 copies. Who can ever forget the maxims which have become a part of our everyday speech? Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. He that hath a trade hath an estate. 1 today is worth 2 tomorrows. Never leave that till tomorrow which you can do today. Employ thy time well if thou meanest to gain leisure, and since thou art not sure of a minute, throw not away an hour. 3 removes are as bad as a fire. What maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. Many a little makes a mickle. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some, for he that goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing. Rather go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other. An interesting story is told concerning the proverb, "If you would have your business done, go; if not, send." John Paul Jones, one of the bravest men in the Revolutionary War, had become the terror of Britain by the great number of vessels he had captured. In one cruise he is said to have taken 16 prizes, burned 8, and sent home 8. With the Ranger on the coast of Scotland he captured the Drake, a large sloop of war, and 200 prisoners. At one time Captain Jones waited for many months for a vessel which had been promised him. Eager for action, he chanced to see Poor Richard's almanac, and read, "If you would have your business done, go; if not, send." He went at once to Paris, sought the ministers, and was given command of a vessel, which, in honor of Franklin, he called Bonhomme Richard. The battle between this ship and the Serapis, when, for 3 hours and a half, they were lashed together by Jones's own hand, and fought one of the most terrific naval battles ever seen, is well known to all who read history. The Bonhomme Richard sunk after her victory, while her captain received a gold medal from Congress and an appreciative letter from General Washington. So bravely did Captain Pearson, the opponent, fight, that the King of England made him a knight. "He deserved it," said Jones, "and, should I have the good fortune to fall in with him again, I will make a lord of him." No wonder that Franklin's proverbs were copied all over the continent and translated into French, German, Spanish, Italian, Russian, Bohemian, Greek, and Portuguese. In all these very busy years, Franklin did not forget to study. When he was 27, he began French, then Italian, then Spanish, and then to review the Latin of his boyhood. He learned also to play on the harp, guitar, violin, and violoncello. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2, A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Franklin, Part 2. Into the home of the printer had come 2 sons, William and Francis. The second was an uncommonly beautiful child, the idol of his father. Smallpox was raging in the city, but Franklin could not bear to put his precious one in the slightest peril by inoculation. The dread disease came into the home, and Francis Folger, named for his grandmother, at the age of 4 years, went suddenly out of it. "I long regretted him bitterly," Franklin wrote years afterwards to his sister Jane. "My grandson often brings afresh to my mind the idea of my son Frankie, though now dead 36 years, whom I have seldom since seen equalled in every respect, and whom to this day I cannot think of without a sigh." On a little stone in Christ Church burying ground, Philadelphia, are the boy's name and age, with the words, "The delight of all that knew him." This same year, when Franklin was 30, he was chosen clerk of the General Assembly, his first promotion. If, as Disraeli said, the secret of success in life is for a man to be ready for his opportunity when it comes, Franklin had prepared himself, by study, for his opportunity. The year later, he was made deputy postmaster, and soon became especially helpful in city affairs. He obtained better watch or police regulations, organized the first fire company, and invented the Franklin stove, which was used far and wide. At 37, so interested was he in education that he set on foot a subscription for an academy which resulted in the noble University of Pennsylvania, of which Franklin was a trustee for over 40 years. The following year his only daughter Sarah was born, who helped to fill the vacant chair of the lovely boy. The father, Josiah, now died at 87, already proud of his son Benjamin, for whom in his poverty he had done the best he could. About this time the Leyden jar was discovered in Europe by Musternbroek, and became the talk of the scientific world. Franklin, always eager for knowledge, began to study electricity with all the books at his command. Dr. Spence, a gentleman from Great Britain, having come to America to lecture on the subject, Franklin bought all his instruments. So much did he desire to give his entire time to this fascinating subject that he sold his printing house, paper, and almanac for $90,000 and retired from business. This at 42, and at 15 selling ballads about the streets. Industry, temperance, and economy had paid good wages. He used to say that these virtues, with sincerity and justice, had won for him the confidence of his country. And yet Franklin, with all his saving, was generous. The great preacher Whitefield came to Philadelphia to obtain money for an orphan house in Georgia. Franklin thought the scheme unwise, and silently resolved not to give when the collection should be taken. Then, as his heart warmed under the preaching, he concluded to give the copper coins in his pocket, then all the silver, several dollars, and finally all his 5 gold pistoles, so that he emptied his pocket into the collector's plate. Franklin now constructed electrical batteries, introduced the terms positive and negative electricity, and published articles on the subject, which his friend in London, Peter Collinson, laid before the Royal Society. When he declared his belief that lightning and electricity were identical, and gave his reasons, and that points would draw off electricity, and therefore lightning rods be of benefit, learned people ridiculed the ideas. Still, his pamphlets were eagerly read, and Count de Buffon had them translated into French. They soon appeared in German, Latin, and Italian. Louis XV was so deeply interested that he ordered all Franklin's experiments to be performed in his presence, and caused a letter to be written to the Royal Society of London, expressing his admiration of Franklin's learning and skill. Strange, indeed, that such a scientist should arise in the New World, be a man self-taught, and one so busy in public life. In 1752, when he was 46, he determined to test for himself whether lightning and electricity were one. He made a kite from a large silk handkerchief, attached a hempen cord to it, with a silk string in his hand, and, with his son, hastened to an old shed in the fields, as the thunderstorm approached. As the kite flew upward, and a cloud passed over, there was no manifestation of electricity. When he was almost despairing, lo! the fibers of the cord began to loosen. Then he applied his knuckle to a key on the cord, and a strong spark passed. How his heart must have throbbed as he realized his immortal discovery! A Leyden jar was charged, and Franklin went home from the old shed to be made a member of the Royal Society of London, to receive the Copley Gold Medal, degrees from Harvard and Yale colleges, and honors from all parts of the world. Ah! if Josiah Franklin could have lived to see his son come to such renown! And Abiah, his mother, had been dead just a month. But she knew he was coming into greatness, for she wrote him near the last, "I am glad to hear you are so well respected in your town for them to choose you an alderman, although I don't know what it means, or what the better you will be of it besides the honor of it. I hope you will look up to God, and thank him for all his good providences towards you." Sweetest of all things is the motherhood that never lets go the hand of the child, and always points Godward. Lightning rods became the fashion, though there was great opposition, because many believed that lightning was one of the means of punishing the sins of mankind, and it was wrong to attempt to prevent the Almighty from doing his will. Some learned men urged that a ball instead of a point be used at the end of the rod, and George III insisted that the president of the Royal Society should favor balls. "But, sire," said Sir John Pringle, I cannot reverse the laws and operations of nature." "Then, Sir John, you had perhaps better resign," was the reply, and the obstinate monarch put knobs on his conductors. Through all the scientific discord, Franklin had the rare good sense to remain quiet, instead of rushing into print. He said, "I have never entered into any controversy in defense of my philosophical opinions. I leave them to take their chance in the world. If they are right, truth and experience will support them. If wrong, they ought to be refuted and rejected. Disputes are apt to sour one's temper and disturb one's quiet." Franklin was not long permitted to enjoy his life of study. This same year, 1752, he was elected a member of the Pennsylvania Assembly, and reelected every year for 10 years, without, as he says, ever asking any elector for his vote or signifying, either directly or indirectly, any desire of being chosen. He was also, with Mr. William Hunter of Virginia, appointed Postmaster General for the colonies, having been the postmaster in Philadelphia for nearly 16 years. So excellent was his judgment, and so conciliatory his manner, that he rarely made enemies, and accomplished much for his constituents. He cut down the rates of postage, advertised unclaimed letters, and showed his rare executive ability and tireless energy. For many years the French and English had been quarreling over their claims in the New World, till finally the French and Indian War, or 7 Years' War, as it was named in Europe, began. Delegates from the various colonies were sent to Albany to confer with the chiefs of the Six Nations about the defense of the country. Naturally, Franklin was one of the delegates. Before starting, he drew up a plan of union for the struggling Americans, and printed it in the Gazette, with the now well-known woodcut at the bottom, a snake cut into as many pieces as there were colonies, each piece having upon it the first letter of the name of a colony, and underneath the words, "Join or die." He presented his plan of union to the delegates, who, after a long debate, unanimously adopted it, but it was rejected by some of the colonies because they thought it gave too much power to England, and the king rejected it because he said, "The Americans are trying to make a government of their own." Franklin joined earnestly in the war, and commanded the forces of his own state, but was soon sent abroad by Pennsylvania, as her agent to bring some troublesome matters before royalty. He reached London, July 27, 1757, with his son William, no longer the friendless lad looking for a position in a printing house, but the noted scientist and representative of a rising nation. Members of the Royal Society hastened to congratulate him. The universities at Oxford and Edinburgh conferred degrees upon him. While he attended to matters of business in connection with his mission, he entertained his friends with his brilliant electrical experiments, and wrote for several magazines on politics and science. After 5 years of successful labor, Dr. Franklin went back to Philadelphia to receive the public thanks of the Assembly, and a gift of $15,000 for his services. His son was also appointed governor of New Jersey by the Crown. Franklin was now 57, and had earned rest and the enjoyment of his honors, but he was to find little rest in the next 25 years. The 7 Years' War had been terminated by the Treaty of Paris, February 10, 1763. Of course, great expenses had been incurred. The following year, Mr. Grenville, Prime Minister of England, proposed that a portion of the enormous debt be paid by America through the Stamp Act. The colonies had submitted already to much taxation without any representation in Parliament, and had many grievances. The manufacture of iron and steel had been forbidden. Heavy duties had been laid upon rum, sugar, and molasses, and constables had been authorized to search any place suspected of avoiding the duties. When the Stamp Act was suggested, the colonies, already heavily in debt by the war, remonstrated in public meetings, and sent their protests to the king. Franklin, having been reappointed agent for Pennsylvania, used all possible effort to prevent its passage, but to no avail. The bill passed in March, 1765. By this act, deeds and conveyances were taxed from 37 cents to $1.25 apiece, college degrees $10, advertisements 50 cents each, and other printed matter in proportion. At once the American heart rebelled. Bells were tolled, and flags hung at half-mast. In New York, the Stamp Act was carried about the streets with a placard, "The folly of England and the ruin of America." The people resolved to wear no cloth of English manufacture. Agents appointed to collect the hated tax were in peril of their lives. Patrick Henry, electrified his country by the well-known words, "Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I had his Cromwell, and George III," and when the Loyalists shouted "treason," he continued, "may profit by their example. If that be treason, make the most of it." Grenville saw, too late, the storm he had aroused. Franklin was now, as he wrote to a friend, extremely busy, attending members of both houses, informing, explaining, consulting, disputing, in a continual hurry from morning till night. His examination before the House of Commons filled England with amazement and America with joy. When asked, if the Stamp Act should be repealed, would it induce the assemblies of America to acknowledge the rights of Parliament to tax them, and would they erase their resolutions? He replied, "No, never." What used to be the pride of the Americans? To indulge in the fashions and manufactures of Great Britain. What is now their pride? To wear their old clothes over again, till they can make new ones, said the fearless Franklin. The great commoners William Pitt and Edmund Burke were our staunch friends. A cry of distress went up from the manufacturers of England, who needed American markets for their goods, and in 1766 the Stamp Act was repealed. America was overjoyed, but her joy was of short duration, for in the very next year a duty was placed on glass, tea, and other articles. Then riots ensued. The duty was repealed on all save tea. When the tea arrived in Boston harbor, the indignant citizens threw 340 chests overboard. In Charlestown, the people stored it in cellars till it mildewed, and from New York and Philadelphia they sent it home again to Old England. In 1774, the Boston Port Bill, which declared that no merchandise should be landed or shipped at the wharfs of Boston, was received by the colonists with public mourning. September 5th of this year, the First Continental Congress met at Philadelphia, and again a manly protest was sent to George III. Again the great Pitt, Earl of Chatham, poured out his eloquence against what he saw was close at hand, a most accursed, wicked, barbarous, cruel, unjust, and diabolical war. But George III was immovable. The days for Franklin were now bitter in the extreme. 10,000 more troops had been sent to General Gage in Boston to compel obedience. Franklin's wife was dying in Philadelphia, longing to see her husband, who had now been absent 10 years, each year expecting to return, and each year detained by the necessities of the colonies. At last he started homeward, landing May 5, 1775. His daughter had been happily married to Mr. Richard Bach, a merchant, but his wife was dead, and buried beside Franky. The battles of Lexington and Concord had been fought, the war for freedom was indeed begun. Franklin was now almost 70, but ready for the great work before him. He loved peace. He said, "All wars are follies, very expensive and very mischievous ones. When will mankind be convinced of this, and agree to settle their differences by arbitration? Were they to do it, even by the cast of a die, it would be better than by fighting and destroying each other." But now war was inevitable. With the eagerness of a boy he wrote to Edmund Burke, "General Gage's troops made a most vigorous retreat, 20 miles in 3 hours, scarce to be paralleled in history. The feeble Americans, who pelted them all the way, could scarce keep up with them." He was at once made a member of the Continental Congress, called to meet May 10th at Philadelphia. George Washington and Patrick Henry, John and Samuel Adams, were in the noted assemblage. They came with brave hearts and an earnest purpose. Franklin served upon 10 committees: to engrave and print Continental money, to negotiate with the Indians, to send another but useless petition to George III, to find out the source of saltpeter, and other matters. He was made Postmaster General of the United States, and was also full of work for Pennsylvania. England had voted $1 million to conquer the colonies, and had hired nearly 20,000 Hessians to fight against them, besides her own skilled troops. The army under Washington had no proper shelter, little food, little money, and no winter clothing. Franklin was Washington's friend and helper in these early days of discouragement. At first, the people had hoped to keep united to the mother country. Now the time had arrived for the Declaration of Independence, by which America was to become a great nation. Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, and Robert R. Livingston of New York were appointed to draw up the document. Jefferson wrote the Declaration, and Franklin and Adams made a few verbal changes, and then, with the feeling so well expressed by Franklin, We must hang together, or else, most assuredly, we shall all hang separately, the delegates fearlessly signed their names to what Daniel Webster well called the title deed of our liberties. And now another important work devolved upon Franklin. The colonies believed that the French were friendly and would assist. He was unanimously chosen commissioner to France, to represent and plead the cause of his country. Again the white-haired statesman said goodbye to America and sailed to Europe. As soon as he arrived, he was welcomed with all possible honor. The learned called upon him, his pictures were hung in the shop windows, and his bust placed in the royal library. When he appeared on the street, a crowd gathered about the great American. He was applauded in every public resort. Franklin's reputation, said John Adams, was more universal than that of Leibnitz or Newton, Frederick or Voltaire, and his character more beloved and esteemed than any or all of them. His name was familiar to government and people, to kings, courtiers, nobility, clergy, and philosophers, as well as plebeians, to such a degree that there was scarcely a peasant or a citizen, a valet de chambre, coachman or footman, a lady's chambermaid, or a scullion in the kitchen, who was not familiar with it, and who did not consider him a friend to humankind. When they spoke of him, they seemed to think he was to restore the golden age. Royalty made him welcome at court, and Marie Antoinette treated him with the graciousness which had at first won the hearts of the French to the beautiful Austrian. France made a treaty of alliance with America, and recognized her independence, February 6, 1778, which gave joy and hope to the struggling colonies. Franklin was now made minister plenipotentiary. What a change from the hated work of molding tallow candles! The great need of the colonies was money to carry on the war, and, pressed as was France in the days preceding her own revolution, when M. Necker was continually opposing the grants, she loaned our country, part of it a gift, over $5,000,000, says James Parton in his admirable Life of Franklin. For this reason, as well as for the noblemen like Lafayette who came to our aid, the interests of France should always be dear to America. When the Revolutionary War was over, Franklin helped negotiate the peace, and returned to America at his own request in the fall of 1785, receiving among his farewell presents a portrait of Louis XVI, set with 408 diamonds. Thomas Jefferson became minister in his stead. When asked if he had replaced Dr. Franklin, he replied, "I succeed. No one can ever replace him." He was now 79 years old. He had been absent for 9 years. When he landed, cannon were fired, church bells rung, and crowds greeted him with shouts of welcome. He was at once made President of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and at 81 a delegate to the convention that framed our Constitution, where he sat regularly 5 hours a day for 4 months. To him is due the happy suggestion, after a heated discussion, of equal representation for every State in the Senate, and representation in proportion to population in the House. At 84, in reply to a letter to Washington, he received these tender words: "If to be venerated for benevolence, if to be admired for talents, if to be esteemed for patriotism, if to be beloved for philanthropy, can gratify the human mind, you must have the pleasing consolation to know that you have not lived in vain. And I flatter myself that it will not be ranked among the least grateful occurrences of your life to be assured that, so long as I retain my memory, you will be recollected with respect, veneration, and affection by your sincere friend, George Washington." The time for the final farewell came, April 17, 1790, near midnight, when the gentle and great statesman, doubly great because so gentle, slept quietly in death. 20,000 persons gathered to do honor to the celebrated dead. Not only in this country was there universal mourning, but across the ocean as well. The National Assembly of France paid its highest eulogies. By his own request, Franklin was buried beside his wife and Franklin, under a plain marble slab, in Christ Church Cemetery, Philadelphia, with the words, "Benjamin and Deborah Franklin, 1790." He was opposed to ostentation. He used to quote the words of Cotton Mather to him when he was a boy. On leaving the minister's house, he hit his head against a beam. "Stoop," said Mather, "you are young, and have the world before you. Stoop as you go through it, and you will miss many hard thumps." This advice, thus beat into my head, has frequently been of use to me, and I often think of it when I see pride mortified, and misfortunes brought upon people by their carrying their heads too high. Tolerant with all religions, sweet-tempered, With remarkable tact and genuine kindness, honest, and above jealousy, he adopted this as his rule, which we may well follow: to go straight forward in doing what appears to me to be right, leave the consequences to Providence. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thomas Jefferson, Part 1. 5 miles east of Charlottesville, Virginia, near where the river Ravenna enters the James, Thomas Jefferson was born, April 13, 1743, the third in a family of 8 children. Peter Jefferson, his father, descended from a Welsh ancestry, was a self-made man. The son of a farmer, with little chance for schooling, he improved upon every opportunity to read, became, like George Washington, a surveyor, and endured cheerfully all the perils of that pioneer life. Often, in making his survey across the Blue Ridge Mountains, he was obliged to defend himself against the attacks of wild beasts, and to sleep in hollow trees. When the provisions gave out, and his companions fell fainting beside him, he subsisted on raw flesh, and stayed on until his work was completed. So strong was he physically that when 2 hogsheads of tobacco, each weighing 1,000 pounds, were lying on their sides, he could raise them both upright at once. Besides his great strength of body, he developed great strength of mind. Shakespeare and Addison were his favorites. It was not strange that by and by he became a member of the Virginia House of Burgesses. When Peter Jefferson was 31, he married into a family much above his own socially, Jane, the daughter of Isham Randolph, a rich and cultured gentleman. She was but 19, of a most cheerful and hopeful temperament, with a passionate love of nature in every flower and tree. From these two the boy Thomas inherited the 2 elements that make a man's character beautiful, not less than a woman's: strength and sweetness. With his mother's nature he found delight in every varying cloud, every rich sunset or sunrise, and in that ever new and ever wonderful change from new moon to full, and from full to new again. How tender and responsive such a soul becomes, when it warms toward human nature from its love for the material world. When Thomas was 5 years old, he was sent to a school where English only was taught. The hours of confinement doubtless seemed long to a child used to wander at will over the fields, for one day, becoming impatient for school to be dismissed, he went out of doors, knelt behind the house, and repeated the Lord's Prayer, thus hoping to expedite matters. At 9 he entered the family of Rev. William Douglas, a Scotch clergyman, where he learned Greek, Latin, and French. So fond did he become of the classics that he said, years later, if he were obliged to decide between the pleasure derived from them and the estate left him by his father, he would have greatly preferred poverty and education. All these early years at Shadwell, the Jefferson home, so named after his mother's home in England where she was born, Thomas had an especially dear companion in his oldest sister, Jane. Her mind was like his own, quick and comprehensive, and her especial delight, like his, was in music. 3 things, he said, became a passion with him: mathematics, music, and architecture. Jane had a charming voice, and her brother became a skilled performer on the violin, often practising 3 hours a day in his busy student life. Peter Jefferson, the strong, athletic assemblyman, died suddenly when Thomas was but 14, urging, as his dying request, that this boy be well educated. There was but one other son, and he an infant. The sweet-tempered Mrs. Jefferson, under 40, was left with 8 children to care for, but she kept her sunny, hopeful heart. When Thomas was a little more than 16, he entered the college of William and Mary at Williamsburg. He was a somewhat shy, tall, slight boy, eager for information and warm-hearted. It was not surprising that he made friends with those superior to himself in mental acquirements. He says in his memoirs, "It was my great good fortune, and what, perhaps, fixed the destinies of my life, that Dr. William Small of Scotland was the professor of mathematics, a man profound in most of the useful branches of science, with a happy talent of communication, correct and gentlemanly manners, and an enlarged and liberal mind. He, most happily for me, became soon attached to me, and made me his daily companion when not engaged in the school, and from his conversation I got my first views of the expansion of science and of the system of things in which we are placed. Fortunately, the philosophical chair became vacant soon after my arrival at college, and he was appointed to fill it per interim, and he was the first who ever gave in that college regular lectures in ethics, rhetoric, and belles lettres. He returned to Europe in 1762, having previously filled up the measure of his goodness to me by procuring for me, from his most intimate friend, George Wythe, a reception as a student of law under his direction, and introduced me to the acquaintance and familiar table of Governor Farquhar, the ablest man who had ever filled that office. The governor, though an accomplished scholar and great patron of learning, was very fond of card playing, and of betting in the play. In this direction his influence became most pernicious to Virginia. Strangely enough, young Jefferson never knew one card from another, and never allowed them to be played in his house. He devoted himself untiringly to his books. He worked 15 hours a day, allowing himself only time to run out of town for a mile in the twilight, before lighting the candles as necessary exercise. Though, from the high social position of his mother, he had many acquaintances at Williamsburg, Thomas went little in society, save to dine with the prominent men above mentioned. These were a constant stimulant to him. A great man, or the written life of a great man, becomes the maker of other great men. The boy had learned early in life one secret of success, to ally oneself to superior men and women. Years afterward he wrote to his eldest grandson, "I had the good fortune to become acquainted very early with some characters of very high standing, and to feel the incessant wish that I could ever become what they were. Under temptations and difficulties I would ask myself, what would Dr. Small, Mr. Wythe, Peyton Randolph do in this situation? What course in it will assure me their approbation? I am certain that this mode of deciding on my conduct tended more to correctness than any reasoning powers I possessed. Knowing the even and dignified lives they pursued, I could never doubt for a moment which of two courses would be in character for them. From the circumstances of my position, I was often thrown into the society of horse racers, card players, fox hunters, scientific and professional men, and of dignified men. And many a time have I asked myself in the enthusiastic moment of the death of a fox, the victory of a favorite horse, the issue of a question eloquently argued at the bar or in the great council of the nation, well, which of these kinds of reputation should I prefer, that of a horse jockey, a fox hunter, an orator, or the honest advocate of my country's rights?" The very fact that Jefferson thus early in life valued character and patriotism above everything else was a sure indication of a grand and successful manhood. We usually build for ourselves the kind of house we start to build in early years. If it is an abode of pleasure, we live in the satiety and littleness of soul which such a life brings. If it is an abode of worship of all that is pure and exalted, we walk among high ideals, with the angels for ministering spirits, and become a blessing to ourselves and to mankind. In these college days, Jefferson became acquainted with the fun-loving, brilliant Patrick Henry, forming a friendship that became of great value to both. After 2 years in college, where he had obtained a fair knowledge of French, Spanish, and Italian, besides his Latin and Greek, he went home to spend the winter in reading law. But other thoughts continually mingled with Coke. On every page he read the name of a beautiful girl of whom he had become very fond. She had given him a watch paper, which having become spoiled accidentally, the law student wrote to his friend John Page, afterward governor of Virginia, "I would fain ask the favor of Miss Becca Burwell to give me another watch paper of her own cutting, which I should esteem much more, though it were a plain round one, than the nicest in the world, cut by other hands." He asked advice of Page as to whether he had better go to her home and tell her what was in his heart. "Inclination tells me to go, receive my sentence, and be no longer in suspense. But reason says, if you go and your attempt proves unsuccessful, you will be 10 times more wretched than ever." He battled with Coke all winter and all the next summer. A young man in love who can thus bend himself to his work shows a strong will. Going to Williamsburg in October to attend the general court, and to meet and ask Miss Burwell for her heart and hand. Alas, he found her engaged to another. Possibly he was 10 times more wretched than ever, but it was wise to know the worst. A young man of 21 usually makes the best of an unfortunate matter, remembering that life is all before him, and he must expect difficulties. The following year, a sister married one of his dearest friends, Dabney Carr, and the same year, 1765, his pet sister, Jane, died. To the end of his life he never forgot this sorrow, and even in his extreme old age said that often in church some sacred air which her sweet voice had made familiar to him in youth recalled to him sweet visions of this sister whom he had loved so well and buried so young. After 5 years spent in law studies, rising at 5, even in winter, for his work, he began to practice, with remarkable success. He was not a gifted speaker, but having been a close student, his knowledge was highly valued. Years afterward, an old gentleman who knew Jefferson, when asked what was his power in the courtroom, answered, "He always took the right side." Parton says in his valuable life on Jefferson, "He had most of the requisites of a great lawyer, industry so quiet, methodical, and sustained that it amounted to a gift; learning, multifarious and exact; skill and rapidity in handling books; the instinct of research, that leads him who has it to the fact he wants, as surely as the hound scents the game; a serenity of temper, which neither the inaptitude of witnesses nor the badgering of counsel could ever disturb; a habit of getting everything upon paper in such a way that all his stores of knowledge could be marshaled and brought into action; a ready sympathy with a client's mind; an intuitive sense of what is due to the opinions, prejudices, and errors of others; a knowledge of the few avenues by which alone unwelcome truth can find access to a human mind; and the power to state a case with the clearness and brevity that often make argument superfluous. In 1768, when he was only 25 years old, he offered himself as a candidate for the Virginia Legislature, and was elected. He entered upon his public life, which lasted for 40 years, with the resolution never to engage while in public office in any kind of enterprise for the improvement of my fortune, and he kept his resolution. 2 years after he began to practice law, the house at Shadwell was burned. He was absent from home and greatly concerned about his library. When a colored man came to tell him of his loss, Jefferson inquired eagerly for his books. "Oh," replied the servant carelessly, "they were all burnt, but we saved your fiddle." A new house was now begun, 2 miles from the Shadwell home, on a hill 580 feet high, which he called afterwards Monticello, the Italian for Little Mountain. This had long been a favorite retreat for Jefferson. He and Dabney Carr had come here day after day in the summer time, and made for themselves a rustic seat under a great oak, where they had read law together, and planned the rose-colored plans of youth. Sweet indeed is it that we have such plans in early years. Those get most out of life who live much in the ideal, who see roses along every pathway, and hear nature's music in every terrific storm. Jefferson was building the Monticello home with bright visions for its future. Another face had come into his heart, this time to remain forever. It was a beautiful face, a woman, with a slight, delicate form, a mind remarkably trained for the times, and a soul devoted to music. She had been married, and was a widow at 19. Her father was a wealthy lawyer; her own portion was about 40,000 acres of land and 135 slaves. Although Jefferson had less land, his annual income was about $5,000 from this and his profession. Martha Skelton was now 23, and Jefferson nearly 29. So attractive a woman had many suitors. The story is told that 2 interested gentlemen came one evening to her father's house, with the purpose of having their future definitely settled. When they arrived, they heard singing in the drawing room. They listened, and the voices were unmistakably those of Jefferson and Martha Skelton. Making up their minds that their future was definitely settled, as far as she was concerned, they took their hats and withdrew. Jefferson was married to the lady January 1, 1772, and after the wedding started for Monticello. The snow had fallen lightly, but soon became so deep that they were obliged to quit the carriage and proceed on horseback. Arriving late at night, the fires were out and the servants in bed, but love keeps hearts warm, and darkness and cold were forgotten in the satisfaction of having won each other. This satisfaction was never clouded. For years the home life deepened with its joys and sorrows. A little girl, Martha, was first born into the home, then Jane, who died when 18 months old, and then an only son, who died in 17 days. Monticello took on new beauty. Trees were set out and flower beds planted. The man who so loved nature made this a restful and beautiful place for his little group. The year after Jefferson's marriage, Dabney Carr, the brilliant young member of the Virginia Assembly, a favorite in every household, eloquent and lovable, died in his 30th year. His wife, for a time, lost her reason in consequence. Carr was buried at Shadwell, as Jefferson was away from home, but upon his return the boyish promise was kept, and the friend was interred under the old oak at Monticello with these words on the stone, written by Jefferson: "To his virtue, good sense, learning, and friendship, this stone is dedicated by Thomas Jefferson, who, of all men living, loved him most." At once Mrs. Carr, with her 6 little children, came to Jefferson's home, and lived there ever after, he educating the 3 sons and 3 daughters of his widowed sister as though they were his own. Thus true and tender was he to those whom he loved. For some years past, Jefferson had been developing under that British teaching which led America to freedom. When a student of law, he had listened to Patrick Henry's immortal speech in the debate on the Stamp Act. "I attended the debate," said Jefferson in his memoir, "and heard the splendid display of Mr. Henry's talents as a popular orator. They were indeed great, such as I have never heard from any other man. He appeared to me to speak as Homer wrote. I never heard anything that deserved to be called by the same name with what flowed from him, and where he got that torrent of language from is inconceivable. I have frequently shut my eyes while he spoke, and when he was done, asked myself what he had said, without being able to recollect a word of it. He was no logician. He was truly a great man, however, one of enlarged views." The whole country had become aflame over the burning of the Gaspee, in March, 1772. A royal schooner anchored at Providence, Rhode Island. The schooner came there to watch the commerce of the colonies, and to search vessels. She made herself generally obnoxious. Having run aground in her chase of an American packet, a few Rhode Islanders determined to visit her and burn her. The little company set out in 8 boats, muffled their oars, reaching her after midnight. The Gaspee was taken unawares, the hands of the crews tied behind them, and the vessel burned. At once a reward of $5,000 was offered for the detection of any person concerned, but, though everybody knew, nobody would tell. Word came from England that the persons concerned in the burning of the Gaspee schooner and in the other violences which attended that daring assault should be brought to England to be tried. This fired the hearts of the colonists. The Virginia House of Burgesses appointed a committee to correspond with other legislatures on topics which concerned the common welfare. The royal governor of Virginia had no liking for such free thought and free speech as this, and dissolved the House, which at once repaired to a tavern and continued its deliberations. Soon a convention was called, before which Jefferson's Summary View of the Rights of British America was laid. It was worded as a skilful lawyer and polished writer knew how to word it, and it stated the case so plainly that, when it was published and sent to Great Britain, Jefferson, to use his own words, had the honor of having his name inserted in a long list of proscription enrolled in a bill of attainder commenced in one of the Houses of Parliament, but suppressed by the hasty step of events. Remoteness from England doubtless saved his life. Jefferson went up to the Continental Congress at Philadelphia, which opened May 10, 1775, taking his Summary View with him. The delegates were waiting to see what Virginia had to say in these important days. She had instructed her men to offer a resolution that the United Colonies be free and independent states, which was done by Richard Henry Lee on June 7th. 4 days later, Congress appointed a committee of 5 to prepare a Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson, only 32, one of the youngest members of Congress, was made chairman. How well he had become fitted to write this immortal document! It was but a condensation of the Summary View. He was also, says John T. Morse in his Life of Jefferson, a man without an enemy. His abstinence from any active share in debate had saved him from giving irritation. The Declaration still exists in Jefferson's clear handwriting. For 3 days the paper was hotly debated, John Adams being the colossus of the debate. Jefferson did not speak a word, though Franklin cheered him as he saw him writhing under the acrimonious criticism of some of its parts. When it was adopted, the country was wild with joy. It was publicly read from a platform in Independence Square. Military companies gathered to listen to its words, fired salutes, and lighted bonfires in the evenings. The step, dreaded, yet for years longed for, had been taken: separation and freedom, or union and slavery. Jefferson came to that Congress an educated, true-hearted lover of his country. He went back to Martha Jefferson, famous as long as America shall endure. He was re-elected to Congress, but declined to serve, as he wished to do important work in his own state, in the changing of her laws. But now, October 8, 1776, came a most tempting offer, that of joint commissioner with Benjamin Franklin and Silas Deane to represent America at the court of France. He had always longed for European travel. He was a fine French scholar, and could make himself most useful to his new country. But his wife was too frail to undertake the long journey. She was more to him than the French mission, and he stayed at home. Born with a belief in human brotherhood and a love for human freedom, he turned his attention in the Virginia legislature to the repeals of the laws of entail and primogeniture, derived from England. He believed the repeal of these, and the adoption of his bill for establishing religious freedom, would, as he said, form a system by which every fiber would be eradicated of ancient or future aristocracy. The repeal of the laws of entail would prevent the accumulation and perpetuation of wealth in select families. The abolition of primogeniture and equal partition of inheritances removed the feudal and unnatural distinctions which made one member of every family rich and all the rest poor. The restoration of the rights of conscience relieved the people from taxation for the support of a religion not theirs. There was much persecution of dissenters by the established church. Baptists were often thrown into prison for preaching, as Patrick Henry declared, the gospel of the Savior to Adam's fallen race. For 9 years the matter of freedom of conscience was wrestled with, before Virginia could concede to her people the right to worship God as they pleased. Jefferson was averse to slavery, worked for the colonization of the slaves, and in 1778 carried through a bill against their further importation. He wrote later, in his Notes on Virginia, "The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means only, a revolution of the wheel of fortune, an exchange of situations, is among possible events, that it may become probable by supernatural interference. The Almighty has no attribute which can take side with us in such a contest." When his state could not bring itself to adopt his plan of freeing the slaves, he wrote in his Autobiography in 1821, "The day is not distant when it must bear and adopt it, or worse will follow. Nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate than that these people are to be free." How great indeed was the man who could look beyond his own personal interests for the well-being of the race! He worked earnestly for common schools and the establishment of a university in his native state, believing that it is the right and duty of a nation to make its people intelligent and capable of self-government. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thomas Jefferson, Part 2. In June, 1779, Jefferson was made governor of Virginia to succeed Patrick Henry, her first governor. The Revolutionary War had been going forward, with some victories and some defeats. Virginia had given generously of men, money, and provisions. The war was being transferred to the South as its battleground. British fleets had laid waste the Atlantic coast. Benedict Arnold and Cornwallis had ravaged Virginia. When General Tarleton was ordered to Charlottesville in 1781, and it seemed probable that Monticello would fall into his hands, Jefferson moved his family to a place of safety. When the British arrived, and found that the governor was not to be captured, they retired without committing the slightest injury to the place. This was in return for kindness shown by Jefferson to 4,000 English prisoners, who had been sent from near New York to be in camp at Charlottesville, where it seemed cheaper to provide for them. Jefferson rightly said, "It is for the benefit of mankind to mitigate the horrors of war as much as possible. The practice, therefore, of modern nations of treating captive enemies with politeness and generosity is not only delightful in contemplation, but really interesting to all the world, friends, foes, and neutrals. Two faithful servants at Monticello, fearful that the silver might be stolen by the redcoats, concealed it under a floor a few feet from the ground. Caesar, removing a plank and slipping through the cavity, received it from the hands of Martin. The soldiers came just as the last piece was handed to Caesar. The plank was immediately restored to its place, and for nearly 3 days and nights the poor colored man remained in the dark, without food, guarding his master's treasures. When a soldier put his gun to the breast of Martin and threatened to fire unless Jefferson's whereabouts was disclosed, the brave fellow answered, "Fire away, then." A man or woman who wins and holds such loyalty from dependents is no ordinary character. After holding the office of governor for 2 years, Jefferson resigned, feeling that a military man would give greater satisfaction. Such a one followed him, but with no better success among the half-despairing patriots, destitute of money and supplies. Jefferson, with his sensitive spirit, felt keenly the criticisms of some of the people, saying, "They have inflicted a wound on my spirit which will only be cured by the all-healing grave." He refused to return to public life, and looked forward to happy years of quiet study at Monticello. How little we know the way which lies before us! We long for sunlight, and perchance have only storms. We love to be as children, who must be carried over the swamps and rough places, not knowing that strength of manhood and womanhood comes generally through struggling. The happy years at Monticello were already numbered. Another little girl had come to gladden the heart of the man who so loved children, and had quickly taken her departure. And now Martha Jefferson, at 34, the sweet, gentle woman who had lived with him only 10 short years, was also going away. She talked with him calmly about the journey. She said she could not die content if she thought their children would have a stepmother. The young governor, without a moment's thought as to his future happiness, taking her hand, solemnly promised that he would never marry again, and he kept his word. It is not known that any person ever entered the place left vacant in his heart by Martha Jefferson's death. For 4 months he had watched by her bedside, and had his book so near her that he could work without being separated from her. When she died he fainted, and remained so long insensible that the attendants thought he could never be restored to consciousness. For 3 weeks he kept his room, ministered to by his little daughter Martha, who wound her arms about his neck, with that inexpressible consolation that only a pure, sweet child nature can give. She said, years later, "I was never a moment from his side. He walked almost incessantly, night and day, only lying down occasionally, when nature was completely exhausted." When at last he left his room, he rode out, and from that time he was on horseback, rambling about the mountain, in the least frequented roads, and just as often through the woods. In those melancholy rambles I was his constant companion, a solitary witness to many a burst of grief. He longed now for a change of scene. Monticello was no more a place of peace and rest. Being elected to Congress, he took his seat in November, 1783. To him we owe, after much heated discussion, the adoption of the present system of dollars and cents instead of pounds and shillings. In May, 1784, he was appointed minister to France, to join Dr. Franklin and John Adams in negotiating commercial treaties. He sailed in July, taking with him his eldest daughter, Martha, leaving Mary and an infant daughter with an aunt. The educated governor and congressman of course found a cordial welcome in Parisian society, for was he not the author of the Declaration of Independence, endeared to all lovers of liberty, in whatever country? He was charmed with French courtesy, thrift, and neatness, but he was always an American in sentiment and affection. He wrote to his young friend, James Monroe, afterwards President, "The pleasure of the trip to Europe will be less than you expect, but the utility greater. It will make you adore your own country, its soil, its climate, its equality, liberty, laws, people, and manners. How little do my countrymen know what precious blessings they are in possession of, and which no other people on earth enjoy." More and more he loved and believed in a republic. He wrote to a friend, "If all the evils which can arise among us from the republican form of government, from this day to the day of judgment, could be put into scale against what this country suffers from its monarchical form in a week, or England in a month, the latter would preponderate. No race of kings has ever presented above one man of common sense in 20 generations. The best they can do is to leave things to their ministers, and what are their ministers but a committee badly chosen?" Jefferson spent much time in looking up the manufacturing and agricultural interests of the country, and kept 4 colleges. Harvard, Yale, William and Mary, and the College of Philadelphia advised of new inventions, new books, and new phrases of the approaching Revolution. He had placed his daughter Martha in a leading school. His letters to her in the midst of his busy life show the beautiful spirit of the man, who was too great ever to rise above his affectional nature. "The more you learn, the more I love you," he wrote her, "and I rest the happiness of my life on seeing you beloved by all the world, which you will be sure to be, if to a good heart you join those accomplishments so peculiarly pleasing in your sex. Adieu, my dear child, lose no moment in improving your head, nor any opportunity of exercising your heart in benevolence." His baby girl, Lucy, died 2 years after her mother, and now only little Mary was left in America. He could not rest until this child was with him in France. She came with a breaking heart on leaving the old Virginia home and her aunt. On board the vessel she became so attached to the captain that it was almost impossible to take her from him. She spent some weeks with Mrs. John Adams in London, who wrote, "A finer child I never saw. I grew so fond of her that she was so much attached to me that when Mr. Jefferson sent for her, they were obliged to force the little creature away." Once in Paris the affectionate child was placed at school with her sister Martha, to whom Jefferson wrote, "She will become a precious charge upon your hands. Teach her above all things to be good, because without that we can neither be valued by others nor set any value on ourselves. Teach her to be always true. No vice is so mean as the want of truth, and at the same time so useless. Teach her never to be angry. Anger only serves to torment others, to divert others, and to alienate their esteem." The love of truth was a strong characteristic of Jefferson's nature, one of the most beautiful characteristics of any life. There is no other foundation stone so strong and enduring on which to build a granite character as the granite rock of truth. Jefferson wrote to his children and nephews, "If you ever find yourself in any difficulty, and doubt how to extricate yourself, do what is right, and you will find it the easiest way of getting out of the difficulty. Give up money, give up fame, give up science, give the earth itself, and all it contains, rather than do an immoral act. And never suppose that, in any possible situation or any circumstances, it is best for you to do a dishonorable thing." Again he wrote, "Determine never to be idle. No person will have occasion to complain of the want of time, who never loses any. It is wonderful how much may be done if we are always doing." After 5 years spent in France, most of which time he was minister plenipotentiary, Dr. Franklin having returned home, and John Adams having gone to England, Jefferson set sail for America, with his 2 beloved children, Martha, 17, and Mary, 11. He had done his work well, and been honored for his wisdom and his peace-loving nature. Daniel Webster said of him, "No court in Europe had at that time a representative in Paris commanding or enjoying higher regard for political knowledge or for general attainments than the minister of this then infant republic." Even before Jefferson reached home he had been appointed Secretary of State by President Washington. He accepted with a sense of dread, and his subsequent difficulties with Alexander Hamilton, Secretary of the Treasury, realized his worst fears. The one believed in centralization of power, a stronger national government; the other believed in a pure democracy, the will of the people, with the least possible governing power. The 2 men were opposite in character, opposite in financial plans, opposite in views of national polity. Jefferson took sides with the French, and Hamilton with the English in the French Revolution. The press grew bitter over these differences, and the noble heart of George Washington was troubled. Finally Jefferson resigned, and retired to Monticello. "I returned to farming," he said, "with an ardor which I scarcely knew in my youth." 3 years later he was again called into public life. As Washington declined a reelection, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson became the 2 presidential candidates. The one receiving the most votes of the electors became president, and the second on the list vice president. John Adams received 3 more votes than Jefferson, and was made president. On March 4, 1797, Jefferson, as vice president, became the leader of the Senate, delivering a short but able address. Much of the next 4 years he spent at Monticello, watching closely the progress of events. Matters with the French Republic grew more complicated. She demanded an alliance with the United States against England, which was refused, and war became imminent. At the last moment, John Adams rose above the tempest of the hour, went quite half-way in bringing about a reconciliation, and the country was saved from a useless and disastrous war. The Federalists had passed some unwise measures, such as the Alien Law, whereby the President was authorized to send foreigners out of the country, and the Sedition Law, which punished with fine and imprisonment freedom of speech and of the press. Therefore, at the next presidential election, when Adams and Jefferson were again candidates, the latter was made President of the United States, the Federalists having lost their power, and the Republicans, afterwards called Democrats, having gained the ascendancy. The contest had been bitter. Jefferson's religious belief had been strongly assailed. Through it all he had the common sense to know that the cool-headed, good-natured man, who has only words of kindness and who rarely or never makes an enemy, is the man who wins in the end. He controlled himself, and therefore his party, in a manner almost unexampled. March 4, 1801, at the age of 58, in a plain suit of clothes, the great leader of democracy rode to the Capitol, hitched his horse to the fence, entered the Senate chamber, and delivered his inaugural address. Thus simple was the man who wished ever to be known as the friend of the people. Alas, that sweet Martha Jefferson could not have lived to see this glad day. To what a proud height had come the hard-working college boy and the tender-hearted, tolerant man. As president, he was the idol of his party, and in the main a wise leader. He made few removals from office, chiefly those appointed by John Adams just as he was leaving the presidency. Jefferson said removals must be as few as possible, done gradually, and bottomed on some malversation or inherent disqualification. One of the chief acts was the purchase from France of a great tract of land, called the Territory of Louisiana, for $15 million. During his second 4 years in office, there were more perplexities. Aaron Burr, vice president during Jefferson's first term, was tried on the charge of raising an army to place himself on the throne of Mexico, or at the head of a southwestern confederacy. England, usually at war with France, had issued orders prohibiting all trade with that country and her allies. Napoleon had retorted by a like measure. Both nations claimed the right to take seamen out of United States vessels. The British frigate Leopard took 4 seamen by force from the American frigate Chesapeake. The nation seemed on the verge of war, but it was postponed, only to come later, in 1812, under James Madison. Congress passed the Embargo Act, by which all American vessels were detained in their own ports. It had strong advocates and strong opponents, but was repealed as soon as Jefferson retired from office. Owing to these measures our commerce was well-nigh destroyed. At the age of 65 years, Jefferson retired to Monticello, with a reputation and popularity, says Mr. Morse, hardly inferior to that of Washington. He had had the wisdom never to assume the bearing of a leader. He had been careful to avoid disputes. Once, when riding, he met a stranger, with whom, engaging in conversation, he found him bitterly opposed to the President. Upon asking if he knew Mr. Jefferson personally, he replied, "No, nor do I wish to." But do you think it fair to repeat such stories about a man, and condemn one who you do not dare to face? I shall never shrink from meeting him if he ever comes in my way. Will you, then, go to his house tomorrow and be introduced to him, if I promise to meet you there? Yes, I will. The stranger came. To his astonishment, found that the man he had talked with was the President himself, dined with him, and became his firm friend and supporter ever afterward. For the next 17 years, Jefferson lived at Monticello, honored and visited by celebrities from all over the world. Sometimes as many as 50 persons stayed at his home overnight. One family of 6 came from abroad and remained with him for 10 months. His daughter Martha, married to Thomas Mann Randolph, presided over his hospitable home, and with her 11 children made the place a delight, for she had the Jefferson temperament, all music and sunshine. The beautiful Mary, who married her cousin, John W. Epps, had died at 26, leaving 2 small children, who, like all the rest, found a home with Jefferson. In the midst of this loving company, the great man led a busy life, carrying on an immense correspondence, by means of which he exerted a commanding influence on the questions of the day as well as on all social matters. To a child named for him, he wrote a letter which the boy might read after the statesman's death. In it are these helpful words: "Adore God, reverence and cherish your parents, love your neighbor as yourself, be just, be true, murmur not at the ways of Providence." To his daughter Mary he wrote these lines, which well might be hung up in every household: "Harmony in the married state is the very first object to be aimed at. Nothing can preserve affections uninterrupted but a firm resolution never to differ in will, and a determination in each to consider the love of the other as of more value than any object whatever on which a wish had been fixed. How light, in fact, is the sacrifice of any other wish when weighed against the affections of one with whom we are to pass our whole life! And though opposition in a single instance will hardly of itself produce alienation, yet every one has his pouch into which all these little oppositions are put. While that is filling, the alienation is insensibly going on, and when filled it is complete. It would puzzle either to say why, because no one difference of opinion has been marked enough to produce a serious effect by itself. But he finds his affections wearied out by a constant stream of little checks and obstacles. Other sources of discontent, very common indeed, are the little cross purposes of husband and wife, in common conversation; a disposition in either to criticize and question whatever the other says; a desire always to demonstrate and make him feel himself in the wrong, and especially in company. Nothing is so goading. Much better, therefore, if our companion views a thing in a light different from what we do, to leave him in quiet possession of his view. What is the use of rectifying him, if the thing be unimportant, and, if important, let it pass for the present, and wait a softer moment and more conciliatory occasion of revising the subject together? It is wonderful how many persons are rendered unhappy by inattention to these little rules of prudence." Jefferson rose early. The sun, he said, had not for 50 years caught him in bed, but he bore great heart sorrow in these declining years, and bore it bravely. His estate had diminished in value, and he had lost heavily by endorsements for others. His household expenses were necessarily great. Finally, debts pressed so heavily that he sold to Congress the dearly prized library which he had been gathering for 50 years. He received nearly $24,000 for it, about half its original value, but this amount brought only temporary relief. Then he attempted to dispose of some of his land by lottery, as was somewhat the fashion of the times. The legislature reluctantly gave permission, but as soon as his friends in New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore heard of his pecuniary condition, they raised about $18,000 for him, and the lottery plan was abandoned. He was touched by this proof of esteem, and said, "No cent of this is wrung from the taxpayer. It is the pure and unsolicited offering of love." Jefferson was now, as he said, like an old watch, with a pinion worn out here and a wheel there, until it can go no longer. On July 3, 1826, after a brief illness, he seemed near the end. He desired to live till the next day, and frequently asked if it were the 4th. He lingered till 40 minutes past the noon of July 4th, and then slept in death. That same day, John Adams, at 91, was dying at Quincy, Massachusetts. His last words were, as he went out at sunset, the booming of cannon sounding pleasant to his patriotic heart, "Thomas Jefferson still lives." He did not know that his great co-laborer had gone home at midday. "The two aged men," says T.W. Higginson, "floated on, like two ships becalmed at nightfall, that drift together into port, and cast anchor side by side." Beautiful words. The death of two presidents at this memorable time has given an additional sacredness to our national Independence Day. Among Jefferson's papers were found, carefully laid away, some of my dear, dear wife's handwriting, and locks of hair of herself and children; also a sketch of the granite stone he desired for his monument, with these words to be inscribed upon it: "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for religious freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." He was buried by his family and servants, on the spot selected by himself and Dabney Carr in boyhood, his wife on one side and his loving Mary on the other. The beloved Monticello passed into other hands. Martha Jefferson and her children would have been left penniless had not the legislatures of South Carolina and Louisiana each voted her $10,000. Thomas Jefferson Randolph, the grandson, with the assistance of his daughters, who established a noted school, paid all the remaining debts, many $1,000s, to save the honor of their famous ancestor. To the last, Jefferson kept his sublime faith in human nature and in the internal justice of republican principles, saying it is my conviction that should things go wrong at any time, the people will set them to rights by the peaceable exercise of their elective rights. Whatever his religious belief in its details of creed, he said, "I am a Christian in the only sense in which Jesus wished anyone to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines in preference to all others." He compiled a little book of the words of Christ, saying, "A more precious morsel of ethics was never seen." In his public life he was honest, in his domestic life lovable, and he died, as he had lived, tolerant of the opinions of others, even-tempered, believing in the grandeur and beauty of human nature. What though we occasionally trust too much? Far better that than to go through life doubting and murmuring. That he believed too broadly in States' rights for the perpetuity of the Union, our late Civil War plainly showed, and his views on free trade are, of course, shared by a portion only of our citizens. However, he gave grandly of the affection of his heart and the power of his intellect, and he received, as he deserved, the love and honor of thousands the world over. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alexander Hamilton, Part 1. To the quiet and picturesque island of Nevis, one of the West Indies, many years ago, a Scotch merchant came to build for himself a home. He was of a proud and wealthy family, allied centuries before to William the Conqueror. On this island lived also a Huguenot family, who had settled there after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, which drove so many Protestants out of the country. In this family was a beautiful and very intellectual girl, with refined tastes and gentle, cultured manners. Through the ambition of her mother, she had contracted a marriage with a Dane of large wealth, followed by the usual unhappiness of marrying simply for money. A divorce resulted, and the attractive young woman married the Scotch merchant, James Hamilton. A son, Alexander, was born to them January 11, 1757. But he was born into privation rather than joy and plenty. The generous and kindly father failed in business. The beautiful mother died in his childhood, and he was thrown upon the bounty of her relations. The opportunities for education on the island were limited. The child read all the books he could lay his hands upon, becoming especially fond of Plutarch's Lives and Pope's works. He was fortunate also in having the friendship of a superior man, Dr. Knox, a Presbyterian clergyman, who delighted in the boy's quick and comprehensive mind. At 12 years of age he was obliged to earn money, and was placed in the counting house of Nicholas Kruger. Probably, like other boys, he wished he were rich, but found later in life that success is usually born of effort and economy. He early chose perseverando for his motto, and it helped to carry him to the summit of power. That the counting house was not congenial to him, a letter to a schoolfellow in New York plainly shows. "To confess my weakness, Ned, my ambition is prevalent, so that I condemn the groveling condition of a clerk, or the like, to which my fortune condemns me, and would willingly risk my life, though not my character, to exalt my station. I am confident, Ned, that my youth excludes me from any hopes of immediate preferment, nor do I desire it, but I mean to prepare the way for futurity. I'm no philosopher, you see, and may be justly said to build castles in the air. My follies make me ashamed, and beg you'll conceal it. Yet, Neddy, we have seen such schemes successful when the projector is constant. I shall conclude by saying, I wish there was a war." The projector was constant, and the schemes became successful. He was indeed preparing the way for futurity, this lad not yet 14. At this time Mr. Kruger made a visit to New York, and left the precocious boy in charge of his business. Such reliance upon him increased his self-reliance, and helped to fit him to advise and uphold a nation in later years. In these early days he began to write both prose and poetry. When he was 15, the Leeward Islands were visited by a terrific hurricane. In one town 500 houses were blown down. So interested was Alexander in this novel occurrence that he wrote a description of it for a newspaper. When the authorship was discovered, it was decided by the relatives that such a boy ought to be educated. The money was raised for this purpose, and he sailed for New York, taking with him some valuable letters of introduction from Dr. Knox. He was soon attending a grammar school at Elizabeth, New Jersey. The principal, Francis Barber, was a fine classical scholar, patriotic, entering the Revolutionary War later. The right man to impress his pupils for good. Alexander, with his accustomed energy and ambition, set himself to work. In winter, wrapped in a blanket, he studied till midnight, and in summer, at dawn, resorted to a cemetery near by, where he found the quiet he desired. In a year he was ready to enter college. Attracted to Princeton, he asked Dr. Witherspoon, the president of the college, the privilege of taking the course in about half the usual time. The good days of election and study had not yet dawned. The dull and the bright must have the same routine, the one urged to his duties, the other tired by the delay. The doctor could not establish so peculiar a precedent, and Princeton missed the honor of educating the great statesman. He entered Columbia College and made an excellent record for himself. In the debating club, say his classmates, he gave extraordinary displays of richness of genius and energy of mind. He won strong friendships to himself by his generous and unselfish nature, and his ardent love for others. It is only another proof of the old rule, that like begets like. Those who give love in this world usually receive it. Selfishness wins nothing, self-sacrifice all things. The college boy was often seen walking under the large trees on what is now Day Street, New York, talking to himself in an undertone and apparently in deep thought. The neighbors knew the slight, dark-eyed lad as the young West Indian, and wondered concerning his future. When he was 17, a great meeting in the fields was held in New York, July 6, 1774. While Hamilton was studying, the colonies of America had been looking over into the promised land of freedom, driven thither by some unwise taskmasters. Boston had seasoned the waters of the Atlantic with British tea. New York, well filled with Tories, yet had some patriots who felt that the hour was approaching when all must stand together in the demand for liberty. Accordingly, the great meeting was called, to teach the people the lessons of the past and the duties of the future. Hamilton had recently returned from a visit to Boston, and was urged to be present and speak at the meeting. He at first refused, being a stranger in the country and unknown. He attended, however, and when several speakers had addressed the eager crowds, thoughts flowed into the youth's mind and pleaded for utterance. He mounted the platform. The audience stared at the stripling. Then, as he depicted the long-endured oppression from England, urged the wisdom of resistance, and planted in glowing colors the sure success of the colonies, the hearts of the multitude took fire with courage and hope. When he closed, they shouted, "It is a collegian! It is a collegian!" Hamilton was no longer a West Indian. He was, heart and soul, an American. Liberty now grew more exciting than college books. Dr. Seabury, afterwards Bishop of Connecticut, wrote 2 tracts entitled Free Thoughts on the Proceedings of the Continental Congress and Congress Canvassed by a Westchester Farmer. These pamphlets attempted to show the foolishness of opposing a monarchy like England. They were scattered broadcast. Then tracts appeared in answer, clear, terse, sound, and able. These said, "No reason can be assigned why one man should exercise any power or preeminence over his fellow creatures more than another, unless they have voluntarily vested him with it. Since, then, Americans have not, by any act of theirs, empowered the British Parliament to make laws for them, it follows they can have no just authority to do it. If, by the necessity of the thing, manufactures should once be established, and take root among us, they will pave the way still more to the future grandeur and glory of America, and by lessening its need of external commerce, will render it still securer against the encroachments of tyranny." This was rank heterodoxy toward a power which had crippled the manufactures of America in all possible ways, and wished to keep her a great agricultural country. "The sacred rights of mankind," said the writer, are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written, as with a sunbeam, in the whole volume of human nature, by the hand of the divinity itself, and can never be erased or obscured by mortal power. The wonder grew as to the authorship of these pamphlets. Some said John Jay wrote them, some said Governor Livingstone. When it was learned that Hamilton, only 18, had composed them, the Tories stood aghast, and the patriots saw that a new star had risen in the heavens. Hamilton knew that the war was inevitable, that the time must soon come for which he longed when he wrote to his friend Ned, "I wish there was a war." He immediately began to study military affairs. There are always places to be filled by those who make themselves ready. He was learning none too early. His corps, called the Hearts of Oak, in green uniforms and leathern caps, drilled each morning. While engaged in removing cannon from the battery, a boat from the Asia, a British ship of war, fired into the men, killing the person who stood next to Hamilton. At once the drums were beaten, and the people rushed to arms. The king's storehouses were pillaged, and the Liberty Boys marched through the streets, threatening revenge on every Tory. Young Hamilton, fearless before the Asia, could also be fearless in defense of his friends. Dr. Cooper, the president of Columbia College, was a pronounced Tory. When the mob approached the steps of the institution, Hamilton, nothing daunted, appeared before them and urged coolness, lest they bring disgrace on the cause of liberty. Dr. Cooper imagined that his liberal pupil was assisting the mob, and cried out from an upper window, "Don't listen to him, gentlemen. He is crazy. He is crazy." But the mob did listen, and the President was saved from harm. The Revolutionary War had begun. Lexington and Bunker Hill were as beacon fires to the new nation. In 1776, the New York Convention ordered a company of artillery to be raised, and Hamilton applied for the command of it. Only 19, and very boyish in looks, his fitness for the position was doubted, till his excellent examination proved his knowledge, and he was appointed captain. He used the last money sent him by his relatives in the West Indies to equip his company. College days were now over, and the busy life of the soldier had commenced. For most young men, the stirring events of the times would have filled every moment and every thought. Not so the man born to have a controlling and permanent influence in the Republic. He found time to study about money circulation, rates of exchange, commerce, taxes, increase of population, and the like, because he knew that a great work must be done by somebody after the war. How true it is that if we fit ourselves for a great work, the work will find us. Meantime, Captain Hamilton drilled his troops so well that General Greene observed it, made the acquaintance of the captain, invited him to his headquarters, and spoke of him to Washington. Had not the work been well done, it would not have commanded attention, but this attention was an important stepping stone to fame and honor. Hamilton was ever after a most loyal friend to General Greene. The company was soon called into active service. At the disastrous battle of Long Island, Hamilton was in the thickest of the fight, and brought up the rear, losing his baggage and a field piece. After the retreat up the Hudson, at Harlem Heights, Washington observed the skill used in the construction of some earthworks, and, finding that the engineer was a young man introduced to him by General Greene, invited him to his tent. This was the beginning of a lifelong and most devoted friendship between the great commander and the boyish captain. Later, at the battles of Trenton and Princeton, Hamilton was fearless and heroic. "Well do I recollect the day," said a friend, "when Hamilton's company marched into Princeton. It was a model of discipline. At their head was a boy, and I wondered at his youth. But what was my surprise when, struck with his slight figure, he was pointed out to me as that Hamilton of whom we had already heard so much. A mere stripling, small, slender, almost delicate in frame, marching beside a piece of artillery, with a cocked hat pulled down over his eyes, apparently lost in thought, with his hand resting on a cannon, and every now and then patting it, as if it were a favorite horse or a pet plaything." He had so won the esteem and approbation of Washington that he was offered a position upon his staff, which he accepted March 1, 1777, with the rank of lieutenant colonel. His work now was constant and absorbing. The correspondence was immense, but all was done with that clearness and elegance of diction which had marked the young collegian. He was popular with old and young, being called the "Little Lion," as a term of endearment, in appreciation of bravery and nobility of character. When the skies looked darkest, as at Valley Forge, Hamilton was habitually cheerful, seeing always a rainbow among the clouds. His enthusiasm was contagious. He carried men with him by a belief in his own powers and by deep sympathy with others. Lafayette loved him as a brother. He wrote Hamilton, "Before this campaign I was your friend, and very intimate friend, agreeably to the ideas of the world. Since my second voyage my sentiment has increased to such a point the world knows nothing about. To show both from want and from scorn of expression, I shall only tell you, adieu." Baron Steuben used to say in later days, "The Secretary of the Treasury is my banker. My Hamilton takes care of me when he cannot take care of himself." Hamilton wrote to his dear friend Laurens, "Cold in my professions, warm in my friendships, I wish it were in my power, by actions rather than words, to convince you that I love you. You know the opinion I entertain of mankind, and how much it is my desire to preserve myself free from particular attachments, and to keep my happiness independent of the caprices of others. You should not have taken advantage of my sensibility to steal into my affections without my consent." Best of all, Washington confided in him and loved him, and we usually love those in whom we have confided. When he wanted a calcitrant general, like Gates, brought to terms, he sent the tactful, clear-headed Hamilton on the mission. When he wanted decisive action, he sent the same fearless young officer, who knew no such word as failure. Sometimes he broke down physically, but the power of youth triumphed, and he was soon at work again. On his expedition to General Gates, in November, 1777, with all his desire to keep himself free from particular attachments, he laid the foundation for the one lasting attachment of his life. At the house of the wealthy and distinguished General Philip Schuyler, he met and liked the second daughter, Elizabeth. 3 years later, in the spring of 1780, when the officers brought their families to Morristown, the acquaintance ripened into love, and on December 14, 1780, when Hamilton was 23, he was married to Miss Schuyler. The father of the young lady was proud and happy in her choice. He wrote Hamilton, "You cannot, my dear sir, be more happy at the connection you have made with my family than I am. Until the child of a parent has made a judicious choice, his heart is in continual anxiety. But this anxiety was removed the moment I discovered it was you on whom she had placed her affections." In this year, 1780, the country was shocked by the treason of Benedict Arnold. Hamilton was sent in pursuit, only to find that he had escaped to the British. He ministered to the heartbroken wife of Arnold as best he could. He wrote to a friend, "Her sufferings were so eloquent that I wished myself her brother, to have a right to become her defender." For Major André he had the deepest sympathy and admiration of his manly qualities. He wrote to Miss Schuyler, afterward his wife, "Poor André suffers today. Everything that is amiable in virtue, in fortitude, in delicate sentiment and accustomed manners, pleads for him, but hard-hearted policy calls for a sacrifice. I urged a compliance with André's request to be shot, and I do not think it would have had an ill effect." A month after his marriage, his only difficulty with General Washington occurred. The commander-in-chief had sent for Hamilton to confer with him, who, meeting Lafayette, was stopped by him for a few moments' conversation on business. When he reached Washington, the general said, "Colonel Hamilton, you have kept me waiting at the head of the stairs these 10 minutes. I must tell you, sir, you treat me with disrespect." The proud young aide answered, "I am not conscious of it, sir, but since you have thought it necessary to tell me so, we part." He therefore resigned his position, glad to be free to take a more active part in the war. Washington, with his usual magnanimity, made overtures of reconciliation, and they became ever after trusted co-workers. All these years Hamilton had shown himself brave and untiring in the interests of his adopted country. At the battle of Monmouth his horse was shot from under him. At Yorktown, at his own earnest request, he led the perilous assault upon the enemy's works and carried them. When Hamilton saw that the enemy was driven back, he humanely ordered that not a British soldier should be killed after the attack. He says in his report, "Incapable of imitating examples of barbarity, and forgetting recent provocations, the soldiers spared every man who ceased to resist." Washington appreciated his heroism, and said, "Few cases have exhibited greater proof of intrepidity, coolness, and firmness than were shown on this occasion." Letters home to his wife show the warm heart of Hamilton. "I am unhappy beyond expression. I am unhappy because I am to be so remote from you, because I am to hear from you less frequently than I am accustomed to do. I am miserable because I know you will be so. Constantly uppermost in my thoughts and affections, I am happy only when my moments are devoted to some office that respects you. I would give the world to be able to tell you all I feel and all I wish, but consult your own heart, and you will know mine. Every day confirms me in the intention of renouncing public life and devoting myself wholly to you. Let others waste their time and their tranquillity in a vain pursuit of power and glory. Be it my object to be happy in a quiet retreat with my better angel." At the close of the Revolutionary War, he repaired to Albany, spending the winter at the home of General Schuyler, his wife's father. He had but little money, and his dues in the service of an impoverished country were unpaid, but he had what was far better, ability. He determined to study law. For 4 months he bent himself unreservedly to his work, and was admitted to the bar. He steadily refused offers of pecuniary aid from General Schuyler, preferring to support his wife and infant son by his own exertions. Such a man, of proud spirit and unwavering purpose, would, of course, succeed. Friends who appreciated the service he had rendered to his country now interceded in his behalf, and he was appointed Continental Receiver of Taxes for New York. To accept a position meant to him persistent labor, and success in it if possible. He at once repaired to Poughkeepsie, where the legislature was in session, presented his plans of taxation, and prevailed upon that body to pass a resolution asking for a convention of the States, that a union might be effected, stronger than the existing Confederation. The position as receiver of taxes was sometimes a disagreeable one, but it was another round in the ladder which carried him to fame. He had increased the number of his acquaintances, his energy and his knowledge to public questions had been revealed to the people, and the result was his election to Congress at the age of 25. Thus rapidly the ambitious, energetic, and intelligent young man had risen in influence. That his voice would be heard in Congress was a foregone conclusion. General Schuyler wrote his daughter soon after Congress met, "Participate afresh in the satisfaction I experience from the connection you have made with my beloved Hamilton. He affords me happiness too exquisite for expression. I daily experience the pleasure of hearing encomiums on his virtue and abilities, from those who are capable of distinguishing between real and pretended merit. He is considered, as he certainly is, the ornament of his country, and capable of rendering it the most essential services, if his advice and suggestions are attended to." The country was deeply in debt from the Revolutionary War. It had no money with which to pay its soldiers. Its paper currency was nearly worthless. Dissatisfaction was apparent on every hand. There was little unity of interest among the States. Hamilton's plans for raising money and for a more centralized government were unheeded, and after a year in Congress he returned to the practice of law, saying, "The more I see, the more I find reason for those who love this country to weep over its blindness." As soon as the war was over, the people began to grow more bitter than ever toward the Tories, or Loyalists. Harsh legislative measures were passed. The Trespass Act declared that any person who had left his abode in consequence of invasion could collect damages of those who had occupied the premises during his absence. A widow, reduced to poverty by the war, brought suit against a rich Tory merchant who had lived in her house while the Tories held the city. Hamilton, feeling that a principle of justice was involved, took the part of the merchant, and by a brilliant speech, in which he contended that the fruits of immovables belong to the captor so long as he remains in actual possession of them, he gained the case. Of course, he brought upon himself much obloquy, was declared to be a Britisher and lover of monarchy, a charge to which he must have grown accustomed in later years. Hamilton's pen was not idle in this controversy. He wrote a pamphlet advocating respect for law and justice, which was called Phocion from its signature. It was read widely both in England and America. Among the many replies was one signed Mentor, which drew from Hamilton a second letter of Phocion. So inflamed did public opinion become that in one of the clubs it was decided that one person after another should challenge Hamilton till he should fall in a duel. This came to the knowledge of Mentor, and the abhorrent plan was stopped by his timely interference. There are too few men and women great enough to be tolerant of ideas in opposition to their own, or to persons holding those ideas. Tolerance belongs to great souls only. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alexander Hamilton, Part 2. Matters in the States had so grown from bad to worse, and Congress, with its limited powers, was so helpless that a convention was finally called at Philadelphia, May 25, 1787, to provide for a more complete and efficient union. 9 states sent delegates: Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. General Washington was made president of the convention. A plan of government was submitted, called the Virginia Plan, which provided for a Congress of 2 branches, one to be elected by the people, the other from names suggested by the state legislatures. There was to be a president, not eligible for a second term. Then the New Jersey Plan was submitted, which was simply a revision of the Articles of Confederation. The debates were earnest, but most intelligent, for men in those times had studied the existing governments of the world and the fate of precious republics. Hamilton was present as a delegate, and, early in the convention, gave his plan for a new government, in a powerful speech 6 hours long. He reviewed the whole domain of history, the present condition of the States, and the reasons for it, and then developed his plan. Those only could vote for President and Senators who owned a certain amount of real estate. These officials were to hold office for life or during good behavior. The President should appoint the governors of the various States. Of course, the believers in states' rights could not for a moment concede such power to one man, at the head of a nation. When Hamilton affirmed that the British government was the best model in existence, he awoke the antagonism of the American heart. He probably knew that his plan could not be adopted, but it strengthened the advocates of a central government. Many delegates went home under protest, but the Constitution, brought into its present form largely by James Madison, was finally adopted and sent to the different states for ratification. The opposition to its adoption was very great. Hamilton, with praiseworthy spirit, accepted it as the best thing attainable under the circumstances, and worked for it night and day with all the vigor and power of his masterly intellect. To the Federalist he contributed 51 papers in defense of the Constitution, and did more than any other man to secure its ultimate adoption. Henry Cabot Lodge, in his clear and admirable Life of Hamilton, says: "As an exposition of the meaning and purposes of the Constitution, the Federalist is now and always will be cited, on the bench and at the bar, by American commentators, and by all writers on constitutional law. As a treatise on the principles of federal government it still stands at the head, and has been turned to as an authority by the leading minds of Germany, intent on the formation of the German Empire." Party feeling ran high. When a state enrolled herself in favor of the Constitution, bonfires, feasts, and public processions testified to the joy of a portion of the people, while the burning in effigy of prominent Federalists, mobs, and riots testified to the anger of the opponents. In the State of New York the contest was extremely bitter. Hamilton used all his logic, his eloquence, his fire, and his boundless activity to carry the state in favor of the Constitution. Said Chancellor Kent, he urged every motive and consideration that ought to sway the human mind in such a crisis. He touched, with exquisite skill, every chord of sympathy that could be made to vibrate in the human breast. Our country, our honor, our liberties, our firesides, our posterity were placed in vivid colors before us. When told by a friend who was just starting on a journey that he would be questioned in relation to the adoption of the Constitution, Hamilton replied, "God only knows. Several votes have been taken, by which it appears that there are 2 to 1 against us." But suddenly his face brightened, as he said, "Tell them that the convention shall never rise until the Constitution is adopted." The excitement in New York City became intense. Crowds collected on the street corners and whispered, "Hamilton is speaking yet." Late in the evening of July 28, 1788, it was announced that the Constitution had been adopted by New York, the vote standing 30 to 27. At once the bells were rung and guns were fired. A great procession was formed of professional men and artisans, bearing pictures of Washington and Hamilton, and banners with the words "Federalist, Liberty of the Press, and the Epoch of Liberty." The Federal frigate Hamilton was fully manned, and received the plaudits of the crowds. When the Constitution was adopted at last, Washington was made President, April 30, 1789. It was not strange that he chose for his Secretary of the Treasury the man who had studied finance at the campfires of the Revolution. At 32, Hamilton was in the cabinet of his country. At once Congress asked him to prepare a report on the public credit, stating his plan of providing for the public debt. In about 3 months the report was ready. It advocated the funding of all the debts of the United States incurred through the war. As to the foreign and domestic debts, all persons seemed agreed that these should be paid, but the assumption of the debts of the different States met with the most violent opposition. Those who owed a few $1,000,000 were unwilling to help those who owed many millions. Hamilton advocated a foreign loan, not to exceed 12 millions, and a revenue derived from taxes on imports, such a revenue as would not only provide funds for the new nation, but protect manufacturers from the competition of the Old World. The believers in protection have had no more earnest or able advocate than Hamilton. His next report was an elaborate one upon national banks, and the establishment of a United States Bank, which should give a uniform system of bank notes, instead of the unreliable and uneven values of the notes of the State banks. His financial policy, while it aroused the bitterest enmity in some quarters, raised the United States from bankruptcy to the respect of her creditors, abroad and at home. When the old cry of unconstitutional was heard, as it has been heard ever since when any great matter is suggested, Hamilton taught the people to feel that the implied powers of the Constitution were great enough for all needs, and that the document must be interpreted by the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Capitalists were his strong advocates, as they well knew that a firm and safe financial policy was at the root of success and progress. Very soon after his report on banks, he transmitted to Congress a report on the establishment of a mint, showing wide research on the subject of coinage. Besides these papers, he reported on the purchase of West Point, of public lands, navigation laws, on the post office, and other matters, always showing careful study, good judgment, and patriotism. That he was accused of being a monarchist signified little, as there were hundreds of people at that time who feared that the republic would go down, as had others in past centuries. He so deprecated the lack of central power in the government that he exaggerated the dangers of the people's rule. This lack of trust in the masses and in the power of the Constitution, and Thomas Jefferson's trust in self-government and belief in states' rights, led, at last, to the bitter and public disagreement of these two great men, the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State. Each was honest in his belief, each was tolerant of most men, but intolerant of the other to the end of life. Hamilton naturally became the leader of the Federalists, as Jefferson the leader of the Republicans, or Democrats, as they are now called. One party saw in Hamilton the great thinker, the safe guardian of the destinies of the people. The other party thought it saw a bold and unscrupulous man who would sit on a throne if that were possible. Hamilton's character was assailed, sometimes with truth, but oftener without truth. He was not perfect, but he was great, and in most respects noble. The French Revolution was now interesting all minds. Genet had been sent to America by the French Republic as her minister. Hamilton urged neutrality, and looked with horror upon the growing excesses in France. Jefferson, with his hatred of monarchy, was lenient, and in the early part of the Revolution sympathetic. The United States became divided into two great factions, for and against France. Genet fanned the flames till the patient Washington could endure it no longer. The unwise minister was recalled, and neutrality was proclaimed April 22, 1793. Through all this matter, Hamilton had the complete love and confidence of Washington. When it was deemed wise to send a special commissioner to effect a treaty with England, that proper commercial relations be maintained, Hamilton was at once suggested. Party feeling opposed, and John Jay was appointed. When he returned from his mission, Great Britain having consented to pay us $10 million for illegal seizure of vessels, we agreeing to pay all debts owed to her before the Revolutionary War, the people rose in wrath against the treaty and burned Jay in effigy. When Hamilton was speaking for its adoption at a public meeting in New York, he was assaulted by stones. "Gentlemen," he said coolly, "if you use such strong arguments, I must retire." After this he wrote essays, signed Camillus, in defense of the treaty, and helped largely to secure its acceptance. Meantime, the excise law, whereby distilled spirits were taxed, caused the whiskey insurrection in Pennsylvania. Hamilton, who believed in the prompt execution of law, urged Washington to take decisive measures. The President called out 13,000 troops, and the refusal to pay the taxes was no more heard of. Hamilton, like Jefferson, had become weary of his 6 years of public life. His increasing family needed more than his limited salary, and he resigned, returning to his law practice in the city of New York. When a new president was chosen to succeed Washington, it was not the real leader of the party, Hamilton, but one who had elicited less opposition by strong measures, John Adams, a man of long and distinguished service, both in England and America. Hamilton seems to have preferred Thomas Pinckney of South Carolina, and thus to have gained the ill will of Adams, which helped at last to split the Federal party. When Adams and Jefferson became the presidential nominees in 1800, Hamilton threw himself heartily into the contest in the State of New York. Here he found himself pitted against a rare antagonist, the most famous lawyer in the State except himself, Aaron Burr. He was well born, being the son of the president of the college at Princeton and the grandson of Jonathan Edwards. Like Hamilton, he was precocious, being ready to enter Princeton when he was 11 years old. He was short in stature, 5 feet and 6 inches in height, with fine black eyes and gentle and winsome manners. Both these men had won the most enduring friendships from men and women, homage indeed. Both were intense in nature, though Burr had far greater self-control. Both were brave to rashness, both were untiring students, both loved and always gained authority. Burr had won honors in the Revolutionary War. He had married at 26, a woman 10 years older than himself, a widow with 2 children, with neither wealth nor beauty, whom he idolized for the 12 years she was spared to him, for her rare mind and devoted affection. From her he learned to value intellect in woman. He used to write her before marriage, "Deal less in sentiments and more in ideas." When she died, he said, "The mother of my Theo was the best woman and the finest lady I have ever known." For his only child, his beloved Theodosia, he seemed to have but one wish, that she be a scholar. He said to his wife, "If I could foresee that Theo would become a mere fashionable woman, with all the attendant frivolity and vacuity of mind, adorned with whatever grace and allurement, I would earnestly pray God to take her forthwith hence. But I yet hope by her to convince the world, what neither sex appear to believe, that women have souls." At 10 years of age she was studying Horace and Terence, learning the Greek grammar, speaking French, and reading Gibbon. This Theo, the idol of his life, afterward married to Governor Alston of South Carolina, loved him with a devotion that will forever make one gleam of sunshine in a life full of shadows. When the dark days came, she wrote him, "I witness your extraordinary fortitude with new wonder at every misfortune. Often, after reflecting on this subject, you appear to me so superior, so elevated above all other men. I contemplate with you such a strange mixture of humility, admiration, reverence, love, and pride, very little superstition would be necessary to make me worship you as a superior being. Such enthusiasm does your character excite in me. I had rather not live than not be the daughter of such a man." Burr's success in the law had been phenomenal. When he was studying for admission to the bar, he often passed 20 hours out of the 24 over his books. And now, Colonel Burr, at 36, after being in the United States Senate for 6 years, was the candidate for Vice President on the Jefferson ticket. Hamilton's eloquence stirred the State of New York in the contest, but Burr's generalship in politics won the votes, and he was elected. Hamilton went back again to his large law practice. Men sought him with the belief that if he would take their cases there was no doubt of the result. An aged farmer came to him to recover a farm for which a deed had been obtained from him in exchange for Virginia land. Hamilton heard the case, then wrote to the wealthy speculator to call upon him. When he came, Hamilton said, "You must give me back that deed. I do not say that you knew that the title to these lands is bad, but it is bad. You are a rich, he is a poor man. How can you sleep on your pillow? Would you break up the only support of an aged man and 7 children?" He walked the floor rapidly as he exclaimed, "I will add to my professional services all the weight of my character and powers of my nature, and you ought to know, when I espouse the cause of innocence and of the oppressed, the character and those powers will have their weight." The property was reconveyed to the farmer, who gratefully asked Hamilton to name the compensation. "Nothing, nothing," said he. "Hasten home and make your family happy." Hamilton was clear in his reasoning, a master in constitutional law, persuasive in his manner, sometimes highly impassioned, sometimes solemn and earnest. Says Henry Cabot Lodge, "Force and intellect and force of will were the sources of his success. Directness was his most distinguishing characteristic, and whether he appealed to the hand or the heart, he went straight to the mark. He never indulged in rhetorical flourishes, and his style was simple and severe. That which led him to victory was the passionate energy of his nature, his absorption in his work, his contagious and persuasive enthusiasm. There was a fascination in his manner by which one was led captive unawares," says another writer. On most occasions, when animated with the subject on which he was engaged, you could see the very workings of his soul in the expression of his countenance, and so frank was he in manner that he would make you feel that there was not a thought of his heart that he would wish to hide from your view. "Alexander Hamilton was the greatest man this country ever produced," said Judge Ambrose Spencer. "He argued cases before me while I sat as judge on the bench. Webster has done the same. In power of reasoning, Hamilton was the equal of Webster, and more than this can be said of no man. In creative power, Hamilton was infinitely Webster's superior. He, more than any man, did the thinking of the time." His chief relaxation from work was at "The Grange," his summer home in Harlem Heights, not far from the spot, it is said, where he first attracted the eye of Washington. Beeches, maples, and many evergreens abounded. The Hudson River added its beauty to the picturesque place. Here he read the classics for pleasure, and the Bible. To a friend he said, "I have examined carefully the evidence of the Christian religion, and, if I was sitting as a juror upon its authenticity, I should unhesitatingly give my verdict in its favor. I can prove its truth as clearly as any proposition ever submitted to the mind of man." At "The Grange" he was especially happy with his family. He said, "My health and comfort both require that I should be at home, at that home where I am always sure to find a sweet asylum from care and pain. It will be more and more my endeavor to abstract myself from all pursuits which interfere with those of affection. 'Tis here only I can find true pleasure." When Hamilton was 44, he endured the great affliction of his life. His eldest son Philip, 19, just graduated from Columbia College, deeply wounded by the political attacks upon his father, challenged to a duel one of the men who had made objectionable remarks. The lad fell at the first fire, a wicked sacrifice to a barbarous code of honor. After 20 hours of agony, he died, surrounded by the stricken family. Hamilton was especially proud of his son, of whom he said, when he gave his oration at Columbia College, "I could not have been contented to have been surpassed by any other than my son." For 3 years Hamilton worked on with a hope which was never broken, constantly adding to his fame. And then came the fatal error of his life. All along he had opposed Aaron Burr. When named for a foreign mission, Hamilton helped to defeat him. When the tie vote came between Jefferson and Burr in the presidential returns, Hamilton said, "The appointment of Burr as president will disgrace our country abroad." When Burr was nominated for governor of New York, Hamilton used every effort to defeat him, and succeeded. Burr, exasperated and disappointed at his failures, sent Hamilton a challenge. He wrote to Hamilton, "Political opposition can never absolve gentlemen from the necessity of a rigid adherence to the laws of honor and the rules of decorum. I neither claim such privilege nor indulge it in others." Alas, that some men in public life, even now, forget the laws of honor and the rules of decorum in their treatment of opponents. Everything in Hamilton's career protested against this suicidal combat. He was only 47, distinguished and beloved, with a wife and 7 children dependent upon him. Before going to the fatal meeting, he wrote his feelings about dueling. "My religious and moral principles are strongly opposed to the practice of dueling, and it would even give me pain to be obliged to shed the blood of a fellow creature in a private combat forbidden by the laws. To those who, with me, abhorring the practice of dueling, may think that I ought on no account to have added to the number of bad examples, I answer that my relative situation, as well in public as private, enforcing all the considerations which constitute what men of the world denominate honor, imposed on me, as I thought, a peculiar necessity not to decline the call. The ability to be in future useful, whether in resisting mischief or effecting good, in those crises of our public affairs which seem likely to happen, would probably be inseparable from a conformity with public prejudice in this particular." He made his will, leaving all, after the payment of his debts, to his dear and excellent wife. "Should it happen that there is not enough for the payment of my debts, I entreat my dear children, if they, or any of them, should ever be able, to make up the deficiency. I, without hesitation, commit to their delicacy a wish which is dictated by my own. Though conscious that I have too far sacrificed the interest of my family to public avocations, and on this account have the less claim to burden my children, yet I trust in their magnanimity to appreciate as they ought this my request. In so unfavorable an event of things, the support of their dear mother, with the most respectful and tender attention, is a duty, all the sacredness of which they will feel. Probably her own patrimonial resources will preserve her from indigence, but in all situations they are charged to bear in mind that she has been to them the most devoted and the best of mothers." And then the great statesman, after writing 2 farewell letters to "my darling, darling wife," conformed to public prejudice by hastening with his second, at daybreak, to meet Aaron Burr at Weehawken, 2.5 miles above Hoboken. It was a quiet and beautiful spot, 150 feet above the level of the Hudson River, shut in by trees and vines, but golden with sunlight on that fatal morning. At 7 o'clock the 2 distinguished men were ready, 10 paces apart, to take into their own hands that most sacred of all things, human life. There was no outward sign of emotion, though the one must have thought of his idol, Theodosia, and the other of his pretty children, still asleep. Hamilton had determined not to fire, and so permitted himself to be sacrificed. The word of readiness was given. Burr raised his pistol and fired, and Hamilton fell headlong on his face, his own weapon discharging in the air. He sank into the arms of his physician, saying faintly, "This is a mortal wound," and was borne home to a family overwhelmed with sorrow. The oldest daughter lost her reason. For 31 hours he lay in agony, talking, when able, with his minister about the coming future, asking that the sacrament be administered, and saying, "I am a sinner, I look to him for mercy, pray for me." Once when all his children were gathered around the bed, he gave them one tender look, and closed his eyes till they had left the room. He retained his usual composure to the last, saying to his wife, frenzied with grief, "Remember, my Eliza, you are a Christian." He died at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of July 12, 1804. The whole nation seemed speechless with sorrow. In New York all business was suspended. At the funeral a great concourse of people, college societies, political associations, and military companies joined in the common sorrow. Guns were fired from the British and French ships in the harbor. On a platform in front of Trinity Church, Gouverneur Morris pronounced a eulogy. General Hamilton's 4 sons, the eldest 16 and the youngest 4, standing beside the speaker. Thus the great life faded from sight in its vigorous manhood, leaving a wonderful record for the aspiring and the patriotic, and a prophecy of what might have been accomplished but for that one fatal mistake. Aaron Burr hastened to the South to avoid arrest, but public execration followed him. He became implicated in a scheme for putting himself at the head of Mexico, was arrested and tried for treason, and though legally acquitted, was obliged to flee to England, and from there to Sweden and Germany. Finally he came home, only to hear that Theodosia's beautiful boy of 11 was dead. Poor and friendless, he longed now for the one person who had never forsaken him, his daughter. She started from Charleston in a pilot boat for New York, and was never heard from afterwards. Probably all went down in a storm off Cape Hatteras. When it was reported in the papers that the boat had been captured by pirates, Burr said, "No, no, she is indeed dead. Were she alive, all the prisons in the world could not keep her from her father. When I realized the truth of her death, the world became a blank to me, and life had then lost all its value." When he was nearly 80, he married a lady of wealth, but they were unhappy and soon separated. He died on Staten Island, cared for at the last by the children of an old friend. His courage and fortitude the world will always admire, but it can never forget the fatal duel by which Alexander was taken from his country, in the prime of his life and in the midst of his great work. The name of Hamilton will not be forgotten. The Honorable Chauncey M. Depew of New York, on February 22, 1888, gave the great statesman this well-deserved tribute of praise. The political mission of the United States has so far been wrought out by individuals and territorial conditions. 4 men of unequal genius have dominated our century, and the growth of the West has revolutionized the Republic. The principles which have heretofore controlled the policy of the country have mainly owed their force and acceptance to Hamilton, Jefferson, Webster, and Lincoln. The first question which met the young Confederacy was the necessity of a central power strong enough to deal with foreign nations and to protect commerce between the states. At this period Alexander Hamilton became the savior of the Republic. If Shakespeare is the commanding, originating genius of England, and Goethe of Germany, Hamilton must occupy that place among Americans. This superb intelligence, which was at once philosophic and practical, and with unrivaled lucidity could instruct the dullest mind on the bearing of the action of the present on the destiny of the future, so impressed upon his contemporaries the necessity of a central government with large powers that the Constitution, now 101 years old, was adopted, and the United States began their life as a nation. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Andrew Jackson, Part 1. George Bancroft said, "No man in private life so possessed the hearts of all around him. No public man of the country ever returned to private life with such an abiding mastery over the affections of the people. He was as sincere a man as ever lived. He was wholly, always, and altogether sincere and true. Up to the last he dared do anything that it was right to do. He united personal courage and moral courage beyond any man of whom history keeps the record. Jackson never was vanquished. He was always fortunate. He conquered the wilderness. He conquered the savage. He conquered the veterans of the battlefield of Europe. He conquered everywhere in statesmanship, and when death came to get the mastery over him, he turned that last enemy aside as tranquilly as he had done the feeblest of his adversaries, and passed from earth in the triumphant consciousness of immortality." Thus wrote Bancroft of the man who rose from poverty and sorrow to receive the highest gift which the American nation can bestow. The gift did not come through chance. It came because the man was worthy of it, and had earned the love and honor of the people. In 1765, among other immigrants, a man, with his wife and 2 sons, came to the New World from the north of Ireland. They were linen weavers, poor but industrious, and members of the Presbyterian Church. They settled at Waxhaw, North Carolina, not far from the South Carolina boundary, and the husband began to build a log house for his dear ones. This man was the father of Andrew Jackson. Scarcely had the log house been built, and a single crop raised, before the wife was left a widow and the children fatherless. There was a quiet funeral, a half-dozen friends standing around an open grave, and then the little house passed into other hands, and Mrs. Jackson went to live at the home of her brother-in-law. Not long after the funeral, a 3rd son was born, March 15, 1767, whom the stricken mother named Andrew Jackson, after his father. He was welcomed in tears, and naturally became the idol of her young heart. 3 weeks later, she moved to the house of another brother-in-law to assist in his family. She was not afraid to work, and she bent herself to the hard labor of pioneer life. There was no sorrow in the labor, for was she not doing it for her sons? And a noble woman knows no hardship in her self-sacrifice for love. Her ambition seems to have centered in the slight, light-haired, blue-eyed Andrew, who, she hoped, one day might become a Presbyterian minister. How he was to obtain a college education, perhaps, she did not discern, but she trusted, and trust is a divine thing. The barefooted boy attended a school kept by Dr. Waddell. He made commendable progress in his studies, from his quick and ardent temperament, but he loved fun even better than books. He was impulsive, ambitious, and persevering. He could run foot races as rapidly as the bigger boys, and loved to wrestle or engage in anything which seemed like a battle. Says an old schoolmate, "I could throw him 3 times out of 4, but he would never stay throwed. He was dead game even then, and never would give up." To the younger boys he was a protector, but from the older he would brook no insult, and was sometimes hasty and overbearing. One of the best traits in the boy's character was his love for his mother. His intense nature knew no change, and he was loyal and single of purpose forever. He used to say in later life, "One of the last injunctions given me by my mother was never to insinuate a suit for assault and battery or for defamation. Never to wound the feelings of others nor suffer my own to be outraged. These were her words of admonition to me. I remember them well, and have never failed to respect them. My settled course through life has been to bear them in mind, and never to insult or wantonly to assail the feelings of any one, and yet many conceive me to be a most ferocious animal, insensible to moral duty, and regardless of the laws both of God and man." He did nothing slowly or indifferently. He bent his will to his work, even at that early age, and knew no such word as failure. When the boy was 13, an incident occurred which made a lasting impression. The British General Tarleton, in the Revolutionary War, with 300 cavalry, came against Waxhaw, surprised the militia, killing 113 and wounding 150. The little settlement was terrorized. The meeting house became a hospital, and Mrs. Jackson, with her sons, helped to minister to the wants of the suffering soldiers. Andrew learned not only lessons in war, but to dream of future rewards to the British. When Cornwallis, after the surrender of General Gates, moved his whole army toward Waxhaw, Mrs. Jackson and her sons were obliged to seek a safe retreat with a distant relative. Here Andrew did chores for his board. Never, said one who knew him well at this time, did Andrew come home from the shops without bringing with him some new weapon with which to kill the enemy. Sometimes it was a rude spear, which he would forge while waiting for a blacksmith to finish his job. Sometimes it was a club or a tomahawk. Once he fashioned the blade of a scythe to a pole, and on reaching home began to cut down the weeds with it that grew around the house, assailing them with extreme fury, and occasionally uttering words like these: "Oh, if I were a man, how I would sweep down the British with my grass blade." A year later, when Mrs. Jackson had returned to Waxhaw, the brothers were both taken prisoners in a skirmish. Being commanded to clean the boots of a British officer, Andrew refused, saying, "Sir, I am a prisoner of war, and claim to be treated as such." The angry Englishman drew his sword and rushed at the boy, who, attempting to defend himself from the blow, received a deep gash in his left hand and also on his head, the scars of which he bore through life. Robert, the brother, also refused to clean the boots, and was prostrated by the sword of the brutal officer. Soon after, the boys were taken with other prisoners to Camden, 80 miles distant, a long and agonizing journey for wounded men. They found the prison a wretched place, with no medical supplies, the food scanty, and smallpox raging among the inmates. The poor mother, hearing of their forlorn condition, hastened to the place. Both her boys were ill of the dreaded smallpox, and both suffering from their sword wounds. She arranged for the exchange of prisoners, and took her sons home. Robert to die in her arms 2 days later, and Andrew to be saved at last after a perilous illness of several months. Her oldest son, Hugh, had already given his life to his country in the war. Almost broken-hearted with the loss of her 2 sons, yet intensely patriotic, she hastened to the Charleston prison ships to care for the wounded, taking with her provisions and medicine sent by loving wives and daughters. The blessed ministrations proved of short duration. Mrs. Jackson was taken ill of ship fever, died after a short illness, and was buried in the open plain near by. The grave is unmarked and unknown. When, years later, her illustrious son had become president, he tried to find the burial place of the woman he idolized, but it was impossible. Andrew was now an orphan and poor, but he had what makes any boy or man rich, the memory of a devoted, heroic mother. Such a person has an inspiration that is like martial music on the field of battle. He is urged onward to duty forevermore. The world is richer for all such instances of ideal womanhood. The womanhood that gives rather than receives, that seeks neither admiration nor self-aggrandizement, that, like the flowers, sends out the same fragrance whether in royal gardens or beside the peasant's door, that lives to lighten others' sorrows, to rest tired humanity, to sweeten the bitterness of life by her loveliness of soul, that is to the world around her a new and certain sunrise every day. Fatherless, motherless, brotherless, the boy of 15 looked about him to see what his life work should be. In the family of a distant relative he found a home. The son was a saddler. For 6 months Andrew worked at this trade, but other plans were in his mind. He knew how his mother had desired that he might be educated. But how could a boy win his way without money? For 2 years or more little is known of him. It is believed that he taught a small school. When nearly 18, he had made up his mind to study law, a somewhat remarkable decision for a boy in his circumstances. If he studied at all, it should be under the best of teachers, so he rode to Salisbury, 75 miles from Waxhaw, and entered the office of Mr. Spruce Mackay, an eminent lawyer, and later a judge of distinction. For nearly 2 years he studied, enjoying also the sports of the time, and making, as he did all through life, close friends who were devoted to his interests. When in the White House, 45 years afterward, he said, "I was but a raw lad then, but I did my best," and he did his best through life. He loved a fine horse almost as though it were human. He enjoyed the society of ladies, and possessed a grace and dignity of manner that surprised those who knew the hardships of his life. His eager intelligence, his quick, direct glance, that bespoke alertness of mind, won him attention, even more than the beauty of person. Over 6 feet in height, slender to delicacy, he gave the impression of leadership, from his bravery and self-reliance. Emerson well says, "The basis of good manners is self-reliance. Self-trust is the first secret of success, the belief that, if you are here, the authorities of the universe put you here, and for cause or with such task strictly appointed you in your constitution." When his 2 years of law study were ended, the work was but just begun. There was reputation to be made, and perhaps a fortune, but where and how? For a year he seems not to have found a law opening. The streams of fortune do not always flow toward us. We have to make the journey by persistent and hard rowing against the tide. He probably worked in a store owned by some acquaintances, earning for daily needs. At 21 came his first opportunity, came as it often comes, through a friend. Mr. John McNary was appointed a judge of the Superior Court of the Western District of North Carolina, Tennessee, and young Jackson, his friend, public prosecutor of the same district. He moved to Nashville in 1788 to begin his difficult work. He was obliged to ride on horseback over the mountains and through the wilderness, often among hostile Indians, his life almost constantly in danger. Once, while traveling with a party of emigrants, when all slept save the sentinels, he sat against a tree, smoking his corncob pipe and keeping an eager watch. Soon he heard the notes of what seemed to be various owls. He quietly roused the whole party and moved them on. An hour later, a company of hunters lay down by the fires which Jackson had left, and before daylight all save one man were killed by the Indians. Sometimes the young lawyer slept for 20 successive nights in the wilderness. This was no life of ease and luxury. At Nashville he found lodgings in the house of the widow of Colonel John Donaldson, a brave pioneer from Virginia who had been killed by the Indians, and here Jackson met the woman who was to prove his good angel as long as she lived. With Mrs. Donaldson lived her dark-haired and dark-eyed daughter Rachel, married to Louis Robards from Kentucky. Vivacious, kindly, and sympathetic, Rachel had been the idol of her father, and probably would have been of her husband had it not been for his jealous disposition. He became angry at Jackson, as he had been at others, and made her life so unhappy that she separated from him and went to friends in Natchez, with the approval of her mother and the entire confidence and respect of her husband's relatives. After a divorce in 1791, Jackson married her, when they were each 24 years old. History does not record a happier marriage. To the last she lived for him alone, but not more fully than he lived for her. With the world he was thought to be domineering and harsh, and was often profane, but with her he was patient, gentle, and deferential. When he won renown, she was happy for his sake, but she did not care for it for herself. Her kindness of heart took her among the sick and the unfortunate, and everywhere she was a welcome comforter. She lived outside of self, and found her reward in the homage of her husband and her friends. Jackson soon began to prosper financially. Often he would receive his fee in lands, a square mile of 640 acres or more, so that after a time he was the possessor of several thousand acres. Success came also from other sources. When a convention was called to form a constitution for the new state of Tennessee, Jackson was chosen a delegate. He took an active part in the organization of the state. He was active in whatever he engaged, and bravely espoused her claims against the general government for expenses incurred in Indian conflicts. Tennessee felt that she had a true friend in Jackson, and, when she wanted a man to represent her in Congress, she sent him to the House of Representatives. This honor came at 29 years of age, a strange contrast to the years when he made saddles or did chores for his board, and longed to sweep down the British with his grass blade. Jackson served his state well by securing compensation for every man who had done service or lost his property in the Indian wars. It was not strange, therefore, that when a vacancy occurred in the United States Senate, Jackson was chosen to fill the place, in the autumn of 1797. Only 30 years old, Rachel Jackson might well be proud of him. But the following year he resigned his position, glad to be, as he supposed, out of official life. He was, however, too prominent to be allowed to remain in private life, and was elected to a judgeship of the Supreme Court of Tennessee. As he had made it a rule never to seek and never to decline public duty, he accepted, on the small salary of $600 a year. While many other men in the state were more learned in the law than Jackson, yet the people believed in his honesty and integrity, and therefore he was chosen. Quick to decide, and slow to change his mind, in 15 days he had disposed of 50 cases, says James Parton, in his entertaining life of Andrew Jackson. After 6 years, longing for a more active life, Jackson resigned, and was made Major General of the militia of the state. This position was given, not without opposition, he receiving only one more vote than his chief competitor. That one vote, perhaps, led to New Orleans and the presidency. This office was in accordance with his natural tastes. Since boyhood he had loved the stir and command of battle, and believed he should like to conquer an enemy as he had met and conquered every obstacle that lay athwart his path. As there was no war in progress, he continued his law practice. But, not satisfied with this alone, he became a merchant, trading with the Indians, selling blankets, hardware, and the like, and receiving in return cotton and other produce of the country. In the panic of 1798, he became financially embarrassed, but, true to his manly nature, he worked steadily on till every dollar was paid. He sold 25,000 acres of his wild land, sold his home, and moved into a log house at the Hermitage, 7 miles out of Nashville, and preserved for himself the best thing on earth, a good name. So honest was he believed to be, when a Tennessean went to Boston bankers for a loan, with several leading names on his paper, they said, "Do you know General Jackson? Could you get his endorsement?" "Yes, but he is not worth a tenth as much as either of these men whose names I offer you," was the response. "No matter. General Jackson has always protected himself and his paper, and will let you have the money on the strength of his name." And the loan was granted. Honest and just though he was, he permitted his own fiery nature, or a perverted public opinion, to lead him into acts which tarnished his whole subsequent career. Quick to resent a wrong, he was morbidly sensitive about the circumstances of his marriage with Rachel Robards. When they were married, in 1791, they supposed that the divorce applied for had been granted, but they learned in 1793, 2 years afterward, that it was not legally obtained till the latter date. They were at once remarried, but the matter caused much idle talk, and, as General Jackson came into prominence, his enemies were not slow to rehearse the story. The slightest aspiration of his wife's character aroused all the anger of his nature, and, says Parton, "For the man who dared breathe her name except in honor, he kept pistols in perfect condition for 37 years." And, as dueling was the disgraceful fashion of the times, Jackson did not hesitate to use his pistols. In 1806, when he was 39, one of those miscalled affairs of honor took place. Charles Dickinson, a prominent man of the State, in the course of a long quarrel, had spoken disparagingly of Mrs. Jackson, and he was therefore challenged to mortal combat. Thursday morning, May 29th, he kissed his young wife tenderly, telling her he was going to Kentucky, and would be home, sure, tomorrow night. He met Jackson on the banks of the Red River. The one was tall, erect, and intense; the other young, handsome, an expert marksman, and determined to make no mistake in his fatal work. Dickinson fired with his supposed unerring aim, and missed. The bullet grazed Jackson's breast, and years later was the true cause of his death. Jackson took deliberate aim, intending to kill his opponent, and succeeded. The ball passed quite through Dickinson's body. His wife was sent for, being told that he was dangerously wounded. On her way thither she met, in a rough emigrant wagon, the body of her husband. He had "come home sure tomorrow night," but dead. He was deeply mourned by the State, which sympathized with his wife and infant child. General Jackson made bitter enemies by this act. Rachel had been avenged, but at what a fearful cost! 18 years had gone by since Jackson's marriage. He had received distinguished honors. He had been a representative, a senator, a judge of the Supreme Court of the State, a major general of the militia, but one joy was wanting. No children had been born in the home. Mrs. Jackson's nephews and nieces were often at the Hermitage, and he made her kindred his own; but both loved children, and this one blessing was denied them. In 1809, twins were born to Mrs. Jackson's brother. One of these, when but a few days old, was taken to the Hermitage, and the general adopted him, giving him his own name, Andrew Jackson. Even after, this child was a comfort and a delight. Visitors would often find the general reading, with the boy in the rocking chair beside him or in his lap. Hon. Thomas H. Benton, in his 30 Years' View, tells this story: "I arrived at his house one wet, chilly evening in February, and came upon him in the twilight, sitting alone before the fire, a lamb and a child between his knees. He started a little, called a servant to remove the 2 innocents to another room, and explained to me how it was. The child had cried because the lamb was out in the cold, and begged him to bring it in, which he had done to please the child, his adopted son, then not 2 years old. The ferocious man does not do that, and though Jackson had his passions and his violence, they were for men and enemies, those who stood up against him, and not for women and children, or the weak and helpless, for all whom his feelings were those of protection and support. Jackson was always the friend of young men, a constant inspiration to them to do their best. He knew the possibilities of a barefooted boy like himself. The world owes thanks to those who are its inspiration, whose minds develop ours, whose sweetness of nature makes us grow lovable, as plants grow in the sunshine, whose ideals become our ideals, who lead us up the mountains of faith and trust and hope. But the cord is silken, and we never know that we are led. We go through life loving and serving, for love is service. Who are our comfort and strength, we lean on those whom we love. While Jackson was the friend of young men, especially he was loyal to any who were near his heart. He was like another great man in a great war, the hero of 1812 and the hero of 1861. Jackson and Grant were true to those who had been true to them. Only a man of small soul forgets the ladder by which he climbs. The Second War with Great Britain had come upon the American people June 19, 1812. Our country had suffered in its commerce through the continued wars of England with France. Vessels had been searched by the English to find persons suspected of being British subjects. Often American seamen were impressed into their service. On the ocean, the contest between English and American ships became almost constant. While a portion of the States were not in favor of the war, one person was surely in favor, and ready for it, one who had not forgotten the deaths of his mother and brothers in the Revolutionary War, who had not forgotten the wounds on his head and hand. That person was General Jackson. He at once offered to the governor of Louisiana, for the defense of New Orleans, 3,000 soldiers. The offer was accepted, and he started for Natchez, there to await orders. The men were in the best of spirits, kept hopeful and enthusiastic by the ardor of their commander, who said to them, "Perish our friends, perish our wives, perish our children, the dearest pledges of heaven, nay, perish all earthly considerations, but let the honor and fame of a volunteer soldier be untarnished and immaculate. We now enjoy liberties, political, civil, and religious, that no other nation on earth possesses. May we never survive them. No, rather let us perish in maintaining them. And if we must yield, where is the man that would not prefer being buried in the ruins of his country than live the ignominious slave of haughty lords and unfeeling tyrants?" After a time the orders came. But what was the astonishment and indignation of both officers and men to hear that their services were not needed, as the British evidently did not intend to attack New Orleans; that they were to disband and return to Tennessee, without pay or rations, 500 miles from home. Jackson felt that it was an insult. He took an oath that they should never disband till they were at their own doors, that he would conduct his brave 3,000 through the wilderness and the Indian tribes, and be responsible for expenses. 150 of his men were ill. He put those who could ride on horses, and then, walking at their head, led the gallant company toward home. The soldiers used to say that he was tough as hickory. Then Old Hickory grew to be a term of endearment which he bore ever afterward. A month later, and the disappointed soldiers were at Nashville. Before they disbanded, they were marched out upon the public square and received a superb stand of colors. The needlework was on white satin, 18 orange stars in a crescent, with 2 sprigs of laurel, and the words, "Tennessee Volunteers, Independence, in a state of war, is to be maintained on the battleground of the Republic. The tented field is the post of honor, presented by the ladies of East Tennessee." Under these words were all the implements of war, cannons, muskets, drums, swords, and the like. Jackson and his men never forgot this offering of love, and showed themselves worthy of it in after years. If Jackson was not needed at New Orleans, he was soon needed elsewhere. Tecumseh, the great Indian chief, saw the lands of his fathers passing into the hands of the white men. He had long been uniting the western tribes from Florida to the northern lakes, and now that we were at war with England, he believed the hour of their delivery was come. He at once incited the Creeks of Alabama to arms. In the southern portion of that state, 40 miles north of Mobile, stood Fort Mims. The whites had become alarmed at the hostile attitude of the Indians, and over 500 men, women, and children had crowded into the fort for safety. On the 30th of August, 1813, 1,000 Creek warriors, in their war paint and feathers, uttering their terrible war whoops, rushed into the fort, tomahawked the men and women, and trampled the children into the dust. The buildings were burned, and the plain was covered with dead bodies. The massacre at Fort Mims blanched every face and embittered every heart. The Tennesseans offered at once to march against the Creeks. The hot-headed General Jackson had been wounded in a quarrel with Thomas H. Benton, and was suffering from the ball in his shoulder, which he carried there for 20 years. But he put his left arm into a sling, and though emaciated through long weeks of illness, he led his 2,500 men into the Indians' country. The provisions did not follow them as had been arranged. Jackson wrote home earnestly for money and food. He said, "There is an enemy whom I dread much more than I do the hostile Creeks, and whose power I am fearful I shall first be made to feel. I mean the meager monster, famine." And yet he encouraged his men with these brave words: "Shall an enemy wholly unacquainted with military evolution, and who rely more for victory on their grim visages and hideous yells than upon their bravery or their weapons, shall such an enemy ever drive before them the well-trained youths of our country, whose bosoms pant for glory and a desire to avenge the wrongs they have received? Your general will not live to behold such a spectacle. Rather would he rush into the thickest of the enemy, and submit himself to their scalping knives. With his soldiers he will face all dangers, and with them participate in the glory of conquest." The first battle with the Creeks was fought under General John Coffee at Tellus-Chatchis, 13 miles from Jackson's camp, the friendly Creeks leading the way, wearing white feathers and white deer tails to distinguish them from the hostile tribes. The whites, maddened by the memory of Fort Mims, fought like tigers. The Indians, sullen and revengeful at the prospect of losing their homes and their hunting grounds, neither asked nor gave quarter, and fought heroically. Nearly the whole town perished. On the battlefield was found a dead mother with her arms clasped about a living child. The babe was brought into camp, and Jackson asked some of the Indian women to care for it. "No," said they, "all his relations are dead. Kill him too." The baby was cared for at General Jackson's expense till the campaign was over, and then carried to the Hermitage, where he grew to young manhood as a petted son. The general and his wife gave him the name of Lincoyer. In his 17th year he died of consumption, sincerely mourned by his devoted friends. Following the battle of Tellus-Chatchis, General Jackson moved against Talladega, and, after a bloody conflict, rescued 150 friendly Creeks. Returning to camp, he found starvation staring him in the face. The men were becoming desperate, yet he kept his cheerfulness, dividing with them the last crust. One morning a gaunt, hungry-looking soldier approached General Jackson as he was sitting under a tree, eating, and asked for some food, saying that he was nearly starving. "It has been a rule with me," said the general, "never to turn away a hungry man, when it is in my power to relieve him, and I will most cheerfully divide with you what I have." Putting his hand in his pocket, he drew forth a few acorns. "This is the best and only fare I have," he said, and the soldier was comforted. Many of the men had enlisted for 3 months only, and were impatient to return home. Finally, the militia determined to return with or without the general's consent. Jackson heard of their intention, and at once ordered the volunteers to detain them, peaceably if they could, forcibly if they must. Then the volunteers in turn attempted to go back, but were met by Jackson's firm resolve to shoot the first man who took a step toward home. "I cannot," he said, "must not believe that the volunteers of Tennessee, a name ever dear to fame, will disgrace themselves, and a country which they have honored, by abandoning her standard, as mutineers and deserters. But should I be disappointed, and compelled to resign this pleasing hope, one thing I will not resign, my duty. Mutiny and sedition, so long as I possess the power of quelling them, shall be put down, and even when left destitute of this, I will still be found in the last extremity endeavoring to discharge the duty I owe my country and myself." That one word, duty, was the keynote of Jackson's life. It was his religion. It was his philosophy. With all Jackson's kindness to his men, they knew that he could be severe. John Woods, a boy not 18, the support of aged parents, was shot for refusing to obey a superior officer. That he could have been spared seems probable, but Jackson taught hard lessons to his undisciplined troops, and sometimes in a harsh manner. In 7 months the Creeks had been utterly routed. Half their warriors were dead, and the rest were broken in spirit. Weathersford, their most heroic chief, the leader at the Fort Mims massacre, sought General Jackson at his camp. "How dare you," said Jackson, "ride up to my tent, after having murdered the women and children at Fort Mims?" "General Jackson, I am not afraid of you," was the reply. "I fear no man, for I am a Creek warrior. I have nothing to request in behalf of myself. You can kill me if you desire. But I come to beg you to send for the women and children of the war party who are now starving in the woods. Their fields and cribs have been destroyed by your people, who have driven them to the woods without an ear of corn. I hope that you will send out parties, who will conduct them safely here, in order that they may be fed. I exerted myself in vain to prevent the massacre of the women and children at Fort Mims. I am now done fighting. The Red Sticks are nearly all killed. If I could fight you any longer, I would most heartily do so. Send for the women and children. They never did you any harm, but kill me if the white people want it done." "Kill him! Kill him!" shouted several voices. "Silence!" exclaimed Jackson. "Any man who would kill as brave a man as this would rob the dead." Weathersford's request was granted, and the women and children of the war party were provided for. The chief died many years afterward, a planter in Alabama, respected by the Americans for his bravery and his honor. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Andrew Jackson, Part 2. The Creek War over, Jackson went back to Tennessee, a noted, successful soldier. He had not only conquered the Creeks, but he had won for himself the position of Major General in the United States Army, having in charge the Department of the South. He was now 47, and had indeed reached a high position. Mississippi voted him a sword, and other states sent testimonials of appreciation. All this time he was a constant sufferer in body, and only kept himself from his bed by his indomitable will. The Hermitage could not long keep the ardent, tireless general from the front. He soon established his headquarters at Mobile, and prepared to defend 1,000 miles of coast from the British. He had but a small army at his command, and was far from Washington, with scarcely any means of communication. Indeed, the English had captured that city already, and burned most of its public buildings. The English had attacked Mobile Point, been defeated, and retired to Pensacola, Florida. Spain owned Florida, and was supposed to be neutral, but she was in reality friendly and helpful to England, and allowed her to use the state as a base of operations. Jackson wrote to Washington, asking leave to attack Pensacola. The answer did not come back till the War of 1812 was over, and Jackson had won renown for himself and his country. He did not wait for an answer, however, but stormed Pensacola, captured it, and then hastened to New Orleans, where he expected the next attack would be made. He used to say to young men, "Always take all the time to reflect that circumstances will permit, but when the time for action has come, stop thinking." And at Pensacola he stopped thinking and acted. Nothing was ready for his coming, but all eyes turned to the conqueror of the Creeks as the savior of New Orleans. Women gathered around him and looked trustingly toward the erect, self-centered, bronzed soldier. Men flocked willingly to his service, glad to do his bidding. He summoned the engineers of the city, and ordered every bayou to be obstructed by earth and sunken logs. The city was put under martial law. No person was permitted to leave the place without a written permit, signed by the general or one of his staff. The street lamps were extinguished at 9 o'clock, after which hour any person without the necessary permit, or not having the countersign, was apprehended as a spy, and held for examination. All able-bodied men, black and white, were compelled to serve as soldiers or sailors. He had with him about 2,000 troops, and 4,000 more within 10 or 15 days' march. Against these, for the most part undisciplined troops, a British force of 20,000 men was coming, with a fleet of 50 ships, carrying 1,000 guns. Much of this army had served under the great Wellington in France. Its present leader, General Pakenham, was Wellington's brother-in-law. He was only 38, brave, and the idol of his men. Some of the ships had been with Nelson in the Battle of the Nile. The flower of England's army and navy had been sent to conquer the independent and self-reliant Americans. So certain were the British of conquest that several families were with the fleet, husbands and brothers having been appointed already to civil offices. Another person was also confident of victory. The man who had seen but 14 months of service, but who from boyhood had never known what it was to be defeated. He inspired others with the same confidence. Says Latour in his history of the war in West Florida and Louisiana, "The energy manifested by General Jackson spread, as it were, by contagion, and communicated itself to the whole army. There was nothing which those who composed it did not feel themselves capable of performing, if he ordered it to be done. It was enough that he expressed a wish or threw out the slightest intimation, and immediately a crowd of volunteers offered themselves to carry his views into execution." The English fleet entered Lake Borgne, 60 miles northeast from New Orleans, on December 10, 1814. 12 days later they had reached the Mississippi River, 9 miles below the city. The next day, when Jackson was informed of their approach, he said, bringing his clenched fist down upon the table, "By the Eternal, they shall not sleep on our soil." At once, with, as Parton says, that calm impetuosity and that composed intensity which belonged to him, he sent word to the various regiments to meet him at 3 o'clock at a specified place. And then he lay down and slept for a short time, his only rest during the next 3 days and 3 nights. Few men, except General Jackson, with his iron will, could have slept at such a time. A messenger came, sent by some ladies, asking what they should do if the city were attacked. "Say to them not to be uneasy. No British soldier shall enter the city as an enemy, unless over my dead body," and he kept his word. At 3 o'clock the men were hastening on to meet the redcoats. Twilight came early, and the moon rose dimly over the battlefield. The signal of attack was to be a shot fired from the ship Carolina. At 7:30 the first gun was heard, then 7 others, and the word was given, "Forward." And forward they went, with quick steps and eager hearts. A tremendous fire opened upon our artillerymen. The horses attached to the cannon became unmanageable, and one of the pieces was turned over into the ditch. Jackson dashed into the midst of the fray, exclaiming, "Save the guns, my boys, at every sacrifice!" And the guns were saved. Men fought hand to hand in the smoke and the darkness, the British using their bayonets and the Americans their long hunting knives. Prisoners were taken and retaken. Till 10 o'clock the battle raged, when our men fell back upon the Rodriguez Canal to wait till the morning sun should show where to begin the deadly work. When the morning came, the battlefield presented a ghastly appearance. Says a British officer concerning the American dead, "Their hair, eyebrows, and lashes were thickly covered with hoarfrost, or rime, their bloodless cheeks vying with its whiteness. Few were dressed in military uniforms, and most of them bore the appearance of farmers or husbandmen. Peace to their ashes, they had nobly died in defending their country." The Rodriguez Canal was now strongly fortified. Spades, crowbars, and wheelbarrows had been sent from the city. The canal was deepened and the earth thrown up on the side. Fences were torn away, and rails driven down to keep the sand from falling back into the canal. The line of defense, a mile long, was 4 or 5 feet high in some places. Cotton bales from a neighboring ship were used. "Here," said Jackson, "we will plant our stakes, and not abandon them until we drive these redcoat rascals into the river or the swamp." While these busy preparations were going on, food was brought to General Jackson, which he ate in the saddle. Christmas Day came. The English Admiral Cochrane had said, "I shall eat my Christmas dinner in New Orleans." General Jackson heard of it and remarked, "Perhaps so, but I shall have the honor of presiding at that dinner." The Americans were ready, but the British did not make the expected attack. Every man was at his post. When an officer, the son of one of Jackson's best friends, said to him, "May I go to town to day?" the reply was, "Of course, Captain Livingston, you may go, but ought you to go?" The young man blushed, bowed, and returned to duty. Meantime, the British were not idle. They had determined to silence the guns of the American ships, and with great toil had brought up into the swampy ground 9 field pieces, 2 howitzers, 1 mortar, a furnace of heating balls, and the necessary ammunition. At the dawn of the morning of December 27th, the firing began. The Carolina, after a terrific bombardment, blew up. The Louisiana fought her way out into a place of safety. The days went by slowly under the dreadful suspense. On New Year's Day, General Pakenham cannonaded the Americans and was driven back. On January 8th, the final battle began. Early in the morning, the British moved against the Americans. Jackson walked along the lines, cheering the men. "Stand to your guns. Don't waste your ammunition. See that every shot tells. Give it to them, boys. Let us finish the business today." And every shot did tell. The sharpshooters aimed at the officers, and the batteries mowed down the British regulars. Seeing them falter, Pakenham rushed among the men, shouting, "For shame! Recollect that you are British soldiers." Taking off his hat, he spurred his horse to the head of the wavering column. A ball splintered his right arm. Then the Highlanders came to the support of their comrades. "Hurrah, brave Highlanders!" he said, as a mass of grape shot tore open his thigh and killed his horse. Another shot struck him, and he was borne under a live oak to die. The great tree is still standing. At 9 o'clock in the morning the battle was virtually over. The British lost 700 killed, 1,400 wounded, and 500 taken prisoners, while the Americans lost but 8 killed and 13 wounded. The field was so thickly strewn with the dead that from the American ditch you could have walked a quarter of a mile to the front on the bodies of the killed and disabled. The course of the column could be distinctly traced in the broad red line of the victims of the terrible batteries and unerring guns of the Americans. They fell in their tracks. In some places whole platoons lay together, as if killed by the same discharge. The news of this great victory at New Orleans astonished the North, and made Jackson the hero of his time. The whole country was proud of a man who could win such a battle, losing the lives of so few of his men. Nearly every State passed resolutions in his praise. The Senate and House of Representatives ordered a gold medal to be struck in his honor. Philadelphia enjoyed a general illumination, one of the transparencies representing the general on horseback in pursuit of the enemy, with the words, "This day shall ne'er go by, from this day to the ending of the world, but he in it shall be remembered." Henry Clay said, "Now I can go to England without mortification." When Jackson and his army returned to New Orleans, men, women, and children came out to meet them. Young ladies strewed flowers along the way. Children crowned the general with laurel, and an impressive service was held in his honor in the cathedral. He replied, "For myself, to have been instrumental in the deliverance of such a country is the greatest blessing that heaven could confer. That it has been effected with so little loss, that so few tears should cloud the smiles of our triumph, and not a cypress leaf be interwoven in the wreath which you present, is a source of the most exquisite enjoyment." Mrs. Jackson and little Andrew, now 7 years old, came down from the Hermitage, and his cup of joy was indeed full. To have Rachel's commendation was more than to have that of all of the world besides. The ladies of New Orleans gave to her a valuable set of topaz jewelry, and to the general a diamond pin. A month later they were at home once more. He had shown the good judgment, the calm bravery, the comprehensive outlook, the quick decision, the tender compassion of the great soldier. Perhaps the busy public life was over. Who could tell? 4 months later General Jackson went to Washington, at the request of the Secretary of War, to arrange about the stations of the army in the South. The journey thither was one constant ovation. At a great banquet, tendered him at Lynchburg, Virginia, Thomas Jefferson, then 72, gave this toast: "Honor and gratitude to those who have filled the measure of their country's honor." At Washington also he received distinguished attention. In 1817 the Seminole Indians of Georgia and Alabama had become hostile. General Jackson was the man to conquer them. He immediately marched into their country with 1,800 whites and 1,500 friendly Indians, and in 5 months subjugated them. Florida was purchased in 1819, and 2 years later Jackson was appointed its governor, with a salary of $5,000. Mrs. Jackson joined him there, but neither was happy, and he soon resigned and returned with her to the Hermitage. He had built for her a new house, a 2-story brick, surrounded by a double piazza. He was at this time frail in health, and did not expect ever to live in the home, but wished it to be made beautiful for her. He hoped now to live a quiet life, enjoying his garden and his farm, but the nation had other plans for him. In 1823, Jackson was elected to the United States Senate, 26 years after his first appearance in that body. He was now prominently mentioned as a candidate for the presidency. Strange contrast indeed to the days when, barefooted and orphaned, he struggled for the rudiments of an education. While he had many ardent friends, he had strong opponents. Daniel Webster said, "If General Jackson is elected, the government of our country will be overthrown, the judiciary will be destroyed." Yet, he added, "His manners are more presidential than those of any of the candidates. He is grave, mild, and reserved. My wife is for him decidedly." Jefferson said, "I feel very much alarmed at the prospect of seeing General Jackson President. He is one of the most unfit men I know of for the place. He has had very little respect for laws or constitution, and is, in fact, an able military chief. His passions are terrible. He has been much tried since I knew him, but he is a dangerous man." But the people knew he had conquered the Indians and the British, and they believed in him. The candidates for the presidency in 1824 were Jackson, John Quincy Adams, William H. Crawford, and Henry Clay. While Jackson received the largest popular vote, the House of Representatives, balloting by states, elected John Quincy Adams. It was believed that Clay used his influence for Adams against Jackson, and this caused the election of Adams, a scholarly man, the son of John Adams, and long our representative abroad. 4 years later, in 1828, the people made their voices heard at the ballot box, and Jackson was elected by a large majority. The contest had been exceedingly personal and annoying. The old stories about his marriage were again dragged through the press. Mrs. Jackson, a victim of heart disease, was unduly troubled and became broken in health. When he was elected, she said, "Well, for Mr. Jackson's sake I am glad. For my own part, I never wished it." Jackson had built for her a small brick church in the Hermitage grounds, and here, where the neighbors and servants gathered, she found her deepest happiness, and sighed for no greater sphere of usefulness. When she urged the general to join her church, he said, "My dear, if I were to do that now, it would be said, all over the country, that I had done it for the sake of political effect. My enemies would all say so. I cannot do it now, but promise you that, when once more I am clear of politics, I will join the church." The people of Nashville were of course proud that one from their city had been chosen to so high a position, and tendered him a banquet on December 23, the anniversary of the first battle at New Orleans. A few days before this, Mrs. Jackson was taken ill, but she urged her husband to make himself ready for the banquet. While he had watched by her bedside constantly, on the evening of December 22, she was so much better that he consented to lie down on a sofa in an adjoining room. He had not been there 5 minutes before a cry was heard from Mrs. Jackson. He hastened to her, but she never breathed again. He could not believe that she was dead. When they brought a table to lay her body upon it, he said tenderly, in a choking voice, "Spread 4 blankets upon it. If she does come to, she will lie so hard upon the table." All night long he sat beside the form of his beloved Rachel, often feeling of her heart and pulse. In the morning he was wholly inconsolable, and when he found that she was really dead, the body could scarcely be forced from his arms. At the funeral, the road to the Hermitage was almost impassable. The press said of her, "Her pure and gentle heart, in which a selfish, guileful, or malicious thought never found entrance, was the throne of benevolence. To feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to supply the indigent, to raise the humble, to notice the friendless, and to comfort the unfortunate, were her favorite occupations. Thus she lived, and when death approached, her patience and resignation were equal to her goodness. Not an impatient gesture, not a vexatious look, not a fretful accent escaped her. But her last breath was charged with an expression of tenderness for the man whom she loved more than her life, and honored next to her God. Only such a nature could have held the undivided love of an impetuous, imperious man. Jackson, like so many other unchristian men, had the wisdom to desire and to choose for himself a Christian wife. He prepared a tomb for her like an open summer house, and buried her under the white dome supported by marble pillars. On the tablet above her are the words, "Here lie the remains of Mrs. Rachel Jackson, wife of President Jackson." Her face was fair, her person pleasing, her temper amiable, her heart kind. She delighted in relieving the wants of her fellow creatures, and cultivated that divine pleasure by the most liberal and unpretending methods. To the poor she was a benefactor, to the rich an example, to the wretched a comforter, to the prosperous an ornament. Her piety went hand in hand with her benevolence, and she thanked her Creator for being permitted to do good. A being so gentle and so virtuous, slander might wound, but could not dishonor. Even death, when he tore her from the arms of her husband, could but transport her to the bosom of her God. Such a woman need have no fear that she will fade out of a human heart. While Jackson lived, he wore her miniature about his neck, and every night laid it open beside her prayer book at his bedside. Her face was the last thing upon which his eyes rested before he slept, through those 8 years at the White House, and the first thing upon which his eyes opened in the morning. Possibly it is not given to all women to win and hold so complete and beautiful an affection. Perchance the fault is sometimes theirs. Andrew Jackson went to Washington, having grown 20 years older in a night, his friends said. His nephew, Andrew Jackson Donaldson, and his lovely wife accompanied him. Earl, the artist, who had painted her picture, her always meant Rachel with General Jackson, for this reason found a home also at the White House. The inauguration seemed to have drawn the whole country together. Webster said, "I never saw such a crowd here before. Persons have come 500 miles to see General Jackson, and they really seem to think that the country is rescued from some dreadful danger." After the ceremony, crowds completely filled the White House. During the first year of the presidency, the unfortunate maxim which had found favor in New York politics, "To the victors belong the spoils," began to be carried out in the removal, it is believed, of nearly 2,000 persons from office, and substituting those of different political opinions. The removals raised a storm of indignation from the opposite party, which did not in the least disturb General Jackson. In his first message to Congress, after maintaining that a long tenure of office is corrupting, urging that the surplus revenue be apportioned among the several States for works of public utility, he took strong ground against rechartering the United States Bank. This caused much alarm, for the influence of the bank was very great. Its capital was $35,000,000. The parent bank was at Philadelphia, with 25 branches in the large cities and towns. Since Alexander Hamilton's time, a government bank had been a matter of contention. When the second was started in 1816, after the War of 1812, business seemed to revive, but many persons believed, with Henry Clay, that such a bank was unconstitutional, and a vast political power that might be, and was, corruptly used. Complaints were constantly heard that officials were favored. When the bill to recharter the bank passed Congress, Jackson promptly vetoed the bill. He said, "We can, at least, take a stand against all new grants of monopolies and exclusive privileges, against any prostitution of our government to the advancement of the few at the expense of the many." A few years later, he determined to put an end to the bank by removing all the surplus funds, amounting to 10 millions, and placing them in certain State banks. When Mr. Duane, the Secretary of the Treasury, would not remove the deposits, General Jackson immediately removed him, putting Roger B. Taney in his place. Congress passed a vote of censure on the President, but it was afterward expunged from the records. Speculation resulted from the distribution of the money. The panic of 1836-37 followed, which the Whigs said was caused by the destruction of the bank, and the Democrats by the bank itself. The United States Bank was not the only disturbing question in these times. The tariff, which was advantageous to the manufacturers of the North, was considered disadvantageous to the agricultural interests of the South. Bitter feeling was engendered by the discussion, till South Carolina, under the leadership of John C. Calhoun, declared that the acts of Congress on the tariff were null and void. Therefore, nullification or disunion became the absorbing topic. Then came the great dispute between Robert Y. Hayne and Daniel Webster. If the nullifiers or believers in the extreme states' rights supposed Jackson to be on their side, they were quickly undeceived. When Jefferson's birthday, April 13th, was observed in Washington, as it had been for 20 years, Jackson sent the following toast: "Our Federal Union, it must be preserved." He wrote to the citizens of Charleston: "Every enlightened citizen must know that a separation, could it be effected, would begin the civil discord, and end in colonial dependence on a foreign power, and obliteration from the list of nations." He said, "If this thing goes on, our country will be like a bag of meal with both ends open. Pick it up in the middle or endwise, it will run out." Still, South Carolina was not to be deterred, with the eloquent Calhoun as her leader, and the nullification ordinance was passed December 24, 1832. At once, the governor was authorized to accept the service of volunteers. Medals were struck bearing the words, "John C. Calhoun, first President of the Southern Confederacy." By the time South Carolina was ready to break the laws, another person was ready to enforce them. Jackson at once sent General Scott to take command at Charleston, with gunboats close by, and sent also an earnest and eloquent protest to the seceding state. Public meetings were held in the large cities of the North. The tariff was modified at the next session of Congress, but the disunion doctrines were allowed to grow till 30 years later, when they bore the bitter fruit of civil war. When Jackson was asked, years afterward, what he would have done with Calhoun and the nullifiers if they had continued, he replied, "Hung them as high as Haman. They should have been a terror to traitors to all time, and posterity would have pronounced it the best act of my life." When difficulties arose about the Cherokees of Georgia, he removed them to the Indian Territory. A harsh measure it seemed, but perhaps not harder for the tribes than to have attempted to live among hostile whites. When the French king neglected to pay the $5,000,000 agreed upon for injuries done to our shipping, Jackson recommended to make reprisals on French merchantmen, and the money was paid. The national debt was paid under Jackson, who believed rightly that this, as well as every other kind of debt, is a curse. The Eaton affair showed his loyalty to friends. John H. Eaton, Secretary of War, had married the widow of a purser in the navy, formerly the daughter of a tavern keeper in Washington. Her conduct had caused criticism, and the ladies of the cabinet would not associate with her, even though President Jackson tried every means in his power to compel it, as Eaton was his warm friend. When the 8 years of presidential life were over, Jackson sent his farewell address to the people of the country, who had idolized him, and whom he had loved, he said, with the affection of a son, and retired to the Hermitage. The people of Nashville met him with outstretched arms and tearful faces. He was 70 years old, their president, and he had come home to live and die with them. He was now through with politics, and wanted to carry out her wishes, to join the little Hermitage church. The night of decision was full of meditation and prayer. One morning in 1843 the church was crowded to see the ex-president make a public confession of the Christian religion. He went home to read his Bible more carefully than ever. He had never read less than 3 chapters daily for 35 years. Such is the influence of early education received at a mother's knee. The following year, 1844, Commodore Elliot offered the sarcophagus which he had brought from Palestine, believed to have contained the remains of the Roman Emperor Alexander Severus, to President Jackson for his final resting place. A letter of cordial thanks was returned, with the words, "I cannot consent that my mortal body shall be laid in the repository prepared for an emperor or a king. My republican feelings and principles forbid it. The simplicity of our system of government forbids it. I have prepared an humble depository for my mortal body beside that wherein lies my beloved wife, where, without any pomp or parade, I have requested, when my God calls me to sleep with my fathers, to be laid." The May of 1845 found General Jackson feeble and emaciated, but still deeply interested in his country, writing letters to President Polk and other statesmen about Texas, hoping ever to avert war if possible. "If not," he said, "let war come. There will be patriots enough in the land to repel foreign aggression, come whence it may, and to maintain sacredly our just rights, and to perpetuate our glorious Constitution and liberty, and to preserve our happy Union." He made his will, bequeathing all his property to his adopted son, because, said he, if she were alive, she would wish him to have it all, and to me her wish is law." On Sunday, June 8, 1845, the family and servants gathered about the great man, who was dying at the age of 78, having fought against wounds and disease all his life. "My dear children," he said, "do not grieve for me. It is true I am going to leave you. I am well aware of my situation. I have suffered much bodily pain, but my sufferings are but as nothing compared with that which our blessed Saviour endured upon the accursed cross, that all might be saved who put their trust in him. I hope and trust to meet you all in heaven, both white and black, both white and black." Then he kissed each one, his eyes resting last affectionately upon his granddaughter Rachel, named for his wife, and closely resembling her in loveliness of character. Then death came. 2 days before he died, he said, "Heaven will be no heaven to me if I do not meet my wife there." Who can picture that meeting? He used to say, "All I have achieved, fame, power, everything, would I exchange if she could be restored to me for a moment." How blessed must have been the restoration! Not for a moment, but for eternity. The lawn at the Hermitage was crowded with thousands who came to attend the funeral. From the portico the minister spoke from the words, "These are they which come out of great tribulation, and washed their robes white in the blood of the Lamb." All over the country, public meetings were held in honor of the illustrious dead. The man who had said repeatedly, "I care nothing about clamors, I do precisely what I think just and right." He had had honors beyond anything which his own heart had ever coveted, says Professor William G. Sumner in his Life of Jackson. His successes had outrun his ambition. He had held more power than any other American had ever possessed. He had been idolized by the great majority of his countrymen, and had been surfeited with adulation. Politicians sometimes sneered about his "kitchen cabinet" at Washington, the devoted friends who influenced him, but did not hold official position; for, self-reliant though he was to a marvelous degree, he was neither afraid nor ashamed to be influenced by those who loved him. He was absolutely sincere and unselfish. He hated intensely and loved intensely, with an affection as unchanging as his adamantine will. Patriotic, determined, energetic, and heroic, he attained success where others would have failed. He illustrated Emerson's words, "The man who stands by himself, the universe will stand by him also." Francis P. Blair, his devoted friend, used to say, "Of all the men I have known, Andrew Jackson was the one most entirely sufficient for himself." During his presidency, the steamboat which once conveyed him and his party down the Chesapeake was unseaworthy, and one of the men exhibited much alarm. "You are uneasy," said the general. "You never sailed with me before, I see." As a soldier, he was a brave, wise, skilful leader. As a statesman, honest, earnest, fearless, true. "I do precisely what I think just and right." Said a friend who knew him well, "There was more of the woman in his nature than in that of any man I ever knew; more of woman's tenderness toward children, and sympathy with them. Often has he been known, though he never had a child of his own, to walk up and down by the hour with an infant in his arms, because by so doing he relieved it from the cause of its crying; more also of woman's patience and uncomplaining, unnoticing submissiveness to trivial causes of irritation. There was in him a womanly modesty and delicacy. By no man was the homage due to woman, the only true homage she can receive, faith in her, more devoutly rendered. This peculiar tenderness of nature entered largely, no doubt, into the composition of that manner of his, with which so many had been struck, and which was of the highest available stamp as regards both dignity and grace. Much of what he was in character he owed to Rachel Jackson. He once said to a prominent man, "My wife was a pious Christian woman. She gave me the best advice, and I have not been unmindful of it. When the people, in their sovereign pleasure, elected me President of the United States, she said to me, 'Don't let your popularity turn your mind away from the duty you owe to God. Before him we are all alike sinners, and to him we must all alike give account. All these things will pass away, and you and I and all of us must stand before God. I have never forgotten it, and I never shall." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1, A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daniel Webster, Part 1. In the little town of Salisbury, New Hampshire, now called Franklin, Daniel Webster was born January 18, 1782, the ninth in a family of 10 children. Ebenezer, the father, descended from a sturdy Puritan ancestry, had fought in the French and Indian wars, a brave, hardy pioneer. He had cleared the wilderness for his log house, married a wife who bore him 5 children, after which she died, and then married a second time, Abigail Eastman, a woman of vigorous understanding, yet tender and self-sacrificing. Of the 5 children of the latter wife, 3 daughters and 2 sons, Daniel was the fourth, a slight, delicate child, whose frail body made him especially dear to the mother, who felt that at any time he might be taken out of her arms forever. "In this hut," said Webster, years later, speaking of his father and mother, "they endured together all sorts of privations and hardships. My mother was constantly visited by Indians, who had never gone to a white man's house but to kill its inhabitants, while my father, perhaps, was gone, as he frequently was, miles away, carrying on his back the corn to be ground, which was to support his family." The father was absent from home also on more important errands. When the news of the Battle of Bunker Hill thrilled the colonies, Captain Webster, who had won his title in the earlier wars, raised a company, and at once started for the scene of action. He fought at Bennington under Stark, being the first to scale the Tory breastworks at White Plains, and was at West Point when Arnold attempted to surrender it to the British. He stood guard before General Washington's headquarters the night of Arnold's treason. No wonder, when Washington looked upon the robust form nearly 6 feet high, with black hair and eyes, and firm, decisive manner, he said, "Captain Webster, I believe I can trust you." And so thought the people of New Hampshire, for they made him a member of both houses of the state legislature at various times, and a judge of the Court of Common Pleas in his own county. The delicate boy Daniel was unable to work on the farm like his brother Ezekiel, 2 years older, but found his pleasure and pastime in reading and in studying nature. The home, Elms Farm, as it was called later, from the elms about it, was in a valley at a bend of the Merrimack. From here the boy gazed upon Mount Kearsarge and Mount Washington, the king of the White Mountain peaks, and if he did not dream of what the future had in store for him, he grew broad in soul from such surroundings. Great mountains, great reaches of sea or plain, usually bring great thoughts and plans to those who view them with a loving heart. Daniel had little opportunity for schooling in those early years. He says, in his Autobiography, "I do not remember when or by whom I was taught to read, because I cannot, and never could, recollect a time when I could not read the Bible. I suppose I was taught by my mother or by my elder sisters. My father seemed to have no higher object in the world than to educate his children to the full extent of his very limited ability. No means were within his reach, generally speaking, but the small-town schools. These were kept by teachers sufficiently indifferent in the several neighborhoods of the township, each a small part of the year. To these I was sent with the other children. In these schools nothing was taught but reading and writing, and as to these, the first I generally could perform better than the teacher, and the last a good master could hardly instruct me in. Writing was so laborious, irksome, and repulsive an occupation to me always." Much of the boy's time was spent in rambles along the Merrimack River, formed by the Winnipiseogee and the Pemigewasset, the beau ideal of a mountain stream, cold, noisy, winding, and with banks of much picturesque beauty. He loved to fish along the streams, having for company an old British soldier and sailor, Robert Wise. "He was," says Webster, "my Isaac Walton. He had a wife but no child. He loved me because I would read the newspapers to him, containing the accounts of battles in the European wars. When I have read to him the details of the victories of Howe and Jervis, etc., I remember he was excited almost to convulsions, and would relieve his excitement by a gush of exulting tears. He finally picked up a fatherless child, took him home, sent him to school, and took care of him, only, as he said, that he might have some one to read the newspaper to him. He could never read himself, Alas, poor Robert! I have never so attained the narrative art as to hold the attention of others as thou, with thy Yorkshire tongue, hast held mine. Thou hast carried me many a mile on thy back, paddled me over and up and down the stream, and given whole days in aid of my boyish sports, and asked no meed but that, at night, I would sit down at thy cottage door, and read to thee some passage of thy country's glory." Daniel heard of battles from another source beside Robert Wise. In the long winter evenings, when the family were snowbound, Captain Webster would tell stories of the Revolutionary War, and the boy grew patriotic as he heard of the brave soldiers who died to bring freedom to unborn generations. When he was 8 years old, with all the money at his command, 25 cents, he went into a little shop and bought, as he says, a small cotton pocket handkerchief with the Constitution of the United States printed on its two sides. From this I learned either that there was a Constitution or that there were 13 States. I remember to have read it, and have known more or less of it ever since. Years afterward he said that there was not an article, a section, a clause, a phrase, a word, a syllable, or even a comma of that Constitution which he had not studied and pondered in every relation and in every construction of which it was susceptible. How important a part this 25-cent handkerchief played in the lives of the two Webster boys! There is no soil so mellow as that of a child's mind. It needs no enriching, save love that warms it like sunshine. What is planted there early grows rank and tall, and mothers do most of the planting. The lad's reading in these boyish days was confined mostly to The Spectator and Pope's Essay on Man. The whole of the latter he learned to repeat. We had so few books, he says, that to read them once or twice was nothing. We thought they were all to be got by heart. The yearly almanac was regarded as an acquisition. Once when Ezekiel and he had a dispute after retiring as to a couplet at the head of the April page, Daniel got up, groped his way to the kitchen, lighted a candle, looked at the quotation, found himself in the wrong, and went back to bed. But he had inadvertently, at 2 o'clock at night in midwinter, set the house on fire, which was saved by his father's presence of mind. Daniel said, "They were in pursuit of light, but got more than they wanted." Exceedingly fond of poetry, at 12 he could repeat many of the hymns of Dr. Watts. Later he found delight in Don Quixote, of which he says, "I began to read it, and it is literally true that I never closed my eyes until I had finished it, nor did I lay it down. So great was the power of that extraordinary book on my imagination." Later still, Milton, Shakespeare, and the Bible became his inspiration. Years later he used to say, "I have read through the entire Bible many times. I now make it a practice to go through it once a year. It is the book of all others for lawyers as well as for divines, and I pity the man that cannot find in it a rich supply of thought, and of rules for his conduct. It fits man for life. It prepares him for death." Captain Webster had secretly nourished the thought that he should send Daniel to college, but he was not a man to awaken false hopes, so he made no mention of his thoughts. An incident related by Daniel shows his father's heart in the matter. Of a hot day in July, it must have been in one of the last years of Washington's administration, I was making hay with my father. About the middle of the forenoon, the Honorable Abiel Foster, who lived in Canterbury, 6 miles off, called at the house, and came into the field to see my father. He was a worthy man, college learned, and had been a minister, and was not a person of any considerable natural power. He talked a while in the field, and went on his way. When he was gone, my father called me to him, and we sat down beneath the elm on a haycock. He said, "My son, that is a worthy man. He is a member of Congress. He goes to Philadelphia and gets $6 a day, while I toil here. It is because he had an education, which I never had. If I had had his early education, I should have been in Philadelphia in his place. I came near it as it was, but I missed it, and now I must work here." "My dear father," said I, "you shall not work. Brother and I shall work for you, and will wear our hands out, and you shall rest." And I remember to have cried, and I cry now at the recollection. "My child," said he, "it is of no importance to me. I now live but for my children. I could not give your elder brothers the advantages of knowledge, but I can do something for you. Exert yourself, improve your opportunities, learn, and when I am gone, you will not need to go through the hardships which I have undergone, and which have made me an old man before my time." Daniel never forgot those precious words. Improve your opportunities, learn. The next year, 1796, he went to Phillips Exeter Academy, where he found 90 boys. He had come with his plain clothes from his plain home, while many of the others had come from rich and aristocratic families. Sometimes the boys ridiculed his country ways and country dress. Little they knew of the future that was to give them some slight renown simply because they happened to be in the same class with this country lad. When will the world learn not to judge a person by his clothes? When the first term of Exeter was near its close, the usher, Nicholas Emery, afterward an eminent lawyer in Portland, Maine, said to Webster, "You may stop a few minutes after school. I wish to speak to you." He then told the lad that he was a better scholar than any in his class, that he learned more readily and easily, and that if he returned to school he should be put into a higher class, and not be hindered by boys who cared more for play and dress than for solid improvement. "These were the first truly encouraging words," said Mr. Webster, "that I have ever received with regard to my studies. I then resolved to return, and pursue them with diligence and so much ability as I possessed." Blessings on thee, Nicholas Emery! Strange that either from indifference or what we think the world will say, we forget to speak a helpful or an encouraging word. True appreciation is not flattery. Daniel was at this time extremely diffident, a manner that speaks well for a boy or girl generally, and was helped out of it by a noble young teacher, Joseph Stevens Buckminster, who died at 28. Mr. Webster says, "I believe I made tolerable progress in most branches which I attended to while in this school, but there was one thing I could not do. I could not make a declamation. I could not speak before the school. The kind and excellent Buckminster sought, especially, to persuade me to perform the exercise of declamation like other boys, but I could not do it. Many a piece did I commit to memory, and recite and rehearse in my own room, over and over again. Yet when the day came, when the school collected to hear declamations, when my name was called, and I saw all eyes turned to my seat, I could not raise myself from it. Sometimes the instructors frowned, sometimes they smiled. Mr. Buckminster always pressed and entreated, most winningly, that I would venture, but I could never command sufficient resolution. When the occasion was over, I went home and wept bitter tears of mortification." After 9 months at Exeter, Daniel began to study with Rev. Samuel Wood, a minister in the adjoining town of Boscawen, 6 miles from Salisbury. As Captain Webster was driving over with his son, he communicated to him his plan of sending him to college. "I remember," says Daniel Webster, "the very hill which we were ascending, through deep snows, in a New England sleigh, when my father made known this purpose to me. I could not speak. How could he, I thought, with so large a family, and in such narrow circumstances, think of incurring so great an expense for me? A warm glow ran all over me, and I laid my head on my father's shoulder and wept." All through life, greatest of American orators was never afraid nor ashamed to weep. Children are not, and the nearer we keep to the naturalness of children, with reasonable self-control, the more power we have over others, and the sweeter and purer grow our natures. While Daniel was at Dr. Wood's, a characteristic incident occurred. He says, "My father sent for me in haying time to help him, and put me into a field to turn hay, and left me. It was pretty lonely there, and after working some time, I found it very dull. And as I knew my father was gone away, I walked home, and asked my sister Sally if she did not want to go and pick some whortleberries. She said yes. So I went and got some horses, and put a side saddle on one, and we set off. We did not get home until it was pretty late, and I soon went to bed. When my father came home, he asked my mother where I was, and what I had been about. She told him. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw all the clothes I had brought from Dr. Wood's tied up in a small bundle again. When I saw my father, he asked me how I liked haying. I told him I found it pretty dull and lonesome yesterday. 'Well,' said he, 'I believe you may as well go back to Dr. Wood's.' So I took my bundle under my arm, and on my way I met Thomas W. Thompson, a lawyer in Salisbury. He laughed very heartily when he saw me. 'So,' said he, 'your farming is over, is it?' In August, 1797, when Daniel was 15, he entered Dartmouth College. There he proved a genial, affectionate friend, and a devoted student. But for this natural warmth of heart, he probably never would have been an orator, for those only move others whose own hearts are moved. He had few intimates, says Henry Cabot Lodge, in his admirably written and discriminating Life of Webster, but many friends. He was generally liked as well as universally admired, was a leader in the college societies, active and successful in sports, simple, hearty, unaffected, without a touch of priggishness, and with a wealth of wholesome animal spirits. After 2 years, the unselfish student could bear no longer the thought that his beloved brother Ezekiel was not to enjoy a college education. When he went home in vacation, he confided to his brother his unhappiness for his sake, and for a whole night they discussed the subject. It was decided that Daniel should consult the father. This, we knew, said Mr. Webster, would be a trying thing to my father and mother and 2 unmarried sisters. My father was growing old, his health not good, and his circumstances far from easy. The farm was to be carried on, and the family taken care of, and there was nobody to do all this but him, who was regarded as the mainstay, that is to say, Ezekiel. However, I ventured on the negotiation, and it was carried, as other things often are, by the earnest and sanguine manner of youth. I told him that I was unhappy at my brother's prospects. For myself, I saw my way to knowledge, respectability, and self-protection. But, as to him, all looked the other way. That I would keep school and get along as well as I could, be more than 4 years in getting through college, if necessary, provided he also could be sent to study. He said that to carry us both through college would take all he was worth, that for himself he was willing to run the risk, but that this was a serious matter to our mother and 2 unmarried sisters, that we must settle the matter with them, and, if their consent was obtained, he must trust to Providence and get along as well as he could. Captain Webster consulted with his wife, told her that already the farm was mortgaged for Daniel's education, and that if Ezekiel went to college it would take all they possessed. "Well," said she, with her brave mother heart, "I will trust the boys," and they lived to make her glad that she had trusted them. The boy of 17 went back to Dartmouth to struggle with poverty alone, but he was happy. The boy of 19 began a new life, studying under Dr. Wood, and later entered Dartmouth College. Daniel, as he had promised, began to earn money to pay his own and his brother's way. By superintending a small weekly paper, called the Dartmouth Gazette, he earned enough to pay his board. In the winter he taught school, and gave the money to Ezekiel. While in college, his wonderful powers in debate began to manifest themselves. He wrote his own declamations. Said one of his classmates, "In his movements he was rather slow and deliberate, except when his feelings were aroused. Then his whole soul would kindle into a flame. We used to listen to him with the deepest respect and interest, and no one ever thought of equaling the vigor and flow of his eloquence." Beside his regular studies, he devoted himself to history and politics. From the Old World he learned lessons in finance, in commerce, in the stability of governments that he was able to use in after life. He remembered what he read. He says, "So much as I read I made my own. When a half hour or an hour, at most, had elapsed, I closed my book, and thought over what I had read. If there was anything peculiarly interesting or striking in the passage, I endeavored to recall it, and lay it up in my memory, and commonly I could recall it. Then, if, in debate or conversation afterward, any subject came up on which I had read something, I could talk very easily so far as I had read, and then I was very careful to stop." In this manner Mr. Webster became skilled in the art of conversation, and could be the life of any social gathering. On July 4, 1800, he delivered his first public speech, at the request of the people of Hanover, tracing the history of our country to the grand success of the Revolution. On leaving college he entered the law office of Mr. T. W. Thompson of Salisbury. He seems not to have inclined strongly to the law, his taste leading him toward general literature, but he was guided by the wishes of his father and other friends. His first reading was in the Law of Nations, Vadel, Burlamaqui, and Montesquieu, followed by Blackstone's Commentaries. After 4 months he was obliged to quit his studies and earn money for Ezekiel. He obtained a school at Fryeburg, Maine, promising to teach for 6 months for $175. 4 nights each week he copied deeds, and made in this way $2 a week. 30 years afterward he said, "The ache is not yet out of my fingers, for nothing has ever been so laborious to me as writing, when under the necessity of writing a good hand." When May came with its week of vacation, he says, "I took my quarter's salary, mounted a horse, went straight over all the hills to Hanover, and had the pleasure of putting these, the first earnings of my life, into my brother's hands for his college expenses. Having enjoyed this sincere and high pleasure, I hied me back again to my school and my copying of deeds." Thus, at 20, was the great American living out Emerson's sublime motto, "Help somebody," founded on that broadest and sweetest of all commands, "Love one another." "In these days," says George Ticknor Curtis's delightful Life of Webster, "he was always dignified in his deportment. He was usually serious, but often facetious and pleasant. He was an agreeable companion, and eminently social with all who shared his friendship. He was greatly beloved by all who knew him. His habits were strictly abstemious, and he neither took wine nor strong drink. He was punctual in his attendance upon public worship, and ever opened his school with prayer. I never heard him use a profane word, and never saw him lose his temper." While teaching and copying deeds, he read Adams' Defense of the American Constitutions, Williams' Vermont, Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History, and continued his Blackstone. He walked much in the fields alone, and thus learned to know himself, gaining that power of thought and mastery of self which are essential to those who would have mastery over others. He said, "I loved this occasional solitude then, and have loved it ever since, and love it still. I like to contemplate nature, and to hold communion, unbroken by the presence of human beings, with this universal frame, this wondrous fair. I like solitude also, as favorable to thoughts less lofty. I like to let the thoughts go free, and indulge excursions, and when thinking is to be done, one must, of course, be alone. No man knows himself who does not thus sometimes keep his own company. At a subsequent period of life, I have found that my lonely journeys, when following the court of its circuits, have afforded many an edifying day." And yet, in this busy life, he called himself naturally indolent, which was true, probably. Seeing that most of us do not love work, it is wise that in early life, if we would accomplish anything, we are drilled into habits of industry. When he went back to the study of law, he says, "I really often despaired. I thought I never could make myself a lawyer, and was almost going back to the business of school keeping. There are propositions in Coke so abstract, and distinctions so nice, and doctrines embracing so many conditions and qualifications, that it requires an effort not only of a mature mind, but of a mind both strong and mature to understand him." And yet, he adds, "if one can keep up an acquaintance with general literature in the meantime, the law may help to invigorate and unfold the powers of the mind." He longed, as every ambitious young man longs, for a wider sphere. If he could only go to Boston and mingle with the cultivated society there, but this seemed an impossibility. At this time, Ezekiel, through a college friend, was offered a private school in Boston. He accepted the position, and wrote to Daniel, urging him to come and teach Latin and Greek for an hour and a half each day, thus earning enough to pay his board. Daniel went to Boston, poor and unknown. His first efforts in finding an office in which to study were unsuccessful, for who cares about a young stranger in a great city? If we looked upon every human being as his master looks, doubtless we should be interested in him. He desired to study with someone already prominent. He found his way to the office of Christopher Gore, who was the first district attorney of the United States of Massachusetts, a commissioner to England under Jay's treaty for 8 years, ex-governor of the state, and ex-senator. Mr. Webster thus narrates his early experience: "A young man, as little known to Mr. Gore as myself, undertook to introduce me to him. We ventured into Mr. Gore's rooms, and my name was pronounced. I was shockingly embarrassed, but Mr. Gore's habitual courtesy of manner gave me courage to speak. I had the grace to begin with an unaffected apology, told him my position was very awkward, my appearance there very like an intrusion, and that if I expected anything but a civil dismissal, it was only founded in his known kindness and generosity of character. I was from the country, I said, had studied law for 2 years, had come to Boston to study a year more, had some respectable acquaintances in New Hampshire, not unknown to him, but had no introduction; that I had heard he had no clerk, thought it possible he would receive one; that I came to Boston to work, not to play; was most desirous on all accounts to be his pupil, and all I ventured to ask at present was that he would keep a place for me in his office till I could write to New Hampshire for proper letters, showing me worthy of it. I delivered this speech trippingly on the tongue, though I suspect it was better composed than spoken. Mr. Gore heard me with much encouraging good nature. He evidently saw my embarrassment, spoke kind words, and asked me to sit down. My friend had already disappeared. Mr. Gore said what I had suggested was very reasonable, and required little apology. He inquired, and I told him, what gentlemen of his acquaintance knew me and my father in New Hampshire. Among others, I remember I mentioned Mr. Peabody, who was Mr. Gore's classmate. He talked to me pleasantly for a quarter of an hour, and when I rose to depart, he said, "My young friend, you look as though you might be trusted. You say you come to study, and not to waste time. I will take you at your word. You may as well hang up your hat at once, go into the other room, take your book, and sit down to reading it, and write, at your convenience, to New Hampshire for your letters." The young man must have had the same earnest, frank look as the father when Washington said to him, "Captain Webster, I believe I can trust you," else he would not have won his way so quickly to the lawyer's confidence. Mr. Gore was a man of indefatigable research and great amenity of manners. The younger man probably unconsciously took on the habits of the older, for, says Emerson, "With the great we easily become great." Webster now read, in addition to books on the common and municipal law, Ward's Law of Nations, Lord Bacon's Elements, Puffendorf's Latin History of England, Gifford's Juvenal, Boswell's Tour to the Hebrides, Moore's Travels, and other works. When we know what books a man or woman reads, we generally know the person. The life in Mr. Gore's office was one long step on the road to fame, and it did not come by chance. It came because, even in timidity, Webster had the courage to ask for a high place. When about ready for admission to the bar, the position of Clerk of the Court of Common Pleas of Hillsborough County was offered to him, an appointment which had been the desire of the family for him for years. The salary was $1,500. This seemed a fortune indeed. I could pay all the debts of the family, he says, could help on Ezekiel. In short, I was independent. I had no sleep that night, and the next morning when I went to the office I stepped up the stairs with a lighter heart than I had ever had before. He conveyed the good news to Mr. Gore. "Well, my young friend," said he, "the gentlemen have been very kind to you. I am glad of it. You must thank them for it. You will write immediately, of course." I told him that I felt their kindness and liberality very deeply, that I should certainly thank them in the best manner I was able, but that I should go up to Salisbury so soon I hardly thought it was necessary to write. He looked at me as if he was greatly surprised. "Why," said he, "you don't mean to accept it, surely?" The bare idea of not accepting it so astounded me that I should have been glad to have found any hole to have hid myself in. "Well," said he, "you must decide for yourself. But come, sit down, and let us talk it over. The office is worth $1,500 a year, you say. Well, it never will be any more. 10 to 1, if they find out it is so much, the fees will be reduced. You are appointed now by friends. Others may fill their places who are of different opinions, and who have friends of their own to provide for. You will lose your place, or, supposing you retain it, what are you but a clerk for life? And your prospects as a lawyer are good enough to encourage you to go on. Go on and finish your studies. You are poor enough, but there are greater evils than poverty. Live on no man's favor. What bread you do eat, let it be the bread of independence. Pursue your profession. Make yourself useful to your friends, and a little formidable to your enemies, and you have nothing to fear." Young Webster went home and passed another sleepless night. Then he borrowed some money, hired a sleigh, and started for Salisbury. When he reached his father's house, the pale old man said to him, "Well, Daniel, we have got that office for you." "Yes, father," was the reply. "The gentlemen were very kind. I must go and thank them." "They gave it to you without my saying a word about it." "I must go and see Judge Farrar, and tell him I am much obliged to him." "Daniel, Daniel," said he at last, with a searching look, "don't you mean to take that office?" "No, indeed, father," was the response. "I hope I can do much better than that. I mean to use my tongue in the courts, not my pen; to be an actor, not a register of other men's acts. I hope yet, sir, to astonish your honor in your own court by my professional attainments." He looked half proud, half sorrowful, and said slowly, "Well, my son, your mother has always said you would come to something or nothing. She was not sure which. I think you are now about settling that doubt for her." He never spoke a word more upon the subject. The $1,500 clerkship was gone forever, but Daniel had chosen the right road to fame and prosperity. He returned finally to the quiet town of Boscawen, and, not willing to be separated from his father, began the life of a country lawyer. His practice brought not more than $500 or $600 a year, but it gave self-support. He had also time for study. Study, he said, is the grand requisite for a lawyer. Men may be born poets, and leap from their cradle painters. Nature may have made them musicians, and called on them only to exercise, and not to acquire ability. But law is artificial. It is a human science to be learned, not inspired. Let there be a genius for whom nature has done so much as apparently to have left nothing for application, yet, to make a lawyer, application must do as much as if nature had done nothing. The evil is that an accursed thirst for money violates everything. The love of fame is extinguished, every ardent wish for knowledge repressed, conscience put in jeopardy, and the best feelings of the heart indurated by the mean, money-catching, abominable practices which cover with disgrace a part of the modern practitioners of the law. Webster's first speech at the bar was listened to by his proud and devoted father, who did not live to hear him a second time. He died in 1806, at 67, and was buried beneath a tall pine tree on his own field. Daniel assumed his debts, and for 10 years bore the burden, if that may be called a burden which we do willingly for love's sake. The next year he removed to Portsmouth. He was now 25, pale, slender, and of refined and apparently delicate organization. He had written considerable for the press, made several Fourth of July orations, and published a little pamphlet, Considerations on the Embargo Laws. In June, 1808, when he was 26, he made the wisest choice of his life in his marriage to Grace Fletcher, daughter of Rev. Elijah Fletcher of Hopkinton. She was 27, a rare combination of intellect and sweetness, just the woman to inspire an educated man by her cultivated and sympathetic mind, and to rest him with her gentle and genial presence. She had a quiet dignity which won respect, and her manners were unaffected, frank, and winning. From the first time he saw her she looked like an angel to him, and such she ever remained to his vision. And now began the happiest years of his life. The small wooden house in which they lived grew into a palace, because love was there. His first child, little Grace, named for her mother, became the idol of his heart. Business increased, and friends multiplied during the 9 years he lived at Portsmouth. He was fortunate in having an almost constant opponent in the law, the renowned Jeremiah Mason, 14 years his senior, and the acknowledged head of the legal profession in New Hampshire. Mr. Webster studied him closely. He had a habit, said Webster, of standing quite near to the jury, so near that he might have laid his finger on the foreman's nose, and then he talked to them in a plain conversational way, in short sentences, and using no word that was not level to the comprehension of the least educated man on the panel. This led me to examine my own style, and I set about reforming it altogether. Before this his style had been somewhat florid. Afterward it was terse, simple, and graphic. On July 4, 1812, Webster delivered an oration before the Washington Benevolent Society, in which he stoutly opposed the war then being carried on with England. The address immediately passed through 2 editions, and led to his appointment as delegate to an assembly of the people of Rockingham County to express disapproval of the war. The Rockingham Memorial, which was presented to the President, was written by Mr. Webster, and showed a thorough knowledge of the condition of affairs and an ardent devotion to the Union, even though the various sections of the country might differ in opinion. The result of this meeting was the sending of Mr. Webster to Congress, where he took his seat May 24, 1813. He was 31, The poverty, the poor clothes in Dartmouth College, the burden of his father's debts, had not kept him from success. Once in Congress, it was but natural that his influence should be felt. He did not speak often, but when he did speak, the House listened. He was placed on the Committee on Foreign Relations, with Mr. Calhoun as chairman. He helped to repeal the embargo laws, spoke on the tariff, showing that he was a free trader in principle, but favored protection as far as expediency demanded it, and took strong grounds against the War of 1812. He urged the right and necessity of free speech on all questions. He said, "It is the ancient and undoubted prerogative of this people to canvass public measures and the merits of public men. It is a home-bred right, a fireside privilege. It has ever been enjoyed in every house, cottage, and cabin in the nation. It is as undoubted as the right of breathing the air or walking on the earth. Belonging to private life as a right, it belongs to public life as a duty. And it is the last duty which those whose representative I am shall find me to abandon." He was active in that almost interminable discussion concerning a United States bank. The first bank, chartered in 1791, had Hamilton for its defender and Jefferson for its opponent. In 1811 the bank failed to obtain a renewal of its charter. During the War of 1812 the subject was again urged. The Jeffersonians were opposed to any bank. Another party favored a bank which should help the government by heavy loans, and be relieved from paying its notes in specie. Still another party, to which Webster belonged, favored a bank with reasonable capital, compelled to redeem its notes in specie, and at liberty to make loans or not to the government. On the subject of the currency he made remarkable speeches, showing a knowledge of the subject perhaps unequaled since Hamilton. The bank bill passed in 1816, shorn of some of its objectionable features. On April 26th, Mr. Webster presented his resolutions requiring all dues to the government to be paid in coin, or in Treasury notes, or in notes on the Bank of the United States, and by a convincing speech aided in its adoption, thus rendering his country a signal service. During this session of Congress, Webster received a challenge to a duel from Mr. John Randolph, of Roanoke, and was brave enough to refuse, saying, "It is enough that I do not feel myself bound, at all times and under any circumstances, to accept from any man, who shall choose to risk his own life, an invitation of this sort." The time had come now in Mr. Webster's life for a broader sphere. He decided to move to Boston. His law practice had never brought more than $2,000 a year, and he needed more than this for his growing family. Besides, his house in Portsmouth, costing him $6,000, had been burned, his library and furniture destroyed, and he must begin the world anew. The loss of property was small compared with another loss close at hand. Grace, the beautiful, precocious firstborn, the sunshine of the home, died in her father's arms, smiling full in his face as she died. He wept like a child, and could never forget that parting look. After settling in Boston, business flowed in upon him, until he earned $20,000 a year. He would work hard in the early morning hours, coming home tired from the courts in the afternoon. Says a friend, "After dinner, Mr. Webster would throw himself upon the sofa, and then was seen the truly electrical attraction of his character. Every person in the room was drawn immediately into his sphere, the children squeezing themselves into all possible places and postures upon the sofa, in order to be close to him, Mrs. Webster sitting by his side, and the friend or social visitor only too happy to join in the circle. All this was not from invitation to the children. He did nothing to amuse them. He told them no stories. It was the irresistible attraction of his character, the charm of his illumined countenance, from which beamed indulgence and kindness to every one of his family." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2. A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daniel Webster, Part 2. Among the celebrated cases which helped Mr. Webster's renown was the Dartmouth College case in 1817. The college was originally a charity school for the instruction of the Indians in the Christian religion, founded by the Reverend Eliezer Wheelock. He solicited and obtained subscriptions in England, the Earl of Dartmouth being a generous giver. A charter was obtained from the Crown in 1769, appointing Dr. Wheelock president and empowering him to name his successor, subject to the approval of the trustees. In 1815, a quarrel began between two opposite political and religious factions. The legislature was applied to, which changed the name from college to university, enlarged the number of trustees, and otherwise modified the rights of the corporation under the charter from England. The new trustees took possession of the property. The old board brought action against the new, but the courts of New Hampshire decided that the acts of the legislature were constitutional. The case was appealed to Washington, and on March 10, 1818, Mr. Webster made his famous speech of over 4 hours, proving that by the Constitution of the United States the charter of an institution is a contract which a state legislature cannot annul. In closing, he said to the Chief Justice, "This, sir, is my case. It is the case, not merely of that humble institution, it is the case of every college in our land. It is more, it is the case of every eleemosynary institution throughout our country, of all those great charities founded by the piety of our ancestors, to alleviate human misery and scatter blessings along the pathway of life. It is more, it is, in some sense, the case of every man among us who has property of which he may be stripped. For the question is simply this: shall our state legislatures be allowed to take that which is not their own, to turn it from its original use, and apply it to such ends or purposes as they in their discretion shall see fit? Sir, you may destroy this little institution. It is weak. It is in your hands. I know it is one of the lesser lights in the literary horizon of our country. You may put it out. But, if you do so, you must carry through your work. You must extinguish, one after another, all those greater lights of science which, for more than a century, have thrown their radiance over our land. It is, sir, as I have said, a small college, and yet there are those who love it." Here Mr. Webster broke down, overcome by the recollections of those early days of poverty and the self-sacrifice of the dead father. The eyes of Chief Justice Marshall were suffused with tears, as were those of nearly all present. When Mr. Webster sat down, for some moments the silence was deathlike, and then the people roused themselves as though awakening from a dream. Nearly 70 years after this, when the Honorable Mellon Chamberlain, librarian of the Boston Public Library, gave his eloquent address at the dedication of Wilson Hall, the library building of Dartmouth College, he held in his hand the very copy of Blackstone from which Webster quoted in his great argument, with his autograph on the flyleaf. Of Webster he said, "His imagination transformed the soulless body corporate, the fiction of the king's prerogative, into a living personality, the object of his filial devotion, the beloved mother whose protection called forth all his powers, and enkindled in his bosom a quenchless love." Several years later Webster won the great case of Gibbons versus Ogden, which settled that the State of New York had no right, under the Constitution, to grant a monopoly of steam navigation on its waters to Fulton and Livingston. He now took an active part in the revision of the Constitution of Massachusetts, helping to do away with the religious test that a person holding office must declare his belief in the Christian religion. A believer himself, he was unwilling to force his views upon others. December 22, 1820, he delivered an oration at Plymouth, commemorating the 200th anniversary of the landing of the Pilgrims. It was a grand theme, and the theme had a master to handle it. He began simply, "Let us rejoice that we behold this day. Let us be thankful that we have lived to see the bright and happy breaking of the auspicious morn which commences the 3rd century of the history of New England. Forever honored be this, the place of our fathers' refuge. Forever remembered the day which saw them, weary and distressed, broken in everything but spirit, poor in all but faith and courage, at last secure from the danger of wintry seas, and impressing this shore with the first footsteps of civilized man." Then the picture was sketched on a glowing canvas: the noble Pilgrims, the progress of New England during the century, the grand government under which we live and develop, with the Christian religion for our comfort and our hope. In closing he said, "The hours of this day are rapidly flying, and this occasion will soon be past. Neither we nor our children can expect to behold its return. They are in the distant regions of futurity. They exist only in the all-creating power of God. We shall stand here, 100 years hence, to trace through us their descent from the Pilgrims, and to survey, as we have now surveyed, the progress of their country during the lapse of a century. We would anticipate their concurrence with us in our sentiments of deep regard for our common ancestors. We would anticipate and partake the pleasure with which they will then recount the steps of New England's advancement. On the morning of that day, although it will not disturb us in our repose, the voice of acclamation and gratitude, commencing on the Rock of Plymouth, shall be transmitted through millions of the sons of the Pilgrims, till it lose itself in the murmurs of the Pacific seas. The people heard the oration as though entranced. Said Mr. Ticknor, a man of remarkable culture, "I was never so excited by public speaking before in my life. 3 or 4 times I thought my temples would burst with the gush of blood. For, after all, you must know that I am aware it is no connected and compacted whole, but a collection of wonderful fragments of burning eloquence, to which his whole manner gave tenfold force. When I came out, I was almost afraid to come near to him. It seemed to me as if he was like the mount that might not be touched, and that burned with fire." John Adams wrote him, "If there be an American who can read it without tears, I am not that American. Mr. Burke is no longer entitled to the praise, the most consummate orator of modern times. This oration will be read 500 years hence with as much rapture as it was heard. It ought to be read at the end of every century, and indeed at the end of every year, forever and ever." From the day he delivered that oration, Mr. Webster was the leading orator of America. From that day he belonged not to Grace Webster alone, not to Massachusetts, not to one political party, but to the people of the United States. 5 years after that, he delivered the address at the laying of the cornerstone of Bunker Hill Monument. Who does not remember the impassioned words to the survivors of the Revolution? "Venerable men, you have come down to us from a former generation. Heaven has bounteously lengthened out your lives that you might behold this joyous day. You are now where you stood 50 years ago, this very hour, with your brothers and your neighbors, shoulder to shoulder, in the strife for your country. Behold how altered! The same heavens are indeed over your heads, the same ocean rolls at your feet, but all else how changed! You hear now no roar of hostile cannon. You see no mixed volumes of smoke and flame rising from burning Charleston. The ground strewed with the dead and the dying, the impetuous charge, the steady and successful repulse, the loud call to repeated assault, the summoning of all that is manly to repeated resistance, 1,000 bosoms freely and fearlessly bared in an instant to whatever of terror there may be in war and death, all these you have witnessed, but you witness them no more. All is peace, and God has granted you this sight of your country's happiness, ere you slumber in the grave forever. He has allowed you to behold and to partake the reward of your patriotic toils, and he has allowed us, your sons and countrymen, to meet you here, and in the name of the present generation, in the name of your country, in the name of liberty, to thank you. But alas, you are not all here. Time and the sword have thinned your ranks. Prescott, Putnam, Stark, Brooks, Reed, Pomeroy, Bridge. Our eyes seek for you in vain amidst this broken band. You are gathered to your fathers, and live only to your country in her grateful remembrance and your own bright example. Who has not read that address delivered at Faneuil Hall, Boston, in commemoration of the lives and services of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, who died July 4, 1826? Who does not remember that imaginary speech of John Adams? "Sink or swim, live or die, survive or perish, I give my hand and my heart to this vote. It is true, indeed, that in the beginning we aimed not at independence, but there's a divinity which shapes our ends. Sir, I know the uncertainty of human affairs, but I see clearly through this day's business. You and I, indeed, may rue it. We may not live to see the time when this declaration shall be made good. We may die colonists, die slaves, die, it may be, ignominiously and on the scaffold. Be it so, be it so. If it be the pleasure of Heaven that my country shall require the poor offering of my life, the victim shall be ready at the appointed hour of sacrifice, come when that hour may. But, while I do live, let me have a country, or at least the hope of a country, and that a free country. Concerning this speech of John Adams, beginning, "Sink or swim, live or die," Mr. Webster said, "I wrote that speech one morning before breakfast, in my library, and when it was finished my paper was wet with my tears." In delivering this oration, his manuscript lay near him on a small table, but he did not once refer to it. As far as possible in his addresses, he preferred Anglo Saxon words to those with Latin origin. Therefore, this great speech is so simple that schoolboys the country over can declaim it and understand it. In 1823, when Webster was 41, Boston elected him to Congress. He was, of course, widely known and observed, courtly in physique, impassioned yet calm, easy yet dignified, comprehensive in thought, a lover of and expounder of the Constitution. The following year he visited Marshfield, on the southeast shore of Massachusetts, and saw the home which he afterward purchased, and which, with its 1,800 acres, became the joy of his later years. Here he planted flowers and trees. He would often say to others, "Plant trees, adorn your grounds, live in the benefit of those who shall come after you." Here he watched every sunrise and sunset, every moonrise from new to full, and grew rested and refreshed by these ever-recurring glimpses of divine power. He said, "I know the morning, I am acquainted with it, and I love it, fresh and sweet as it is, a daily creation, breaking forth and calling all that have life and breath and being to new adoration, new enjoyments, and new gratitude." Here he enjoyed the ocean as he had enjoyed it in his boyhood, and years later, when his brain was tired from overwork, he would exclaim plaintively, "O Marshfield, the sea, the sea!" This year also Webster paid a visit to Thomas Jefferson at Monticello. In his conversation with the ex-president he told this story of himself, which well illustrates the fact that all the knowledge which we can acquire becomes of use to us at one time or another in life. When a young lawyer in Portsmouth, a blacksmith brought him a case under a will. As the case was a difficult one, he spent 1 month in the study of it, buying $50 worth of books to help him in the matter. He argued the case, won it, and received a fee of $15. Years later, Aaron Burr sent for him to consult with him on a legal question of consequence. The case was so similar to that of the blacksmith that Webster could cite all the points bearing upon it from the time of Charles II. Mr. Burr was astonished, and suspected he was the counsel for the opposite side. Webster received enough compensation from Burr to cover the loss of time and money in the former case, and gained, besides, Burr's admiration and respect. In the winter of 1824, Webster's youngest child, Charles, died, at the age of 2 years. Mrs. Webster wrote her absent husband, "I have dreaded the hour which should destroy your hopes, but trust you will not let this event afflict you too much, and that we both shall be able to resign him without a murmur, happy in the reflection that he has returned to his heavenly Father, pure as I received him. Do not, my dear husband, talk of your own final abode. That is a subject I never can dwell on for a moment. With you here, my dear, I can never be desolate. Oh, may Heaven, in its mercy, long preserve you." 4 years later, the blessed wife, as he called her, went to her final abode. Mr. Webster watched by her side till death took her. Then at the funeral, in the wet and cold of that January day, he walked close behind the hearse, holding Julia and Fletcher, his 2 children, by the hand. Her body was placed beneath St. Paul's Church, Boston, beside her children. All were removed afterward to Marshfield. Webster went back to Washington, having been made United States Senator, but he seemed broken-hearted and unable to perform his duties. He wrote to a friend, "Like an angel of God indeed, I hope she is in purity, in happiness, and in immortality. But I would fain hope that, in kind remembrance of those she has left, in a lingering human sympathy and human love, she may yet be, as God originally created her, a little lower than the angels. I cannot pursue these thoughts, nor turn back to see what I have written." Again he wrote, "I feel a vacuum, an indifference, a want of motive, which I cannot describe. I hope my children and the society of my best friends may rouse me, but I can never see such days as I have seen. Yet I shall not repine. I have enjoyed much, very much, and if I were to die tonight, I should bless God most fervently that I have lived." Judge Story spoke of Mrs. Webster as a sister with her kindness of heart, her generous feelings, her mild and conciliatory temper, her warm and elevated affections, her constancy, purity, and piety, her noble disinterestedness, and her excellent sense. Later, Mr. Webster married Caroline Leroy, the daughter of a New York merchant, but no affection ever effaced from his heart the memory of Grace Webster, whom he always spoke of as the mother of his children. The next year, 1829, his idolized brother Ezekiel died suddenly at 49, while he was addressing a jury in the courthouse at Concord, New Hampshire. Daniel Webster said of this shock, "I have felt but one such in life, and this follows so soon that it requires more fortitude than I possess to bear it with firmness, and perhaps as I ought. I am aware that the case admits no remedy, nor any present relief, and endeavor to console myself with reflecting that I have had much happiness with lost connections, and that they must expect to lose beloved objects in this world who have beloved objects to lose." Recently, at the home of Kate Sanborn in New York, the grandniece of Daniel Webster, I met the sweet-faced wife of Ezekiel, young in her feelings and young in face despite her fourscore years. Here I saw a picture of the great orator in his youth, the desk on which he wrote, and scores of mementos of Marshfield and Elms farms, treasured by the cultivated woman who bears token of her renowned kinship. With all these sorrows crowded into Mr. Webster's life, he could not cease his pressing work in Congress. Andrew Jackson had become president, and John C. Calhoun had preached his nullification doctrines till South Carolina was ready to separate herself from the Union because of her dissatisfaction with the tariff laws. Webster had somewhat changed his views, and had become a supporter of the American system of Henry Clay, the system of protection, because he thought the interest of his constituents demanded it. For himself, he loved agriculture, but he saw the need of fostering manufactures if we would have a great and prosperous country. On December 29, 1829, Mr. Foote, a senator from Connecticut, introduced a resolution to inquire respecting the sales and surveys of Western lands. In a long debate which followed, General Hayne of South Carolina took occasion to chastise New England, in no tender words, for her desire to build up herself in wealth at the expense of the West and South. On January 20th, Webster made his first reply to the general, having only a night in which to prepare his speech. The notes filled 3 pages of ordinary letter paper, while the speech, as reported, filled 20 pages. Again, General Hayne spoke in an able yet personal manner, asserting the doctrines of nullification and attempting to justify the position of his State in seceding. Mr. Webster took notes while he was speaking, but, as the Senate adjourned, his speech did not come till the following day. Again he had but a night in which to prepare. When the morning of January 26 came, the galleries, floor, and staircase were crowded with eager men and women. "It is a critical moment," said Mr. Bell of New Hampshire to Mr. Webster, "and it is high time, that the people of this country should know what this Constitution is." "Then," answered Webster, "by the blessing of Heaven, they shall learn, this day, before the sun goes down, what I understand it to be." When Webster began speaking, his words were slowly uttered. "Mr. President, when the mariner has been tossed, for many days, in thick weather, and on an unknown sea, he naturally avails himself of the first pause in the storm, the earliest glance of the sun, to take his latitude, and ascertain how far the elements have driven him from his true course. Let us imitate this prudence, and before we float farther on the waves of this debate, refer to the point from which we departed, for we may at least be able to conjecture where we now are. I ask for the reading of the resolution." And then, with trenchant sarcasm, unanswerable logic, and the intense feeling which belongs to true oratory, Mr. Webster taught the American people the strength and holding power of the Constitution, which a civil war, 30 years later, was to prove unalterably. The speech, which filled 70 printed pages, came from only 5 pages of notes. When asked how long he was in preparation for the reply to Hayne, he replied, "His whole life." How often his loving defense of Massachusetts has been quoted! "Mr. President, I shall enter on no encomiums upon Massachusetts. She needs none. There she is. Behold her, and judge for yourselves. There is her history. The world knows it by heart. The past, at least, is secure. There is Boston, and Concord, and Lexington, and Bunker Hill, and there they will remain forever. The bones of her sons, falling in the great struggle for independence, now lie mingled with the soil of every State, from New England to Georgia, and there they will lie forever. And, sir, where American liberty raised its first voice, and where its youth was nurtured and sustained, there it still lives, in the strength of its manhood and full of its original spirit. If discord and disunion shall wound it, if party strife and blind ambition shall hawk at and tear it, if folly and madness, if uneasiness under salutary and necessary restraint shall succeed to separate it from that union, by which alone its existence is made sure, it will stand, in the end, by the side of that cradle in which its infancy was rocked. It will stretch forth its arm, with whatever of vigor it may still retain, over the friends who gather round it, and it will fall at last, if fall it must, amidst the proudest monuments of its own glory, and on the very spot of its origin. When my eyes shall be turned to behold for the last time the sun in heaven, may I not see him shining on the broken and dishonored fragments of a once glorious Union, on States dissevered, discordant, belligerent, on a land rent with civil feuds, or drenched, it may be, in fraternal blood. Let their last feeble and lingering glance rather behold the gorgeous ensign of the Republic, now known and honored throughout the earth, still full high advanced, its arms and trophies streaming in their original luster, not a stripe erased or polluted, not a single star obscured, bearing for its motto no such miserable interrogatory as, "What is all this worth?" Nor those other words of delusion and folly, "Liberty first, and Union afterwards," but everywhere, spread all over in characters of living light, blazing on all its ample folds, as they float over the sea and over the land, and in every wind under the whole heavens, that other sentiment, dear to every true American heart, liberty and union, now and forever, one and inseparable. Of course, this reply to Hayne electrified the country, and Webster began to be mentioned for the presidential chair. No one who ever heard him speak, with his wonderful magnetism, his majestic enthusiasm, his rich, full voice, and his uninspired physique, could ever forget the man, his words, or his presence. When he visited Europe, some said, "There goes a king." When Sidney Smith saw him, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, he is a small cathedral by himself." Through Jackson's administration, Webster was his courteous opponent in most measures, but in the nullification scheme he was heart and hand with the fearless, self-willed general. When Henry Clay brought forward his compromise tariff bill, which pacified the nullifiers, Webster opposed it, believing that, in the face of this opposition to the Constitution, concession was unwise. In 1833, the famous statesman made an extended journey through the West, and was everywhere honored and feted. Church bells were rung, cannon fired, and houses decorated at his coming. Great crowds gathered everywhere to hear him speak. By this time a party was developing in opposition to the unusual powers exercised by General Jackson, whose great victory at New Orleans had made him the idol of the people. The party was the more easily formed from the financial troubles over Van Buren, he having reaped the harvest of which Jackson had sown the seed. Naturally, Mr. Webster became the leader of this Whig party, so called from the Whig party in England, formed to resist the ultra demands of the king. Massachusetts favored him for the presidency. Boston presented him with a massive silver vase, before an audience of 4,000 persons. Philadelphia and Baltimore gave him public dinners. Letters came from various States urging his name upon the National Convention, which met at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, December 4, 1839. But Mr. Webster had been so prominent that his views upon all public questions were too well known. Therefore, General William Henry Harrison of Ohio, an honored soldier of the War of 1812, was chosen as being a more available candidate. Webster must have been sorely disappointed, as were his friends, but he at once began to work earnestly for his party, spoke constantly at meetings, and helped elect Harrison, who died 1 month after the exciting election at the age of 68. John Tyler of Virginia, the vice president, succeeded him, and Mr. Webster remained Secretary of State under him, as he had been under Harrison. Here the duties were arduous and complicated. For many years the northeastern boundary had been a matter of dispute between England and the United States. Bitter feeling had been engendered also by trouble in Canada in 1837. Several of those in rebellion had fled from Canada to the States, had fitted out an American steamboat, the Carolina, to make incursions into that country. She was burned by a party of Canadians, and an American was killed. McLeod, from Canada, acknowledged himself the slayer, was arrested, and committed for murder. The British were angered by this, as were the Americans by the search of their vessels by British cruisers. Lord Ashburton was finally sent as a special envoy to the United States, and largely through the statesmanship of Mr. Webster, the Ashburton Treaty was concluded, and war between the nations avoided. Meantime, President Tyler had vetoed the bill for establishing another United States bank, and thereby set his own party against him. Most of the cabinet resigned, and although much pressure was brought by the Whig party upon Mr. Webster that he resign also, he remained till the treaty matter was settled. Then he returned to Marshfield, and devoted himself once more to the law. He had spent lavishly upon his farm. He had also bought Western land, and lost money by his investments. He felt obliged to entertain friends, and this was expensive. Besides, he never kept regular accounts, often in his generosity gave $500 when he should have given but $5, and now found himself embarrassed by debts which were a source of sorrow to his friends as well as to himself, and a source of advantage to his enemies. $35,000 were now given him by his admirers, from which he received a yearly income. In 1844, the annexation of Texas was a leading presidential question. Until 1836, she was a province of Mexico, but in 1835 she resorted to arms to free herself. On March 6, 1836, a Texas fort, called the Alamo, was surrounded by 8,000 Mexicans, led by Santa Anna. The garrison was massacred. The next month the Battle of San Jacinto was fought, and Texas became independent. When she asked admission to the Union, the Democrats favored and the Whigs opposed, because she would naturally become slave territory. Already, August 30, 1843, the Liberty Party had assembled at Baltimore, and nominated a candidate for the presidency. The North was becoming agitated on the subject of slavery, but the Whigs avoided both the subjects of slavery and Texas in their platform, and nominated as their presidential candidate, not Daniel Webster, but Henry Clay. Again Webster worked earnestly for his party and its nominee, but the Whigs were defeated, as is usually the case when a party fears to touch the great questions which public opinion demands. They learned a lesson when it was too late, and other political parties should profit by their example. James K. Polk of Tennessee was elected. Texas was admitted to the Union, and the Mexican War resulted. War was declared by Congress May 11, 1846, vigorously prosecuted, and Mexico was defeated. By the terms of the treaty, concluded February 2, 1848, New Mexico and Upper California were given to the United States. Webster, who had been returned to the Senate by Massachusetts, opposed the war as he had the annexation of Texas. At this time a double sorrow came to him. His second son, Major Edward Webster, a young man of fine abilities, courage, and high sense of honor, died near the city of Mexico from disease induced by exposure. His body arrived in Boston May 4th, and, only 3 days before, Webster's lovely daughter, Julia, who had married Samuel Appleton of Boston, was carried to her grave by consumption. Her death, at 30, was beautiful in its resignation and faith, even though she left 5 little children to the care of others. Her last words were, "Let me go, for the day breaketh," which words were placed upon her tombstone. Mr. Webster was indeed crushed by this new sorrow. He wrote to his friend, Mrs. Ticknor, "I cannot speak of the lost ones, but I submit to the will of God. I feel that I am nothing, less even than the merest dust of the balance, and that the Creator of 1,000,000 worlds, and the Judge of all flesh, must be allowed to dispose of me and mine as to his infinite wisdom shall seem best." In 1848, Mr. Webster was 66. The presidency once more eluded his grasp by the nomination of another available man, General Zachary Taylor, one of the heroes of the Mexican War. Webster had spoken earnestly for Harrison and Clay. Now he was unwilling longer to work for the party which had ignored him and nominated a man whom, though an able soldier, he thought unfitted for the place as a statesman. If it was a mistake to show that he was wounded in spirit, as it undoubtedly was for so great a man, it was nevertheless human. The thing which Mr. Webster had feared these many years was now coming to pass. A violent agitation of the slavery question in the territories was upon the nation. For 30 years slavery had been odious to the North, and carefully nurtured by the South. In 1820, when Missouri was admitted as a State, the North insisted that a clause prohibiting slavery should be inserted as a condition of her admission to the Union. Henry Clay devised the compromise by which slavery was prohibited in all the new territory lying north of latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes, which was the southern boundary of Missouri. The line was called Mason and Dixon's line, from the names of the two surveyors who ran the boundary line between Maryland and Pennsylvania. Year by year, the hatred of slavery had intensified in the North. February 1, 1847, David Wilmot of Pennsylvania introduced in Congress his famous proviso, by which slavery was to be excluded from all territory thereafter acquired or annexed by the United States. And now, in 1849, the conflict on the slavery question was more virulent than ever. California, having framed a constitution prohibiting slavery, applied for admission to the Union. New Mexico asked for a territorial government and for the exclusion of slavery. The South claimed that the Missouri Compromise, extending to the Pacific coast, guaranteed the right to introduce slavery into California and New Mexico, and threatened secession from the Union. Again Henry Clay settled the matter, for a time only as it proved, by his famous Compromise of 1850, by which California was admitted as a free state, the territories taken from Mexico left to decide the slavery question as they chose, the slave trade abolished in the District of Columbia, more effectual enforcement of the fugitive slave law demanded, and with some other minor provisions. The fugitive slave law, which provided for the return of the fugitives without trial by jury, and expected Christian people to aid the slave dealers in capturing their slaves, was especially obnoxious to the North. Some of the states had passed personal liberty bills, punishing as kidnappers persons who sought to take away alleged slaves. Mr. Webster saw with dismay all this bitterness, and knew that the Union which he loved was in danger. He hoped to avert civil war, perhaps to still the tumult forever, and so gave his great heart and brain to the Clay Compromise. On March 7, 1850, he delivered in Congress his famous speech on the Compromise Bill. The Senate chamber was crowded with an intensely excited audience. Mr. Webster discussed the whole history of slavery, opposed the Wilmot Proviso, because he thought every part of the country settled as to slavery, either by law or nature. He could not look into the future and see Kansas, and then condemned the course of the North in its resistance to the fugitive slave law, which he held to be constitutional. The words in reference to restoring fugitive slaves created a storm of indignation at the North, which had looked upon Webster as a great anti-slavery leader, and who had said in the oration at Plymouth, "I hear the sound of the hammer, I see the smoke of the furnaces where manacles and fetters are still forged for human limbs. I see the visages of those who, by stealth and at midnight, labor in this work of hell, foul and dark, as may become the artificers of such instruments of misery and torture. Let that spot be purified, or let it cease to be of New England. Let it be purified, or let it be set aside from the Christian world. Let it be put out of the circle of human sympathies and human regards, and let civilized man henceforth have no communion with it." In his speech to Hayne he had said, "I regard domestic slavery as one of the greatest evils, both moral and political." Probably Mr. Webster had not changed his mind at all in regard to the enormity of slavery, but he hoped to save the Union from war. He indeed helped to postpone the conflict, but if the presidency had before this been a possibility to him, it became now an impossibility forever, and his own words had done it. President Taylor died July 9, 1850, when the discussion of the compromise matter was at its height, and Millard Fillmore became president. He at once made Webster Secretary of State. Mr. Webster bore bravely the reproaches of the North. He said, "I cared for nothing, I was afraid of nothing, but I meant to do my duty. Duty performed makes a man happy, duty neglected makes a man unhappy. If the fate of John Rogers had stared me in the face, if I had seen the stake, if I had heard the fagots already crackling, by the blessing of Almighty God, I would have gone on and discharged the duty which I thought my country called upon me to perform." At the next National Whig Convention, General Winfield Scott was nominated to the presidency. Multitudes throughout the country were disappointed that Webster was not chosen. Boston gave him a magnificent reception. Marsh Field welcomed him with a gathering of thousands of people 9 miles from his home, who escorted him thither, scattering garlands along the way. "I remember how," says Charles Lanman, "after the crowd had disappeared, he entered his house fatigued beyond measure, and covered with dust he threw himself into a chair. For a moment his head fell upon his breast, as if completely overcome, and then he looked up like one seeking something he could not find. It was the portrait of his darling but departed daughter, Julia, and it happened to be in full view. He gazed upon it for some time, in a kind of trance, and then wept like one whose heart was broken, and these words escaped his lips: 'Oh, I am so thankful to be here. If I could only have my will, never, never would I again leave this home.' Here he was happy. Here he had gathered a large library, many of his books being on science, of which he was very fond. Of geology and physical geography he had made a careful study. Humboldt's Cosmos was an especial favorite." In the spring of 1852, Mr. Webster fell from his carriage, and from this fall he never entirely recovered. In the fall he made his will and wrote these words for his monument: "Lord, I believe, help thou my unbelief." Philosophical argument, especially that drawn from the vastness of the universe, in comparison with the apparent insignificance of this globe, has sometimes shaken my reason for the faith that is in me, but my heart has assured and reassured me that the gospel of Jesus Christ must be a divine reality. The Sermon on the Mount cannot be a merely human production. This belief enters into the very depth of my conscience. The whole history of man proves it." Mr. Webster had repeatedly given his testimony in favor of the Christian religion. "Religion," he said, "is a necessary and indispensable element in any great human character. There is no living without it. Religion is the tie that connects man with his Creator and holds him to his throne. If that tie be all sundered, all broken, he floats away, a worthless atom in the universe, its proper attractions all gone, its destiny thwarted, and its whole future nothing but darkness, desolation, and death." Once, at a dinner party of gentlemen, he was asked by one present, "What is the most important thought that ever occupied your mind?" The reply came slowly and solemnly: "My individual responsibility to God." When the last of October came, Mr. Webster was nearing the end of life. About a week before he died, he asked that a herd of his best oxen might be driven in front of his windows; there he might see their honest faces and gentle eyes. A man who thus loves animals must have a tender heart. A few hours before Mr. Webster died, he said slowly: "My general wish on earth has been to do my Maker's will. I thank him now for all the mercies that surround me. No man who is not a brute can say that he is not afraid of death. No man can come back from that bourne. No man can comprehend the will or the works of God. That there is a God, all must acknowledge. I see him in all these wondrous works. Himself, how wondrous! The great mystery is Jesus Christ, the gospel. What would the condition of any of us be if we had not the hope of immortality? Thank God, the gospel of Jesus Christ brought life and immortality to light, rescued it, brought it to light." He then began to repeat the Lord's Prayer, saying earnestly, "Hold me up. I do not wish to pray with a fainting voice." He longed to be conscious when death came. At midnight he said, "I still live," his last coherent words. A little after 3 he ceased to breathe. He was buried as he had requested to be, without the least show or ostentation, on October 29, 1852. The coffin was placed upon the lawn, and more than 10,000 persons gazed upon the face of the great statesman. One unknown man, in plain attire, said as he looked upon him, all unconscious that anybody might hear his words, "Daniel Webster, the world without you will seem lonesome." 6 of his neighbors bore him to his grave and laid him beside Grace and his children. When the Civil War came, which Mr. Webster had done all in his power to avert, it took the last child out of his family. Fletcher, a colonel of the 12th Massachusetts Volunteers, fell in the battle of August 29, 1862, near Bull Run. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of Famous American Statesmen, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henry Clay, Part 1. Henry Clay, the mill boy of the Slashes, was born April 12, 1777, in Hanover County, Virginia, in a neighborhood called the Slashes, from its low, marshy ground. The seventh in a family of 8 children, says Dr. Calvin Colton, in his Life and Times of Henry Clay. He came into the home of Reverend John Clay, a true-hearted Baptist minister, poor, but greatly esteemed by all who knew him. Mr. Clay used often to preach out of doors to his impecunious flock, who, beside loving him for his spiritual nature, admired his fine voice and manly presence. When Henry was 4 years old, the father died, leaving the wife to struggle for her daily bread, rich only in the affection which poverty so often intensifies and makes heroic. She was a devoted mother, a person of more than ordinary mind, and extremely patriotic, a quality transmitted to her illustrious son. Says Honorable Carl Schurz, in his valuable Life of Clay, "There is a tradition in the family that, when the dead body of the father was still lying in the house, Colonel Tarleton, commanding a cavalry force under Lord Cornwallis, passed through Hanover County on a raid, and left a handful of gold and silver on Mrs. Clay's table as a compensation for some property taken or destroyed by his soldiers; but that the spirited woman, as soon as Tarleton was gone, swept the money into her apron and threw it into the fireplace. It would have been in no sense improper, and more prudent, had she kept it, notwithstanding her patriotic indignation." Anxious that her children be educated, Mrs. Clay sent them to the log schoolhouse in the neighborhood, to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic from Peter Deacon, an Englishman, who seems to have succeeded well in teaching, when sober. The log house was a small structure, with earth floor, no windows, and an entrance which served for continuous ventilation, as there was no door to keep out cold or heat. Henry had nothing of consequence to remember of this school, save the marks of a whipping received from Peter Deacon when he was angry. As soon as school hours were over each day, he had to work to help support the family. Now the barefooted boy might be seen plowing, now mounted on a pony guided by a rope bridle, with a bag of meal thrown across the horse's back, he might be seen going from his home to Mrs. Darricott's mill on the Pamunkey River. The people nicknamed him the Mill Boy of the Slashes, and years later, when the same barefooted, mother-loving boy was nominated for the presidency, the term became one of endearment and pride to hundreds of thousands, who knew by experience what a childhood of toil and hardship meant. He became the idol of the poor, not less than of the rich, because he could sympathize in their privations, and sympathy is usually born of suffering. Perchance we ought to welcome bitter experiences, for he alone has power who has great sympathy. After some years of widowhood, Mrs. Clay married Captain Henry Watkins of Richmond, Virginia, and though she bore him 7 children, he did not forget to be a father to the children of her former marriage. When Henry was 14, Captain Watkins placed him in Richard Denny's store in Richmond. For a year the boy sold groceries and dry goods in the retail store, reading in every moment of leisure. His stepfather thought rightly that a boy who was so eager to read should have better advantages, and therefore applied to his friend, Colonel Tinsley, for a position in the office of the clerk of the High Court of Chancery, the clerk being the brother of the colonel. "There is no vacancy," said the clerk. "Never mind," said the colonel, "you must take him." And so he did. The glad mother cut and made for Henry an ill-fitting suit of gray Figany, Virginia, cloth, cotton and silk mixed, and starched his linen to a painful stiffness. When he appeared in the clerk's office, he was tall and awkward, and the occupants at the desks could scarcely restrain their mirth at the appearance of the newcomer. Henry was put to the task of copying. The clerks wisely remained quiet, and soon found that the boy was proud, ambitious, quick, willing to learn, and superior to themselves in common sense and the use of language. Every night, when they went in quest of amusement, young Clay went home to read. It could not have been mere chance which attracted to the studious bright boy the attention of George Wythe, the Chancellor of the High Court of Chancery. He was a noted and noble man, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, for 10 years teacher of jurisprudence at William and Mary's College, a man so liberal in his views in the days of slavery that he emancipated all his slaves and made provision for their maintenance, the same great man in whose office Thomas Jefferson gained inspiration in his youth. George Wythe selected Clay for his amanuensis in writing out the decisions of the courts. He soon became greatly attached to the boy of 15, directed his reading, first in grammatical studies, and then in legal and historical lines. He read Homer, Plutarch's Lives, and similar great works. The conversation of such a man as Mr. Wythe was to Clay what that of Christopher Gore was to Daniel Webster, or that of Judge Story to Charles Sumner. Generally, men who have become great have allied themselves to great men or great principles early in life. When Clay had been 4 years with the Chancellor, he naturally decided to become a lawyer. Poverty did not deter him. Hard work did not deter him. Those who fear to labor must not take a step on the road to fame. Clay entered the office of Attorney General Robert Brooke, a man prominent and able. Here he studied hard for a year, and was admitted to the bar, having gained much legal knowledge in the previous 4 years. During this year he mingled with the best society of Richmond, his own intellectual ability, courteous manners, and good cheer making him welcome, not less than the well-known friendship of Chancellor Wythe for him. Clay organized a debating society, and the mill boy of the Slashes quite astonished, not only the members, but the public as well, by his unusual powers of oratory. The esteem of Richmond society did not bring money quickly enough to the enterprising young man. His parents had removed to Kentucky, and he decided to go there also, and grow up with the country. He was now 21, poor, not as thoroughly educated as he could have wished, but determined to succeed, and when one has this determination the battle is half won. That he regretted his lack of early opportunities, a speech made on the floor of Congress years afterward plainly showed. In reply to Hon. John Randolph, he said, "The gentleman from Virginia was pleased to say that in one point, at least, he conceded with me in a humble estimate of my grammatical and philological acquisitions. I know my deficiencies. I was born to no proud patrimonial estate. I inherited only infancy, ignorance, and indigence. I feel my defects. But so far as my situation in early life is concerned, I may, without presumption, say it was more my misfortune than my fault. But, however I regret my want of ability to furnish the gentleman with a better specimen of powers of verbal criticism, I will venture to say it is not greater than the disappointment of this committee as to the strength of his argument." When Clay arrived in Lexington, Kentucky, he found not the polished society of Richmond, but a genial, warm-hearted, high-spirited race of men and women who cordially welcomed the young lawyer with his sympathetic manner and distinguished air, the result of an inborn sense of leadership. Soon after he began to practice law, he joined a debating society, and, with his usual good sense, did not take an active part until he became acquainted with the members. One evening, after a subject had been long debated, and the vote was to be taken, Clay, feeling that the matter was not exhausted, rose to speak. At first he was embarrassed, and began, "Gentlemen of the jury." The audience laughed. Roused to self-control by this mistake, his words came fast and eloquent, till the people held their breath in amazement. From that day, Lexington knew that a young man of brilliancy and power had come within her borders. Nearly 50 years later, he said in the same city, when he retired from public life, "In looking back upon my origin and progress through life, I have great reason to be thankful. My father died in 1781, leaving me an infant of 2 tender years to retain any recollection of his smiles or endearments. My surviving parent removed to this state in 1792, leaving me, a boy 15 years of age, in the office of the High Court of Chancery in the city of Richmond, without guardian, without pecuniary means of support, to steer my course as I might or could. A neglected education was improved by my own irregular exertions, without the benefit of systematic instruction. I studied law, principally in the office of a lamented friend, the late Governor Brooke, then Attorney General of Virginia, and also under the auspices of the venerable and lamented Chancellor Wythe, for whom I had acted as amanuensis. I obtained a license to practice the profession from the judges of the Court of Appeals of Virginia, and established myself in Lexington in 1797, without patrons, without the favor or countenance of the great or opulent, without the means of paying my weekly board, and in the midst of a bar uncommonly distinguished by eminent members. I remember how comfortable I thought I should be if I could make £100, Virginia money, per year, and with what delight I received the first 15-shilling fee. My hopes were more than I realized. I immediately rushed into a successful and lucrative practice. His cases at first were largely criminal. His first marked case was that of a woman who, in a moment of passion, shot her sister-in-law. Kay could not bear to see a woman hanged, and she, heretofore, the respected wife of a respected man. He pleaded temporary delirium, and saved her life. It is said that no murderer ever suffered the extreme penalty of the law who was defended by Henry Clay. He saved the life of one Willis, accused of an atrocious murder. Meeting the man later, he said, "Ah, Willis, poor fellow, I fear I have saved too many like you who ought to be hanged." When Clay was public prosecutor, he took up the case of a slave, much valued for his intelligence and honor, who, in the absence of his owner, had been unmercifully treated by an overseer. In self-defense, the slave killed the overseer with an axe. Clay argued that had the deed been done by a free man, it would have been manslaughter, but by a slave, who should have submitted, it was murder. The colored man was hanged, meeting death heroically. Clay was so overcome in the painful result of his own unfortunate reasoning that he at once resigned his position, and never ceased to be sorry for his connection with the affair. Sometimes the ending of a case was ludicrous as well as pathetic. Two Germans, father and son, were indicted for murder in the first degree. The mother and wife were present, and of course intensely interested. When Clay obtained the acquittal of the accused, the old lady rushed through the crowd, flung her arms around the neck of the stylish young attorney, and clung to him so persistently that it was difficult for him to free himself. He soon began to engage more exclusively in civil suits, especially those growing out of the land laws of Virginia and Kentucky, and quickly acquired a leading position at the bar. He had already married, at 22, Lucretia Hart, 18 years old, the daughter of Colonel Thomas Hart, a well-known and respected citizen in Lexington. She was a woman of practical common sense, devoted to him, and a tender mother to their 11 children, 6 daughters and 5 sons. As soon as Mr. Clay had earned sufficient money, he bought Ashland, an estate of 600 acres, a mile and a half southeast from Lexington Courthouse. A spacious brick mansion, with flower gardens and groves, made it in time one of the most attractive places in the South. Here, later, Clay entertained Lafayette, Webster, Monroe, and other famous men from Europe and America. Mr. Clay began his political life when but 22. Kentucky, in 1799, in revising her constitution, considered a project for the gradual abolition of slavery in the state. Clay was an ardent advocate of the measure. He wrote in favor of it in the press, and spoke earnestly in its behalf in public. He, however, received more censure than praise for the position he took, but his conduct was in keeping with his declaration years later, "I had rather be right than be president." All his life he rejoiced that he had thus early favored the abolition of slavery. He said, 30 years later, "Among the acts of my life which I look back to with most satisfaction is that of my having cooperated with other zealous and intelligent friends to procure the establishment of that system in this State. We were overpowered by numbers, but submitted to the decision of the majority with that grace which the minority in a republic should ever yield to that decision. I have, nevertheless, never ceased, and shall never cease, to regret a decision the effects of which have been to place us in the rear of our neighbors, who are exempt from slavery, in the state of agriculture, the progress of manufactures, the advance of improvements, and the general progress of society." From this time Clay spoke on all important political questions. Once, when he and George Nicholas had spoken against the alien and sedition laws of the Federalists, so pleased were the Kentuckians that both speakers were placed in a carriage and drawn through the streets, the people shouting applause. Thus foolishly are persons, usually young men, willing to be considered horses through their excitement. When Clay was 26, so effective had been his eloquence that he was elected to the state legislature. Who would have prophesied this when he carried meal to Mrs. Darricott's mill? Reading evenings, when other boys roamed the streets, had been an important element in this success. Friendship with those older and stronger than himself had given maturity of thought and plan. When he was 30, he was chosen to the United States Senate to fill the unexpired term of another. At once, despite his youth, he took an active part in debate, was placed on important committees, and advocated internal improvements, as he did all the rest of his life, desiring always that America become great and powerful. He was happy in this first experience at the national capital. He wrote home to his wife's father: "My reception in this place has been equal, nay, superior to my expectations. I have experienced the civility and attention of all I was desirous of obtaining. Those who are disposed to flatter me say that I have acquitted myself with great credit in several debates in the Senate. But, after all I have seen, Kentucky is still my favorite country. There, amidst my dear family, I shall find happiness in a degree to be met with nowhere else." As soon as Clay was home again, Kentucky sent him to her state legislature, where he was elected speaker. Already, the conflicts between England and France under Napoleon had seriously affected our commerce by the unjust decrees of both nations. Mr. Clay strongly denounced the orders in council of the British, and praised Jefferson for the embargo. He urged also, partly as a retaliatory measure, and partly as a measure of self-protection, that the members of the legislature wear only such clothes as were made by our own manufacturers. Humphrey Marshall, a strong Federalist, and a man of great ability, denounced this resolution as the work of a demagogue. The result was a duel, in which, after Clay and Marshall were both slightly wounded, the seconds prevented further bloodshed. Once before this Clay had accepted a challenge, and the duel was prevented only by the interference of friends. Had death resulted at either time, America would have missed from her record one of the brightest and fairest names in her history. When Clay was 33, he was again sent to the Senate of the United States to fill an unexpired term of 2 years. At the end of that time, Kentucky was too proud of him to allow his returning to private life. He was therefore elected to the House of Representatives, and took his seat November 4, 1811. He was at once chosen Speaker, an honor conferred for 7 terms, 14 years. "Henry Clay stands," says Carl Schurz, "in the traditions of the House of Representatives as the greatest of its speakers. His perfect mastery of parliamentary law, his quickness of decision in applying it, his unfailing presence of mind and power of command in moments of excitement and confusion, the courteous dignity of his bearing, are remembered as unequaled by any one of those who had preceded or who have followed him." Here in the excitement of debate he was happy. He could speak at will against the British, who had seized more than 900 American ships, and the French more than 550. When several thousand Americans had been impressed as British seamen, the hot blood of the Kentuckian demanded war. He said in Congress, "We are called upon to submit to debasement, dishonor, and disgrace, to bow the neck to royal insolence, as a course of preparation for manly resistance to Gallic invasion. What nation, what individual has ever taught in the schools of ignominious submission these patriotic lessons of freedom and independence? An honorable peace is attainable only by an efficient war. My plan would be to call out the ample resources of the country, give them a judicious direction, prosecute the war with the utmost vigor, strike wherever we can reach the enemy, at sea or on land, and negotiate the terms of a peace at Quebec or at Halifax. We are told that England is a proud and lofty nation, which, disdaining to wait for danger, meets it halfway. Haughty as she is, we once triumphed over her, and if we do not listen to the counsels of timidity and despair, we shall again prevail. In such a cause, with the aid of Providence, we must come out crowned with success. But if we fail, let us fail like men, lash ourselves to our gallant tars, and expire together in one common struggle, fighting for free trade and seamen's rights." The War of 1812 came, even though New England strongly opposed it. The country was poorly prepared for a great contest by land or by sea, but Clay's enthusiasm seemed equal to a dozen armies. He cheered every regiment by his hope and his patriotism. When defeats came at Detroit and in Canada, Joshua Quincy of Massachusetts, leader of the Federalists, said, "Those must be very young politicians, their pin feathers not yet grown, and, however they may flutter on this floor, they are not fledged for any high or distant flight, who think that threats and appealing to fear are the ways of producing any disposition to negotiate in Great Britain, or in any other nation which understands what it owes to its own safety and honor." Clay answered in a 2 days' speech that was never forgotten. He scourged the Federalists with stinging words. "Sir, gentlemen appear to me to forget that they stand on American soil, that they are not in the British House of Commons, but in the chamber of the House of Representatives of the United States, that we have nothing to do with the affairs of Europe, the partition of territory and sovereignty there, except so far as these things affect the interests of our own country. Gentlemen transform themselves into the Burkes, Chathams, and Pitts of another country, and forgetting, from honest zeal, the interests of America, engage with European sensibility in the discussion of European interests. I have no fears of French or English subjugation. If we are united, we are too powerful for the mightiest nation in Europe, or all Europe combined. If we are separated and torn asunder, we shall become an easy prey to the weakest of them. In the latter dreadful contingency, our country will not be worth preserving. The war was declared because Great Britain arrogated to herself the pretension of regulating our foreign trade, under the delusive name of retaliatory orders in council, a pretension by which she undertook to proclaim to American enterprise, "Thus far thou shalt go, and no farther," orders which she refused to revoke, after the alleged cause of their enactment had ceased, because she persisted in the practice of impressing American seamen, because she had instigated the Indians to commit hostilities against us, and because she refused indemnity for her past injuries upon our commerce. I throw out of the question other wrongs. The war, in fact, was announced on our part to meet the war which she was waging on her part." The speech electrified the country. The army was increased, the nation encouraged, and the war carried to a successful issue. Such a power had Clay become that Madison talked of making him commander-in-chief of the army, but Gallatin dissuaded him, saying, "What shall we do without Clay in Congress?" When the war was nearing its end, before Jackson had fought his famous battle at New Orleans, and a treaty of peace was to be effected, the President appointed 5 commissioners to confer with the British government: John Quincy Adams, Clay, Bayard, Jonathan Russell, minister to Sweden, and Albert Gallatin. They reached Ghent in the Netherlands July 6, 1814, a company of earnest men, not always in accord, but desirous of accomplishing the most possible for America. Adams was able, courageous, irritable, and sometimes domineering. Clay, impetuous, spirited, genial, making friends of the British commissioners as they played at whist. He never allowed cards to come into his home at Ashland. Gallatin, discreet, a peacemaker, and dignified counselor. For 5 months the commissioners argued, waited to see if their respective countries would accede to the terms proposed, and finally settled an honorable peace. Then Clay, Adams, and Gallatin spent 3 months in London negotiating a treaty of commerce. Clay had meantime heard of the battle of New Orleans, and said, "Now I can go to England without mortification." In Paris he met Madame de Staël. "I have been in England," said she, "and have been battling for your cause there. They were so much enraged against you that at one time they thought seriously of sending the Duke of Wellington to lead their armies against you." "I am very sorry," replied Clay, "that they did not send the Duke." "And why?" she asked. "Because if he had beaten us, we should have been in the condition of Europe, without disgrace; but if we had been so fortunate as to defeat him, we should have greatly added to the renown of our arms." When Clay returned to America, he was welcomed in New York and Lexington with public dinners. That the war had produced good results was stated in his Lexington address. Abroad, our character, which at the time of its declaration was in the lowest state of degradation, is raised to the highest point of elevation. It is impossible for any American to visit Europe without being sensible of this agreeable change in the personal attentions which he receives, in the praises which are bestowed on our past exertions, and the predictions which are made as to our future prospects. At home, a government which, at its formation, was apprehended by its best friends, and pronounced by its enemies to be incapable of standing the shock, is found to answer all the purposes of its institution. Clay was now famous, commanding in presence, with a winsome rather than handsome face, exuberant in spirits, generous by nature, polite to the poorest, self-possessed, with a voice unsurpassed, if ever equaled, for its musical tone. A man who made friends everywhere and among all classes, and never lost them, who was always a gentleman, because always kind at heart. Manner, which Emerson calls the finest of the fine arts, gave Clay the mastery of palace and fortune wherever he went. That voice and hand grasp, the remembrance of a face and a name, won him countless admirers. President Madison offered him the mission to Russia, which he declined, as also a place in the cabinet as Secretary of War, preferring to speak on all those matters which helped to build up America. On the question of the United States Bank, he made a strong speech against its constitutionality, which Andrew Jackson said later was his most convincing authority when he destroyed the bank. Clay's views changed in after years, and made him at bitter enmity with Andrew Jackson and John Tyler, both of whom vigorously opposed a bank, with its vast capital and consequent power in politics. Clay's desire for the rapid development of America led him to become a protectionist and the leader of the so-called American system, as opposed to free trade or the foreign system. He believed that only as we encourage our own manufactures can we become a powerful nation, paying high wages, shutting out the products of the cheap labor of Europe, increasing our home market, and becoming independent of the foreign market. Clay's speeches were read the country over and won him thousands of followers. Like others in public life, he now and then gave offense to his constituents. He had voted for a bill to increase the pay of members of Congress from $6 a day to a salary of $1,500 a year. To the farmers of Kentucky this amount seemed far too great. He one day met an old hunter who had always voted for him, but was now determined to vote against a man so extravagant in his ideas. "My friend," said Clay, "have you a good rifle?" "Yes." "Did it ever flash?" "Yes, but only once." "What did you do with the rifle when it flashed? Throw it away?" "No. I picked the flint, tried again, and brought down the game." "Have I ever flashed except upon the compensation bill?" "No." "Well, will you throw me away?" "No, Mr. Clay. I will pick the flint and try you again." Mr. Clay was returned to Congress, and voted for the repeal of the $1,500 salary. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2, A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henry Clay, Part 2. The subject, which was to surpass all other subjects in interest, and well nigh destroy the Union, was coming into prominence: slavery. Henry Clay, from a boy, when George Wythe, the Virginia chancellor, freed his slaves, had looked upon human bondage as a curse. He used to say, "If I could be instrumental in eradicating this deepest stain from the character of our country, and removing all cause of reproach on account of it by foreign nations, if I could only be instrumental in ridding of this foul blot that revered state that gave me birth, or that not less beloved state which kindly adopted me as her son, I would not exchange the proud satisfaction which I should enjoy for the honor of all the triumphs that ever decreed to the most successful conqueror." When we consider the cruelty of the origin of negro slavery, its nature, the character of the free institutions of the whites, and the irresistible progress of public opinion throughout America, as well as in Europe, it is impossible not to anticipate frequent insurrections among the blacks in the United States. They are rational beings like ourselves, capable of feeling, of reflection, and of judging of what naturally belongs to them as a portion of the human race. By the very condition of the relation which subsists between us, we are enemies of each other. They know well the wrongs which their ancestors suffered at the hands of our ancestors, and the wrongs which they believe they continue to endure, although they may be unable to avenge them. They are kept in subjection only by the superior intelligence and superior power of the predominant race." At the North, anti-slavery sentiments had intensified. At the South, where slavery was at first regarded as an evil, the consequent ease and wealth from slave labor had changed public opinion, and had made the people jealous of Northern discussion. Through the invention of the cotton gin, by Eli Whitney, the value of cotton exports had quadrupled in 20 years, and the value of slaves had trebled. Comparatively good feeling was maintained by the two sections of the country as long as for every slave state admitted to the Union, a free state was also admitted. In 1818, the people of Missouri desired to be admitted to the Union. Mr. Talmadge, of New York, proposed that the further introduction of slavery should be prohibited, and that all children born within the said state should be free at the age of 25 years. The discussion grew strong and bitter. 2 years later, the inhabitants of the state proceeded to adopt a constitution which forbade free negroes from coming into the territory or settling in it. The discussion grew more bitter still. Threats of disunion and civil war were heard. Jefferson wrote from his Monticello home, "The Missouri question is the most portentous one that ever threatened the Union. In the gloomiest moments of the Revolutionary War, I never had any apprehension equal to that I feel from this source." A senator from Illinois, Mr. Thomas, proposed that no restriction as to slavery be imposed upon Missouri, but that in all the rest of the territory ceded by France to the United States, north of 36° 30', this being the southern boundary of Missouri, there should be no slavery. Then Mr. Clay, with his intense love for the Union, bent all his energies to effect this compromise suggested by Thomas. He spoke earnestly in its behalf, and went from member to member, persuading and beseeching with all his genius and winsomeness. When Clay had effected the passage of the bill, the "great pacificator" became more beloved than ever. He had saved the Union, and now was talked of as the successor to President Monroe. Clay was now 47, the polished orator, the consummate leader, one of the great trio whom all visitors to Washington wished to look upon, Clay, Webster, and Calhoun. Kentucky was earnest in her support of Clay as President. When the time came for voting, 6 candidates were before the people: John Quincy Adams, Jackson, Clay, Calhoun, Clinton of New York, and Crawford of Georgia. Hon. Thomas H. Benton of Missouri was an ardent supporter of Clay, and traveled over several states, speaking in his behalf. Clay was anxious for the position, but would do nothing unworthy to obtain it. He wrote to a friend, "On one resolution, my friends may rest assured, I will firmly rely, and that is, to participate in no intrigue, to enter into no arrangements, to make no promises or pledges; but that, whether I am elected or not, I will have nothing to reproach myself with. If elected, I will go into the office with a pure conscience, to promote with my utmost exertions the common good of our country, and free to select the most able and faithful public servants. If not elected, acquiescing most cheerfully in the better selection which will thus have been made, I at least have the satisfaction of preserving my honor unsullied and my heart uncorrupted." After the vote had been taken, as no candidate received a clear majority, the election necessarily went to the House of Representatives. Though Jackson received the most electoral votes, Clay, not friendly to him, used his influence for Adams, and helped obtain his election. Clay was, of course, bitterly censured by the followers of Jackson, and when Adams made him Secretary of State, the cry of "bargain and sale" was heard throughout the country. Though both Adams and Clay denied any promise between them, the Jackson men believed, or professed to believe it, and helped in later years to spoil his presidential success. Adams said, "As to my motives for tendering him the Department of State when I did, let the man who questions them come forward. Let him look around among the statesmen and legislators of the nation and of that day. Let him then select and name the man whom, by his preeminent talents, by his splendid services, by his ardent patriotism, by his all-embracing public spirit, by his fervid eloquence in behalf of the rights and liberties of mankind, by his long experience in the affairs of the Union, foreign and domestic, a President of the United States, intent only upon the honor and welfare of his country, ought to have preferred to Henry Clay. Returning to Kentucky before taking the position of Secretary of State, his journey thither was one constant ovation. Public dinners were given him in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. In the midst of this prosperity, sorrow laid her hand heavily upon the great man's heart. His children were his idols. They obeyed him because they loved him and were proud of him. Lucretia, named for her mother, a delicate and much beloved daughter, died at 14. Eliza, a most attractive girl, with her father's magnetic manners, died on their journey to Washington. A few days after her death, another daughter, Susan Hart, then Mrs. Durold of New Orleans, died at the age of 20. There was work to be done for the country, and Mr. Clay tried to put away his sorrow that he might do his duty. As Secretary of State, he helped to negotiate treaties with Prussia, Denmark, Austria, Russia, and other nations. The opposition to Adams and Clay became intense. The Jackson party felt itself defrauded. John Randolph, of Virginia, was an outspoken enemy, closing a scathing speech with the words, "By the coalition of Blifil and Black George, by the combination, unheard of till then, of the Puritan and the blackleg." Clay was indignant, and sent Randolph a challenge, which he accepted. On the night before the duel, Randolph told a friend that he had determined not to return Clay's fire. "Nothing," he said, "shall induce me to harm a hair of his head. I will not make his wife a widow and his children orphans. Their tears would be shed over his grave, but when the sod of Virginia rests on my bosom, there is not in this wide world one individual to pay this tribute upon mine." The two men met on the banks of the Potomac near sunset. Clay fired and missed his adversary, while Randolph discharged his pistol in the air. As soon as Clay perceived this, he came forward and exclaimed, "I trust in God, my dear sir, that you are unhurt. After what has occurred, I would not have harmed you for 1,000 worlds." Years afterward, a short time before Randolph's death, as he was on his way to Philadelphia, he stopped in Washington, and was carried into the Senate chamber during its all-night session. Clay was speaking. "Hold me up," he said to his attendants. "I have come to hear that voice." At the presidential election of 1828, Andrew Jackson was a successful candidate, and Clay retired to his Ashland farm, where he took especial delight in his fine horses, cattle, and sheep. But he was soon returned to the Senate by his devoted State. The tariff question was now absorbing the public mind. The South, under Calhoun's leadership, had been opposed to protection, which they believed aided Northern manufacturers at the expense of Southern agriculturists. When the Tariff Bill of 1832 was passed, and South Carolina talked of nullification and secession, Clay said, "The great principle which lies at the foundation of all free government is that the majority must govern, from which there can be no appeal but the sword. That majority ought to govern wisely, equitably, moderately, and constitutionally. But govern it must, subject only to that terrible appeal. If ever one or several States, being a minority, can, by menacing a dissolution of the Union, succeed in forcing an abandonment of great measures deemed essential to the interest and prosperity of the whole, the Union from that moment is practically gone. It may linger on in form and name, but its vital spirit has fled forever." South Carolina passed her nullification ordinance, and prepared to resist the collection of revenues at Charleston. Then Jackson, with his undaunted courage and indomitable will, ordered a body of troops to South Carolina, and threatened to hang Calhoun and his nullifiers as high as Haman. Then the great pacificator came forward to heal the wounds between North and South, and preserve the Union. He prepared his Compromise Bill, which provided for a gradual reduction of duties till the year 1842, when 20% at a home valuation should become the rate of dutiable goods. He spent much time and thought on this bill, visiting the great manufacturers of the country, and urging them to accede for the sake of peace. After this bill passed, he was more esteemed than ever. He visited by request the Northern and Eastern States, and spoke to great gatherings of people in nearly all the large cities. A platform having been erected on the heights of Bunker Hill, Edward Everett addressed him in the presence of an immense audience, and Clay responded with his usual eloquence. The young men of Boston presented him a pair of silver pitchers, weighing 150 ounces. The young men of Troy, New York, gave him a superbly mounted rifle. Other cities made him expensive presents. After the first 4 years of Jackson's reign, as it was called by those who deprecated the unusual power held by the executive, Clay was again nominated for the presidency by the Whigs, and again defeated, Jackson receiving 219 electoral votes, and Clay only 49. Again, in 1840, after the 4 years' term of Van Buren, the protégé of Jackson, all eyes turned toward Clay as the coming president. But already he had been twice the nominee and been twice defeated. The anti-slavery element had become a serious factor in party plans. The secretary of the American Anti-Slavery Society in New York wrote Clay, "I should consider the election of a slaveholder to the presidency a great calamity to the country." The slaveholders, meantime, denounced Clay as an abolitionist. When the Whig National Convention met, December 4, 1839, they chose, not Clay, but General William Henry Harrison, a good man and a successful soldier, but a very different man from the popular Clay. The statesman was sorely disappointed. "I am," he said, "the most unfortunate man in the history of parties. Always run by my friends when sure to be defeated, and now betrayed for a nomination when I or any one would be sure of an election." His friends throughout the country were grieved and indignant. But Clay supported with all his power the true-hearted old soldier, who, when elected, offered him the first place in the cabinet, which was declined. Harrison died a month after his inauguration, and John Tyler became president. Clay and Tyler differed constantly, till Clay determined to retire from the Senate. He said, "I want rest, and my private affairs want attention. Nevertheless, I would make any personal sacrifice if, by remaining here, I could do any good. But my belief is I can effect nothing, and perhaps my absence may remove an obstacle to something being done by others." When it became known that Clay would make a farewell address, the Senate chamber was crowded. He spoke of his long career of public service, and the memorable scenes they had witnessed together. His feelings nearly overcame him as he said, "I emigrated from Virginia to the State of Kentucky, now nearly 45 years ago. I was an orphan boy who had not yet attained the age of majority, who had never recognized a father's smile nor felt his warm caresses, poor, penniless, without the favor of the great, with an imperfect and neglected education, hardly sufficient for the ordinary business and common pursuits of life. But scarce had I set foot upon her generous soil when I was embraced by parental fondness, caressed as though I had been a favorite child, and patronized with liberal and unbounded munificence. From that period the highest honors of the state have been freely bestowed upon me, and when, in the darkest hour of calumny and detraction, I seemed to be assailed by all the rest of the world, she interposed her broad and impenetrable shield, repelled the poisoned shafts that were aimed for my destruction, and vindicated my good name from every malignant and unfounded aspersion. I return with indescribable pleasure to linger a while longer, and mingle with the warm-hearted and whole-souled people of that state, and when the last scene shall forever close upon me, I hope that my earthly remains will be laid under her green sod with those of her gallant and patriotic sons." When Clay reached Lexington he was welcomed like a prince. A great public feast was given in his honor. In his speech to the people he said, "I have been accused of ambition, often accused of ambition. If to have served my country during a long series of years with fervent zeal and unshaken fidelity, in seasons of peace and war, at home and abroad, in the legislative halls and in an executive department, if to have labored most sedulously to avert the embarrassment and distress which now overspread this Union, and when they came, to have exerted myself anxiously, at the extra session and at this, to devise healing remedies, if to have desired to introduce economy and reform in the general administration, curtail enormous executive power, and amply provide, at the same time, for the wants of the government and the wants of the people, by a tariff which would give it revenue and then protection, if to have earnestly sought to establish the bright but too rare example of a party in power faithful to its promises and pledges made when out of power, If these services, exertions, and endeavors justify the accusation of ambition, I must plead guilty to the charge. I have wished for good opinion of the world, but I defy the most malignant of my enemies to show that I have attempted to gain it by any low or groveling acts, by any mean or unworthy sacrifices, by the violation of any of the obligations of honor, or by a breach of any of the duties which I owed to my country. In 1844, at the Whig Convention of Baltimore, May 1st, Clay was unanimously nominated for the presidency, with a great shout that shook the building. It seemed as though his hour of triumph had come at last. James K. Polk was the Democratic nominee. Another party now appeared, the Liberty Party, with James G. Birney of Kentucky as its candidate. He was an able lawyer, and a man who had liberated his slaves through principle. The contest was one of the most acrimonious in our national history. Texas was clamoring for admission to the Union, with the Mexican War sure to result. The Whigs feared to commit themselves on the slavery question. When the votes were counted, Birney had received over 62,000, enough to throw the election into the hands of the Democrats. The abolitionists had done what they were willing to do: bury the Whig party, that from its grave might arise another party, which should fearlessly grapple with slavery, and they accomplished their desire when in 1860 the Republican party made Abraham Lincoln president. The disappointment to Mr. Clay was extreme, but he bore it bravely. His friends all over the country seemed broken-hearted. Letters of sorrow poured into Ashland. "I write," said one, "with an aching heart, and ache it must. God Almighty save us! Although our hearts are broken and bleeding, and our bright hopes are crushed, we feel proud of our candidate. God bless you. Your countrymen do bless you. All know how to appreciate the man who has stood in the first rank of American patriots. Though unknown to you, you are by no means a stranger to me." Another wrote, "I have buried a revolutionary father, who poured out his blood for his country. I have followed a mother, brothers, sisters, and children to the grave. And although I hope I have felt, under all these afflictions, as a son, a brother, and a father should feel, yet nothing has so crushed me to the earth and depressed my spirits as the result of our late political contest. Permit me, a stranger, to address you. From my boyhood I have loved no other American statesman so much except Washington. I write from the overflowing of my heart. I admire and love you more than ever. If I may never have the happiness of seeing you on earth, may I meet you in heaven." A lady wrote, "I have indulged the most joyous anticipations in view of that political campaign which has now been so ingloriously ended. I considered that the nation could never feel satisfied until it had cancelled, in some degree, the onerous obligations so long due to its faithful and distinguished son." Another lady wrote, "My mind is a perfect chaos when I dwell upon the events which have occurred within the last few weeks. My heart refused to credit the sad reality. Had I the eloquence of all living tongues, I could not shadow forth the deep, deep sorrow that has thrilled my inmost soul. The bitterest tears have flowed like raindrops from my eyes. Never, till now, could I believe that truth and justice would not prevail." A lady in Maryland, 93 years old, wrought for Clay a counterpane of almost numberless pieces. New York friends sent a silver vase 3 feet high. The ladies of Tennessee sent a costly vase. Tokens of affection came from all directions. But the grief was so great that in some towns business was almost suspended, while the people talked of the late blow that has fallen upon our country. Other troubles were pressing upon Mr. Clay's heart. By heavy expenditures and losses through his sons, his home had become involved to the extent of $50,000. The mortgage was to be foreclosed, and Henry Clay would be penniless. A number of friends had learned these facts and sent him the cancelled obligation. He was overcome by this proof of affection, and exclaimed, "Had ever any man such friends or enemies as Henry Clay?" 2 years later, his favorite son, Colonel Henry Clay, was killed under General Taylor, in the battle of Buena Vista. "My life has been full of domestic affliction," said the father, "but this last is the severest among them." A few years before, while in Washington, a brilliant and lovely married daughter had died. When Mr. Clay opened the letter and read the sad news, he fainted, and remained in his room for days. Mr. Clay was now 70 years old. Chastened by sorrow, he determined to unite with the Episcopal Church. Says one who was present in the little parlor at Ashland, "When the minister entered the room on this deeply solemn and interesting occasion, the small assembly, consisting of the immediate family, a few family connections, and the clergyman's wife, rose up. In the middle of the room stood a large center table, on which was placed, filled with water, the magnificent cut glass vase presented to Mr. Clay by some gentleman of Pittsburgh. On one side of the room hung the large pictures of the family of Washington, himself an Episcopalian by birth, by education, and a devout communicant of the church, and immediately opposite, on a side table, stood the bust of the lamented Harrison, with a chaplet of withered flowers hung upon his head, who was to have been confirmed in the church the Sabbath after he died, fit witnesses of such a scene. Around the room were suspended a number of family pictures, and among them the portrait of a beloved daughter, who died some years ago, in the triumphs of that faith which her noble father was now about to embrace, and the picture of the late lost son, who fell at the battle of Buena Vista. Could these silent lookers on at the scene about transpiring have spoken from the marble and the canvas, they would heartily have approved the act which dedicated the great man to God." In 1848, Clay was again talked of for the presidency, but the party managers considered General Taylor, of the Mexican War, a more available candidate, and he was nominated and elected. Clay was again unanimously chosen to the Senate for 6 years, from March 4, 1849. 7 years before, he had said farewell. Now, at 72, he was again to debate great questions, and once more save the nation from disruption and civil war, for a time, he hoped for all time. The territory obtained from Mexico became a matter of contention as to whether it should be slave territory or not. California asked to be admitted to the Union without slavery. The North favored this, while the South insisted that the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which forbade slavery north of 36° 30', if continued to the Pacific Ocean, would entitle them to California. Already the Wilmot Proviso, which sought to exclude slavery from all territory hereafter acquired by the United States, had aroused bitter feeling at the South. Clay, loving the Union beyond all things else, thought out his compromise of 1850. As he walked up to the Capitol to make his last great speech upon the measure, he said to a friend accompanying him, "Will you lend me your arm? I feel myself quite weak and exhausted this morning." The friend suggested that he postpone his speech. "I consider our country in danger," replied Clay, "and if I can be the means in any measure of averting that danger, my health and life are of little consequence." Great crowds had come from Philadelphia, New York, Boston, and elsewhere to hear the speech, which occupied 2 days. He said, "War and dissolution of the Union are identical. They are convertible terms, and such a war! If the two portions of the Confederacy should be involved in civil war, in which the effort on the one side would be to restrain the introduction of slavery into the new territories, and on the other side to force its introduction there, what a spectacle should we present to the contemplation of astonished mankind! An effort to propagate wrong! It would be a war in which we should have no sympathy, no good wishes, and in which all mankind would be against us, and in which our own history itself would be against us." For 6 months the measure was debated. Clay came daily to the Senate chamber, so ill he could scarcely walk, but determined to save the Union. "Sir," said the grand old man, "I have heard something said about allegiance to the South. I know no South, no North, no East, no West, to which I owe any allegiance. Let us go to the fountain of unadulterated patriotism, and, performing a solemn lustration, return divested of all selfish, sinister, and sordid impurities, and think alone of our God, our country, our conscience, and our glorious Union. If Kentucky tomorrow unfurls the banner of resistance unjustly, I never will fight under that banner. I owe a paramount allegiance to the whole Union, a subordinate one to my own State. When my State is right, when it has a cause for resistance, when tyranny and wrong and oppression insufferable arise, I will then share her fortunes. But if she summons me to the battlefield, or to support her in any cause which is unjust against the Union, never, never will I engage with her in such a cause." Finally, the Compromise Bill of 1850 was substantially adopted. Among its several provisions were the admission of California as a free State, the abolition of the slave trade in the District of Columbia, the organization of the territories of New Mexico and Utah without conditions as to slavery, and increased stringency of the fugitive slave laws. Mr. Clay's hopes as to peace seemed for a few brief months to be realized. Then the North, exasperated by the provisions of the Fugitive Slave Bill, by which all good citizens were required to aid slaveholders in capturing their fugitive slaves, began to resist the bill by force. Clay could do no more. He must have foreseen the bitter end. Worn and tired, he went to Cuba to seek restoration of health. In 1852 he was urged to allow his name to be used again for the presidency. It was too late now. He returned to Washington at the opening of the 32nd Congress, but he entered the Senate chamber but once. During the spring, devoted friends and two of his sons watched by his bedside. He said, "As the world recedes from me, I feel my affections more than ever concentrated on my children and theirs." The end came peacefully, June 29, 1852, when he was 76. On July 1st the body lay in state in the Senate chamber, and was then carried to Lexington. In all the principal cities through which the cortege passed, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, Albany, Buffalo, Cleveland, Cincinnati, and others, thousands gathered to pay their homage to the illustrious dead, weeping, and often pressing their lips upon the shroud. On July 10th, when the body, having reached Lexington, was ready for burial, nearly 100,000 persons were gathered. In front of the Ashland home, on a bier covered with flowers, stood the iron coffin. Senators and scholars, the rich and the poor, the white and the black, mourned together in their common sorrow. The great man had missed the presidency, but he had not missed the love of a whole nation. The mill boy of the Slashes, winsome, sincere, had, unaided, become the only and immortal Henry Clay. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1, A Famous American Statesman, by Sarah Knowles Bolton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Sumner, Part 1. Henry Ward Beecher said of Charles Sumner, "He was raised up to do the work preceding and following the war. His eulogy will be, a lover of his country, an advocate of universal liberty, and the most eloquent and high-minded of all the statesmen of that period in which America made the transition from slavery to liberty. The most eloquent and high-minded. Great praise, but worthily bestowed. Descended from an honorable English family who came to Massachusetts in 1637, settling in Dorchester, and the son of a well-known lawyer, Charles Sumner came into the world January 6, 1811, with all the advantages of birth and social position. That he cared comparatively little for the family coat of arms of his ancestors is shown by his words in his address on "The True Grandeur of Nations." Nothing is more shameful for a man than to found his title to esteem not on his own merits, but on the fame of his ancestors. The glory of the fathers is, doubtless, to their children, a most precious treasure, but to enjoy it without transmitting it to the next generation, and without adding it to yourselves, this is the height of imbecility. Sumner added to the glory of the fathers, not by ease and self-indulgence, not by conforming to the opinions of the society about him, but by a life of labor and heroic devotion to principle. He had such courage to do the right as is not common to mankind, and such persistency as teaches a lesson to the young men of America. Charles was the oldest of 9 children, the twin brother of Matilda, who grew to a beautiful womanhood, and died of consumption at 21. The family home was at No. 20 Hancock Street, Boston, a 4-story brick building. Charles Pinckney Sumner, the father, a scholarly and well-bred man of courtly manners, while he taught his children to love books, had the severity of nature which forbade a tender companionship between him and his oldest son. This was supplied, however, by the mother, a woman of unusual amiability and good sense, who lived to be his consolation in the struggles of manhood, and to be proud and thankful when the whole land echoed his praises. The boy was tall, slight, obedient, and devoted to books. He was especially fond of reading and repeating speeches. When sent to a dancing school, he showed little enjoyment in it, preferring to go to the courtroom with his father, to listen to the arguments of the lawyers. When he visited his mother's early home in Hanover, he had the extreme pleasure of reciting in the country woods the orations which he had read in the city. In these early days he was an aspiring lad, with a manner which made his companions say he was to the manner born. The father had decided to educate him in the English branches only, thus fitting him to earn his living earlier, as his income from the law, at this time, was not large. Charles, however, had purchased some Latin books with his pocket money, and surprised his father with the progress he had made by himself when 10 years old. He was therefore, at this age, sent to the Boston Latin School. So skilful was he in the classes that at 13 he received a prize for a translation from Sallust, and at 15 a prize for English prose and another for a Latin poem. At the latter age he was ready to enter Harvard College. He had desired to go to West Point, but fortunately there was no opening. The country needed him for other work than war. To lead a whole nation by voice, and pen up to heroic deeds, is better than to lead an army. All this time he read eagerly in his spare moments, especially in history, enjoying Gibbon's Rome, and making full extracts from it in his notebooks. At 14 he had written a compendium of English history, from Caesar's conquest to 1801, which filled a manuscript book of 86 pages. His first college room at Harvard was number 17, Stoughton Hall. When he entered, says one of his classmates, he was tall, thin, and somewhat awkward. He had but little inclination for engaging in sports or games, such as kicking football on the Delta, which the other students were in almost the daily habit of enjoying. He rarely went out to take a walk, and almost the only exercise in which he engaged was going on foot to Boston on Saturday afternoon, and then returning in the evening. He had a remarkable fondness for reading the dramas of Shakespeare, the works of Walter Scott, together with reviews and magazines of the higher class. He remembered what he read, and quoted passages afterwards with the greatest fluency. In declamation he held rank among the best, but in mathematics there were several superior. He was always amiable and gentlemanly in deportment, and avoided saying anything to wound the feelings of his classmates. One of the chief distinguishing marks of a well-bred man is that he speaks ill of no one and harshly to no one. In Sumner's freshman year his persistency showed itself, as in his childhood, when, in quarreling with a companion over a stick, he held it till his bleeding hands frightened his antagonist, who ran away. By the laws of the college, students wore a uniform consisting of an Oxford cap, coat, pantaloons, and vest of the color known as Oxford mixed. In summer a white vest was allowed. Sumner, having a fancy for a buff vest, purchased one, wore it, and was summoned before the teachers for nonconformity to rules. He insisted, with much eloquence, that his vest was white. Twice he was admonished, and finally, as the easiest way to settle with the good-principled but persistent student, it was voted by the board that in future Sumner's vest be regarded as white. In scholarship in college he ranked among the first third. He gave much time to general reading, especially the old English authors, Milton, Pope, Dryden, Addison, Goldsmith. Hazlitt's Select British Poets and Harvey's Shakespeare he kept constantly on his table in later life, ready for use. The latter, which he always called the Book, was found open on the day of his death, with the words marked in Henry VI, "Would I were dead, if God's good will were so, for what is in this world but grief and woe?" On leaving college, Sumner's mind was not made up as to his future work. He was somewhat inclined to the law, but questioned his probable success in it. He spent a year at home in study, mastering mathematics, which he so disliked, and reading Tacitus, Juvenal, Persius, Hume, Hallam, and the like. In the winter he composed an essay on commerce, and received the prize offered by the Boston Society for the diffusion of useful knowledge. Daniel Webster, the president of the society, gave the prize, Libner's Encyclopedia Americana, to Sumner, taking his hand and calling him his young friend. He did not know that this youth would succeed him in the Senate and thrill the nation by his eloquence as Webster himself had done. Sumner's classmates were proud that he had gained this prize, and one wrote to another, "Our friend outstrips all imagination. He will leave us all behind him. He has been working hard to lay a foundation for the future. I doubt whether one of his classmates has filled up the time since commencement with more and more thorough labor. And to keep him constant, he has a pervading ambition, not an intermittent, fitful gust of an affair, blowing a hurricane at one time, then subsiding to a calm, but a strong, steady breeze, which will bear him well on in the track of honor." In the fall of 1831, Sumner had decided to study law, and began in earnest at the Harvard Law School. Early and late he was among his books, often until 2 in the morning. He soon knew the place of each volume in the law library, so that he could have found it in the dark. He read carefully in common law, French law, and international law, procured a commonplace book, and wrote out tables of English kings and lord chancellors, sketches of lawyers, and definitions and incidents from Blackstone. He made a catalogue of the law library, and wrote articles for legal magazines. He went little into society, because he preferred his books. Judge Story, a man twice his own age, became his most devoted friend, and to the end of his life Sumner loved him as a brother. Chief Justice Story, whom Lord Brougham called the greatest justice in the world, was a man of singularly sweet nature, appreciative of the beauty and the pure, as well as a man of profound learning. The influence of such a lovable and strong nature over an ambitious youth, who can estimate? The few friends Sumner made among women were, as a rule, older than himself, a thing not unusual with intellectual men. He chose those whose minds were much like his own, and who were appreciative, refining, and stimulating. Brain and heart seemed to be the only charms which possessed any fascination for him. The eminent sculptor, W. Story of Rome, says, "Of all men I ever knew at his age, he was the least susceptible to the charms of women. Men he liked best, and with them he preferred to talk. It was in vain for the loveliest and liveliest girl to seek to absorb his attention. He would at once desert the most blooming beauty to talk to the plainest of men. This was a constant source of amusement to us, and we used to lay wagers with the pretty girls that with all their art they could not keep him at their side a quarter of an hour. Nor do I think we ever lost one of these bets. I remember particularly one dinner at my father's house, when it fell to his lot to take out a charming woman, so handsome and full of esprit that any one at the table might well have envied him his position. She had determined to hold him captive and win her bet against us, but her efforts were all in vain. Unfortunately, on his other side was a dry old savant, packed with information, and within 5 minutes Sumner had completely turned his back on his fair companion and engaged in a discussion with the other, which lasted the whole dinner. We all laughed. She cast up her eyes deprecatingly, acknowledged herself vanquished, and paid her bet. Meantime, Sumner was wholly unconscious of the jest or of the laughter. He had what he wanted, sensible men's talk. He had mined the savant as he minded every one he met, in search of ore, and was thoroughly pleased with what he got. In manner Sumner was natural and sincere, friendly to all, winning at the first moment by his radiant smile. A sunny face in a constant benediction. How it blesses and lifts burdens from aching hearts. Sumner had heartaches like all the rest of mankind, but his face beamed with that open, kindly expression which is as sweet to hungering humanity as the sunshine after rain. And this genial, illuminating smile, says Mr. Story, he never lost. These days in the law school were happy days for the lover of learning. 40 years afterward, Mr. Sumner said, in an address to the colored law students at Harvard University, Washington, "These exercises carry me back to early life. I cannot think of those days without fondness. They were the happiest of my life. There is happiness in the acquisition of knowledge which surpasses all common joys. The student who feels that he is making daily progress, constantly learning something new, who sees the shadows by which he was originally surrounded gradually exchanged for an atmosphere of light, cannot fail to be happy. His toil becomes a delight, and all that he learns is a treasure. With this difference from gold and silver, that it cannot be lost. It is a perpetual capital at compound interest. While at the law school, Sumner wrote a friend, "A lawyer must know everything. He must know law, history, philosophy, human nature, and if he covets the fame of an advocate, he must drink of all the springs of literature, giving ease and elegance to the mind, and illustration to whatever subject it touches. So experience declares, and reflection bears experience out. The lower floor of Divinity Hall, where I reside, is occupied by law students. There are here Brown and Dana of our old class, and with others that I know nothing of, not even my neighbor, parted from me by a partition wall, have I seen yet, and I do not wish to see him. I wish no acquaintances, for they eat up time like locusts. The old classmates are enough." To another he wrote, "Determine that you will master the whole compass of law, and do not shrink from the crabbed page of black leather, the multitudinous volumes of reports, or even the gigantic abridgments. Keep the high standard in your mind's eye, and you will certainly reach some desirable point. You cannot read history too much, particularly that of England and the United States. History is the record of human conduct and experience, and it is to this that jurisprudence is applied. Above all, love and honor your profession. You can make yourself love the law, proverbially dry as it is, or any other study. Here is an opportunity for the exercise of the will. Determine that you will love it, and devote yourself to it as to a bride." When the study of the law school was over, Sumner returned to Boston, and entered the office of Benjamin Rand, Court Street, a man distinguished for learning rather than for oratory. The young lawyer succeeded fairly well, though he loved study better than general practice. 2 years later he gave instruction at the law school when Judge Story was absent, and then reported his opinions in the Circuit Court in 3 volumes. He assisted Professor Greenleaf in preparing Reports of the Decisions of the Supreme Court of Maine, revised, with much labor, Dunlap's Admiralty Practice, and edited the American Jurist. In the midst of this hard work, he spent a brief vacation at Washington, writing to his father, "I shall probably hear Calhoun, and he will be the last man I shall ever hear speak in Washington. I probably shall never come here again. I have little or no desire ever to come again in any capacity. Nothing that I have seen of politics has made me look upon them with any feeling other than loathing. The more I see of them, the more I love law, which, I feel, will give me an honorable livelihood." When he visited Niagara, he wrote home, "I have sat for an hour contemplating this delightful object, with the cataract sounding like the voice of God in my ears. But there is something oppressive in hearing and contemplating these things. The mind travails with feelings akin to pain, in the endeavor to embrace them. I do not know that it is so with others, but I cannot disguise from myself the sense of weakness, inferiority, and incompetency which I feel." When Sumner was 26, he determined to carry out a lifelong plan of visiting Europe, to study its writers, jurists, and social customs. He needed $5,000 for this purpose. He had earned $2,000, and borrowing $3 from 3 friends, he started December 8, 1837. Emerson gave him a letter of introduction to Carlyle, Story to some leading lawyers, and Washington Allston to Woodworth. Judge Story said in his letter, "Mr. Sumner is a practicing lawyer at the Boston bar, of very high reputation for his years, and already giving the promise of the most eminent distinction in his profession. His literary and judicial attainments are truly extraordinary. He is one of the editors, indeed the principal editor of the American Jurist, a quarterly journal of extensive circulation and celebrity among us, and without a rival in America. He is also the reporter of the court in which I preside, and has already published 2 volumes of reports. His private character, also, is of the best kind for purity and propriety." His friend, Dr. Lieber, gave him some good suggestions about traveling. "Plan your journey, spend money carefully, keep steadily a journal. Never think that an impression is too vivid to be forgotten. Believe me, time is more powerful than senses or memory. Keep little books for addresses. Write down first impressions of men and countries." Just before Sumner started from New York, he wrote to his little sister, Julia, then 10 years old. I am very glad, my dear, to remember your cheerful countenance. Let it be said of you that you are always amiable. Cultivate an affectionate disposition. If you find that you can do anything which will add to the pleasure of your parents, or anybody else, be sure to do it. Consider every opportunity of adding to the pleasure of others as of the highest importance, and do not be unwilling to sacrifice some enjoyment of your own, even some dear plaything, if by doing so you can promote the happiness of others. If you follow this advice, you will never be selfish or ungenerous, and everybody will love you. To his brother George, 6 years younger than himself, he wrote, "Do not waste your time in driblets. Deem every moment precious, far more so than the costliest stones. Keep some good book constantly on hand to occupy every stray moment." As soon as Sumner reached Paris, he devoted himself to the study of the language, so as to be able to speak what he could write already. He attended lectures given by the professors of colleges, became acquainted with Victor Cousin, the noted writer on morals and metaphysics, and the friend of authors, lawyers, and journalists. He said years later, in an eloquent tribute to Judge Story, "It has been my fortune to know the chief jurists of our time in the classical countries of jurisprudence, France and Germany. I remember well the pointed and effective style of Dupin, in one of his masterly arguments before the highest court of France. I recall the pleasant converse of Pardisus, to whom commercial and maritime law is under a larger debt, perhaps, than to any other mind, while he descanted on his favorite theme. I wander in fancy to the gentle presence of him with flowing silver locks, who was so dear to Germany, Thibaut, the expounder of Roman law, and the earnest and successful advocate of a just scheme for the reduction of the unwritten law to the certainty of a written text. From Heidelberg I passed to Berlin, where I listened to the grave lecture, and mingle in the social circle of Savigny, so stately in person and peculiar in countenance, whom all the continent of Europe delights to honor. But my heart and my judgment, untravelled, fondly turn with new love and admiration to my Cambridge teacher and friend. Jurisprudence has many arrows in her quiver, but where is one to compare with that which is now spent in the earth?" After some months in Paris, Sumner went to England, remaining 10 months, and receiving attentions rarely if ever accorded to an American. He used some letters of introduction, but generally he was welcome to the houses of lords and authors, simply because the young man of learning was honored for his refinement and nobility of soul. He was admitted to the clubs, attended debates in Parliament, was present at the coronation of Queen Victoria in Westminster Abbey, sat on the bench at Westminster Hall, dined often with Lord Brougham, Sir William Hamilton, Geoffrey of the Edinburgh Review, Lord Morpeth, the Chief Secretary for Ireland, Hallam, Carlyle, Lord Holland, Lord Houghton, Grote, Sidney Smith, Macaulay, Landor, Leigh Hunt, and scores of others, the greatest in the kingdom. An English writer said, "He presents in his own person a decisive proof that an American gentleman, without official rank or widespread reputation, by mere dint of courtesy, candor, an entire absence of pretension, an appreciating spirit, and a cultivated mind, may be received on a perfect footing of equality in the best English circles, social, political, and intellectual." Sumner wrote back to his friends in America, "I have made myself master of English practice and English circuit life. I cannot sufficiently express my admiration of the heartiness and cordiality which pervade all the English bar. They are truly a band of brothers, and I have been received among them as one of them. I have visited many, perhaps I may say most, of the distinguished men of these glorious countries, England, Scotland, and Ireland, at their seats, and have seen English country life, which is the height of refined luxury, in some of its most splendid phases. For all the opportunities I have had I feel grateful." Sumner found what all travelers find, that cultivated, well-bred people all speak a common language, that of universal courtesy and kindness. The English did not ask if he had wealth or distinguished parentage. It was enough that he was intelligent on all topics, considerate, gentle in manner, a gentleman in every possible situation. Every letter home teemed with descriptions of visits to Wordsworth, then 69 years of age, to Macaulay, whom Sidney Smith called a tremendous machine of colloquial oppression, to the beautiful Caroline Norton, the poet, one of the brightest intellects I have ever met, with the grace and ease of the woman, with a strength and skill of which any man might well be proud. To Lord Brougham, with a fullness of information and physical spirits which make him more commanding than all." Sumner spent 3 months in Rome, at first studying the language from 6 to 12 hours a day. He became the friend of the artist Thomas Crawford, then poor, but with high ambition. He wrote his praises home to his friends, induced them to buy one of his earliest works and exhibit it in Boston, cheered the half-despairing artist by assuring him that he would be a great and successful sculptor, and be living in a palace, all of which came true. A noble nature, indeed, that could pause in its own aspiring work and lift another to fame and success. 6 months were spent in Germany by Sumner, where he studied language and law as earnestly as he had in France and Italy. The rich, full days of literary intercourse were coming to an end. He wrote to his intimate friend Longfellow, "I shall soon be with you, and I now begin to think of hard work, of long days filled with uninteresting toil and humble gains. I sometimes have a moment of misgiving when I think of the certainties which I abandon for travel, and of the uncertainties to which I return. But this is momentary, for I am thoroughly content with what I have done. If clients fail me, if the favorable opinion of those on whom professional reputation depends leaves me, if I find myself poor and solitary, still I shall be rich in the recollection of what I have seen, and will make companions of the great minds of these countries I have visited." In the spring of 1840 Sumner was home again, having been abroad for 2½ years. The father and his sister Jane, a lovely girl of 17, had both died during his absence. He went at once to the Hancock Street home, and began his professional labors from 9 till 5 or 6 in the afternoon. In the evening he read as formerly till midnight or later, going every Saturday evening to spend the night with Longfellow at Craigie House. This affection for Longfellow never changed. When the poet went abroad in 1842, Sumner wrote him, "We are all sad at your going, but I am more sad than the rest, for I lose more than they do. I am desolate. It was to me a source of pleasure and strength untold to see you, and when I did not see you, to feel that you were near, with your swift sympathy and kindly words. I must try to go alone, hard necessity in this rude world of ours, for our souls always in this life need support and gentle beckonings, as the little child when first trying to move away from its mother's knee. God bless you, my dear friend. From my heart of hearts, my eyes overflow as I now trace these lines." Sumner was full of incident and vivid description of his life abroad, and the most charming homes of Boston were open to him whenever he had the time to visit, which was seldom. The letters from Europe made the long days of law practice less monotonous. He wrote much on legal matters, and now, at 33, undertook to edit the Equity Reports of Francis Vesey, Jr., numbering 20 volumes, for $2,000. By the terms agreed upon, a volume was to be ready each fortnight. He worked night and day, took no recreation, and soon broke down in health, and his life was despaired of. He welcomed death, for he had before this time become somewhat despondent. Most of his friends were married, and some, like Prescott and Longfellow, had come to fame already. He felt that his life was not showing the results of which his youth gave promise. Had he found at this time the perfect woman for whom he used to tell his friends he was seeking, and made her his wife, there would doubtless have come into his life satisfaction and rest. That he did not marry was the more strange, since women admired him for the qualities which are especially attractive to the sex: a knightly sense of humor, fidelity in friendship, fearlessness, and affectionate confidence. Sumner recovered his health, while his beloved sister Mary, at the age of 22, faded from his sight by consumption. He wrote his brother George, "She herself wished to die, and I believe that we all became anxious at the last that the angel should descend to bear her aloft. From the beautiful flower of her life the leaves had all gently fallen to the earth, and there remained but little for the hand of death to pluck. During the night preceding the morning on which she left us, she slept like a child, and within a short time of her death, when asked if she were in pain, she said, 'No, angels are taking care of me.'" To Charles Sumner this death was an incomparable loss. She was especially beautiful and lovely, and the idol of his heart. Possibly it helped to make him ready for his great work. End of Chapter 8, Part 1.